It was clearly stated that during their relationship, the other party must not use any excuse to cause trouble at the Lin family's old residence. They also could not pretend to be Lin Fugue's girlfriend outside. Basically, it was a straightforward exchange of money and goods. Lin Fugue paid money for the other person's effort. If they got along well, they stayed together. If not, they parted ways. Women who are obedient often receive a large sum of money even after breaking up, enough to support them for the rest of their lives. Such money is beyond what ordinary people can imagine. It can be said that Lin Fugue is never stingy when it comes to his women. Except for those with bad intentions or undercover agents sent by enemies, he rarely physically harms women. Fortunately, Su Xianwan was lucky enough to witness how Lin Fugue dealt with a traitor. The woman who came to claim a relationship was fake. Her real goal was to steal secrets from the Lin family. Lin Fugue gave her a harsh lesson by breaking her legs. Unexpectedly, this scared the family's little maid so much that she was trembling. "Aunt Sue, are you feeling better now?" After seeing Lin Fugue off, Lin Qingyu went to Su Xianwan's bedside. "Today, many doctors came to check on me, and they gave me the best medicine. I feel much better than before." Maybe because she received good treatment or finally let go of a heavy burden, Su Xianwan's face looked much healthier. "Don't worry, Aunt Sue. We've found the best medical team in the world. You will be fine." After asking if Su Xianwan needed anything else, Lin Qingyu left the ward, giving the mother and son some private time. She needed to find the attending doctor to ask about Su Xianwan's condition. Meanwhile, in the ward, Su Xianwan looked at her son standing in front of her, and her guilt overwhelmed her again. "Ziang, I've really wronged you all these years. It's all my fault. If I weren't so weak, I wouldn't have let you and your father be separated for so many years." Su Xianwan was naturally a timid and weak person, controlled by her family at home. Later, after the incident of having a child out of wedlock, her family no longer cared for her and didn't want to take care of her anymore. She also clenched her teeth tightly before bringing her son out to make a living. Over the years, if she had been a little braver and had spoken clearly to Lin Fugue, neither she nor her son would have had to live such a hard life. Su Xianwan was afraid. She worried that Lin Fugue might cause trouble for her or even take her son away, even if he was an illegitimate child. For a wealthy family like the Lin family, they wouldn't casually leave a child outside. And Lin Fugue, being a powerful person and the richest man in the country, wouldn't marry someone like her, who was unworthy. Because of these worries, Su Xianwan kept this matter hidden in her heart. She didn't dare to speak or tell anyone. She even rarely thought about it, because the more she thought, the more afraid she became, living in constant fear. "Mom, I don't blame you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have come into this world. I don't hate him either, since he doesn't even know I exist. Mom, let the past go. He and my sister are good people, and my son has grown up now. In the future, he will be able to provide you with a better life." Lin Ziang knew very well that someone like Lin Fugue would hardly look at a timid, weak woman like his mother. Even if the other person didn't want to marry his mother, Lin Ziang didn't dare to feel resentful. As long as he could return to the Lin family, his future achievements wouldn't be low. Even relying on his own ability, he could make his mother live a good life. His mother was naturally a gentle person who didn't fight or compete. She just didn't want to leave her son, and she hadn't done anything wrong. Lin Ziang believed that his mother wouldn't use his existence to threaten Lin Fugue. Without anyone forcing them, he believed their family could get along very well. "Good child. Thank you for understanding me." The mother and son talked for a while longer, but Su Xianwan lost her energy. She was already fighting illness and had been holding on with her spirit for so long. Now she was very tired. "Mom, if you're tired, go to rest early. I'll come to see you again tomorrow." This was a luxurious single-person hospital room, almost like an ordinary room. The room has all the necessary facilities, including a bathroom, shower, and even a kitchen. The two-bedroom, one living room layout provides a more comfortable experience for her mother. The other room is occupied by a caregiver. This caregiver is not an ordinary one from outside. She not only takes care of Su Xianwan's daily needs but also handles nutrition and recovery training. Lin Ziang knows that staying here might make his mother rest less well. With a professional person taking care of her, he feels more at ease. Go home and rest early. You don't need to keep coming here. You're still in school, so focus on your studies. Now that there's no pressure to earn money, Su Xianwan doesn't want her son to work so hard. I understand. Mom, I'll go back now. He adjusted the blanket for Su Xianwan before leaving the hospital room. As soon as he stepped out, he saw his sister already standing at the door. Finished talking? Lin Qingyu spoke slowly, looking at Lin Ziang's face. Seeing that he looked normal, she relaxed. She was most worried that her brother might feel upset because of past bad experiences. Lin Qingyu didn't want her family to be overly sensitive or worried. If they were, she might not care so much in the future. Yeah, I finished. My mom is still very weak, so I didn't talk to her for long, Lin Ziang explained. Sis, let's go back too. Staying here isn't good for her rest. Lin Ziang looked back at the hospital door. He knew the woman inside wasn't sleeping. If he guessed right, she was probably staring at the door, listening carefully for any sounds outside. On the way back, Lin Qingyu brought up the college plans again. Before, it didn't matter what major you studied. But now, the future of the Lin family might depend on you. Since Dad is still strong, I hope you can learn more about this field. Preparing in advance is better than rushing at the last minute. Since she approved of her brother, Lin Qingyu was happy to give him some advice. As for whether he listens or not, that is entirely Lin Ziang's own choice. I understand, sister, he said. Tonight, when I go home, I will think carefully and give you an answer tomorrow. Lin Ziang is not someone ungrateful. In the past, he studied a profession aimed at finding a good job and earning money through hard work. But that would only mean being a small employee in a company, working quietly all his life. Now, he has a whole world of possibilities, and his position has changed. It's time for him to make some academic adjustments. Thanks to their efforts, Su Xianwan's health was finally restored. However, because she had surgery, she couldn't do heavy physical work for the rest of her life. Lin Fugue also didn't allow his wife, especially the woman who had given him children, to suffer hardships outside. Even though Su Xianwan was determined to leave, Lin Fugue still bought her a courtyard house in Beijing. He arranged for her to live there and threatened her not to leave. It wasn't that Lin Fugue wanted to control her, but he knew that, given Su Xianwan's personality, she would face many hardships if she went out. Su Xianwan was the kind of person who was timid and weak, but pretended to be strong. She wanted to leave mainly because she didn't want her presence to make others unhappy. But she was mistaken this time. Neither Lin Fugue nor Lin Qingyu looked down on her. They didn't mind having an extra person in the family. Lin Fugue wasn't short of money, and Lin Qingyu had her own career and would soon return to normal, so they didn't pay much attention to her. Fortunately, Su Xianwan was strong-willed and quickly settled down, living her own small life in the courtyard. When Lin Ziang was on vacation, he would come here to visit her. Besides schoolwork, she also received special training from people hired by Lin Fugue. After Su Xianwan fully recovered, the Lin family officially held a family reunion ceremony. Lin Fugue publicly introduced his son to the world. Lin Qingyu also attended the banquet. It was then that Lin Ziang learned that his sister was actually a top scientist at the highest level of the Dragon Country's research institute. Many world-shocking inventions had come from her hands. This made Lin Ziang feel even more admiration for his sister. He also understood why his sister once told him that the true richest person in Manhwa was actually someone else. In terms of power, wealth, and influence, his sister clearly surpassed their father. With this understanding, Lin Ziang became more determined to work hard in his studies. He not only excelled in school but also passed the tests set by the teachers sent by Lin Fugue. Everyone praised Lin Ziang for his learning ability. However, Lin Fugue was not satisfied with just that. In the past, not having an heir was okay, but his daughter was quite ambitious and looked down on his assets. Now that there was an heir, he wanted to train him well. Lin Ziang was talented and healthy, so he wanted to teach him more. To outsiders, it might seem like Lin Ziang had been living through intense, almost harsh training all these years. Every day was mostly studying, leaving little time for rest. But only Lin Xiang knew that although studying was tiring, he felt fulfilled. He also liked the Lin family. It was not as cold as rumors suggested. Lin Fugue was not a scary person. His father treated him well, his sister well, and his mother well too. Although they never married, Lin Fugue's attitude towards Su Xianwan changed from indifference to sitting together, drinking tea, and chatting. That was what Lin Xiang hoped to see. His mother had no plans to remarry, and if she could be with his biological father, that would be perfect. Even if they couldn't be together, just being able to get along like friends would make their family more harmonious. But what made people unhappy was that after Lin Xiang recognized his roots, his maternal relatives acted like cats smelling fish, rushing to get close. They used family ties as an excuse to try to take a piece of their mother and son. Lin Xiang was okay because he had many protectors around him, and even if the Su family wanted to do something, they wouldn't dare go too far. It was just Su Xianwan. These relatives moved into her courtyard, eating her food, wearing her clothes, using her things, and criticizing her in many ways. Lin Xiang felt a bit troubled. I finally sent a message to my sister, asking her to help handle the situation. Since it involved her family, being too harsh might make people call me unkind, but being too gentle wouldn't be effective. The best solution was to have the other two family members step in. Because Lin Qingyu was busy with research at a critical time, she entrusted this task to Lin Fugue. When Lin Fugue learned about it, he immediately sent over a dozen black-clad bodyguards to protect Su Xianwan. He arranged for the Su family to return safely to the countryside and gave the younger members some suitable jobs. That was the extent of it. Since Lin Fugue took action, the Su family never came back to the city. Su Xianwan didn't know exactly what Lin Fugue told them, but she felt that the man seemed different from others. In the past, whenever she faced trouble, she would cry and then hide with her son. She moved from place to place, city to city, just trying to stay safe. Whenever she felt threatened, her only option was to hide. But now, she didn't have to hide anymore because someone was willing to stand up for her. Without interference from her family, Su Xianwan's life became peaceful again. She spent her days gardening, practicing yoga, and attending senior classes. Her life became rich and meaningful. In the later years, no one dared to bully her again. As Lin Xiang grew up, Su Xianwan also changed slowly. When Lin Xiang inherited the Lin Group, she could attend business events with her son without feeling out of place. This shows that wealth and resources are always the best tools for the upper class. Even someone as timid and shy as Su Xianwan, with the right support, could become a graceful and elegant lady who spoke well. Lin Fugue still kept his promise to Lin Qingyu's mother and never remarried. As for Lin Qingyu, she worked at the Research Institute until she was over 80, still leading the way in inventions. She was involved in creating aircraft, ocean ships, and space rockets. Almost every famous invention in the country was connected to her. This legendary old lady became a symbol of inspiration for everyone in the country. People respectfully called her Research Grandma. As Lin Qingyu's inventions increased, her identity gradually became known to the public. Everyone only knew about the many miracles she created but didn't understand where she got her inspiration. The all-heaven trading system remained her deepest secret. After the war ended, Lin Qingyu's exchange supplies leaned toward a technologically advanced nation. While replicating these technologies, she also deeply engraved this knowledge into her mind. In the future, no matter which world she entered, she could create weapons of the same power whenever she wanted. She also stored many space buttons, each filled with supplies. Other traders from different worlds who traded with her also earned a lot. Almost everyone became the strongest in their own worlds. As soon as Lin Qingyu arrived in the new world, she felt a heavy weight on her. Her wrist was grabbed tightly, causing pain. She wanted to push away whatever was pressing on her, but realized the person holding her was incredibly strong. Once she understood who was pinning her down, Lin Qingyu became even angrier. "Let me go." Hearing the other person complain softly, Yi Nanqing's scarlet eyes looked fierce. "When you drugged me before, weren't you very powerful? Why are you pretending now?" I didn't want back then either. Weren't you the one forcing me to marry you? Now that we're married, what are you pretending for? Yi Nanxing didn't let go of Lin Qingyu. Instead, he held her hands in his palms and lifted them up. His legs tightly wrapped around her feet, making their position very intimate. Let me go first. You hurt me. Lin Qingyu had just arrived and didn't know anything. But hearing the man's voice in the dark, with that deep, magnetic tone, she could tell he was quite handsome. Plus, the feeling of him pressing against her suggested he was very tall. He must have a great figure. Because her upper body was almost exposed, she could clearly feel his abs. 1, 2, 3. 8 packs. This man was definitely well built. Lin Qingyu was resisting while secretly imagining what the other person looked like. When you forced me before, you didn't even cry out in pain. The more Lin Qingyu resisted, the angrier Yi Nanxing became. He is a proud leader on a mission to the countryside, but didn't expect to be tricked by a village girl. When he first arrived, he noticed something strange about her gaze. He had been avoiding her, trying not to have any contact. But unexpectedly, she found a way to get close, offering him some medicine that made him lose his mind and led to an intimate moment. He is a soldier, and even if he was tricked, he still had to take responsibility. Moreover, the family of the woman in front of him was not easy to deal with. According to his mother, poor mountain folk often produce troublemakers. Thinking about having a lot of difficult relatives in the future gave Yi Nanxing a headache. But what made him angrier now was that this woman had been teasing him just moments ago, and now she was pretending to be innocent. If he hadn't been controlling her ankles, she might have kicked him already. I was wrong. Please don't do this. I beg you. Although he hadn't fully understood the situation, Lin Qingyu roughly guessed her current predicament. Since the original owner had wronged the other person, and now they were married, there was no need to worry too much. Besides, she wasn't a naive girl who hadn't experienced anything. As Lin Qingyu's body softened, her pleas became charming and alluring. Yi Nanxing slowly released her hands. When she called him husband in a sweet voice, he felt his whole body stiffen, then relax again. Lin Qingyu felt the person on top of her move quickly. First, her clothes were torn open, then her underwear was gone. Feeling a chill all over her body, she hadn't even screamed before being pulled into a warm embrace. Be good. Since I married you, I will take responsibility for you. Although you tricked me, Yi Nanxing, will not mistreat my woman. Marrying such a clever wife made Yi Nanxing feel helpless. But luckily, she was good-looking, and aside from appearing a bit younger, she had no other flaws. Yes, the original owner is a small girl. She is just over 1.5 meters tall and weighs less than 70 pounds. She is small in size, with a small chest and a small bottom. If her actual age hadn't already reached 18, she would look like a girl who hasn't fully developed. Yi Nanxing didn't usually develop feelings for girls like her, thinking they would just respect each other for life. But just now, when he tried to stop her from causing trouble, her sudden resistance caught his interest. Then, after a confrontation with Lin Qingyu, he started to feel differently about this girl. She almost hurt his private area with her knee. He wasn't sure if it was to protect his dignity or to get back at her, but that night, they played boldly and for a long time. Even the neighbors, Grandpa Lin and Grandma Lin, heard the noise. But they chose to ignore it and didn't come to stop them. All of this was planned by their granddaughter, and she had to face the consequences herself, whether good or bad. Earlier, the old couple had warned her. Although their family was powerful in the village, they weren't unreasonable. They knew their granddaughter was in the wrong, but she liked the person she was with. Now, the young couple had already finished their wedding ceremony. What they did together was their own business. They couldn't interfere. The ones who suffered the most that night weren't Lin Qingyu or Yi Nanxing, but Grandpa and Grandma Yi, who lived next door. They didn't stop the noise until dawn. Don't go messing around with other men again, understand? If I find out you've betrayed me, I will definitely hurt you. Seeing the girl so exhausted, she couldn't even call out. Yi Nanxing was finally satisfied and got off the bed. Where are you going? Although she was very sore all over, she still asked in a hoarse voice. I'm going to take a shower. Go to sleep quickly. If you don't get up in the morning, your family will laugh at you. Because everything happened suddenly, Yi Nanxing married Lin Qingyu at her hometown. They reported the marriage immediately after the incident. The authorities had already approved their marriage, and they were just waiting for the marriage certificate. The two of them had already held a wedding celebration in the village, so they were considered married. In this rural time, people valued the local celebration more than a formal marriage certificate. Therefore, it was natural for them to sleep together. Lin Qingyu got the answers she wanted. She didn't have the strength to stop him, nor did she want to go out with him. So she closed her eyes and decided to rest. As for herself, honestly, after all the fuss, her body felt sticky and uncomfortable. But it was also quite satisfying. Right now, she just wanted to close her eyes and sleep well, not think about anything and not ask questions. When Yi Nanxing returned with a basin of water, he found that the woman had already fallen asleep. He lit the oil lamp and used a towel dipped in water to clean the marks on the woman on the bed. His movements were careful, and he kept observing her as he cleaned. He had faced many dangers before, but he never expected to fall for someone who seemed so harmless. Only he knew that this girl was not as innocent as she appeared. Last night, she shouted so loudly. Did Grandpa and Grandma hear her? Thinking about this possibility, her ears, which were just slightly red, suddenly turned completely red on her cheeks. Grandma Lin saw her granddaughter's changing face and knew she might be remembering something. Worried that her granddaughter was shy, she quickly tried to comfort her. Xiuyu, about you and Nanxing, it's true you were at fault first. We were just worried he might hit you, so we called you over to ask. Seeing that you're fine, Grandma feels relieved. After saying this, Grandma Lin awkwardly added, our house was built with thick walls, so if there was any noise in your room, we wouldn't hear it. Grandpa and I were worried that if Yi Nanxing hit you, we wouldn't be able to get there in time and you might get hurt. Hearing this, Lin Qingyu finally relaxed. Her cheeks, red like cooked shrimp shells, slowly cooled down. Don't worry, Grandma. Yi Nanxing is a soldier. He wouldn't hurt a helpless girl. Do you have anything else to do? If not, I'll go wash the clothes. She felt the bed in Grandma's room was too hot to sit on comfortably, and she didn't want to stay there any longer. Although Grandma Lin said their house had thick walls and good soundproofing, Lin Qingyu still doubted it. Instead of staring at each other awkwardly, she'd rather find a quiet place to hide. She was too exhausted from last night's chaos to catch up on the storylines of the world. Maybe 005 had transmitted some information to her, but she truly hadn't heard it. So now, she needed to find a quiet place quickly to catch up on the story. Otherwise, without knowing the background or the consequences, she wouldn't have the confidence to act. Go ahead, go ahead. Seeing that you're fine, we're at ease. Go early, come back early at noon, and we'll make some good food to nourish Nanxing. Thinking about her son-in-law's fighting skills last night, Grandma Lin instinctively said. With their young energy, they'd probably wear themselves out eventually. As elders, they should think more about their health. Got it. Lin Qingyu hurriedly left the house without much thought. Little Five, come out and guide the way. Because she had no memory of her original life, she didn't know where the river was. She called out to 005 for help in guiding her. Soon, she and Yidong arrived at the riverbank, found a quiet spot, and washed clothes while listening to the story. The village where the original owner lived is called Kaoshan Village. She was an ordinary girl from a farming family in Kaoshan Village. Her large family, old and young, lived together, and they had not yet divided the land. She was the only child of Lao Da Lin Songda. Since her mother passed away early, her father took care of her and never remarried. Perhaps because she lacked her mother's close guidance, the original owner had a strange personality. She didn't like playing with her sisters and usually kept to herself, ignoring the other girls in the village. Not long ago, Yi Nanxing came here on a task and stayed overnight in the village. The original owner immediately took a liking to him, but Yi Nanxing didn't pay attention to her. Later, she found a matchmaker, bought some love potion, and put it into Yi Nanxing's water bottle. They then became involved. Later, Grandma Lin cried and begged, threw a tantrum, and demanded that Yi Nanxing take responsibility. Yi Nanxing knew that the relationship was already established, and even if he didn't want to admit it, he couldn't. Although he knew she had set him up, he could only grit his teeth and accept it. In the end, he agreed to marry her, and the matter was settled. They just finished the wedding banquet, and last night was their real wedding night. Her second uncle, Lin Songming, works at a machinery factory in town. He has to walk several miles every day to and from work. Her third uncle, Lin Songben, is a cheerful man. Only her third uncle, Lin Songben, with his cheerful personality and thick skin, could talk to her. When she was upset, only Lin Songben could comfort her. Her third aunt is more introverted and very tolerant of her. Compared to her second aunt, who was petty and calculating, she liked her third aunt more. And then, there are some things that are not known to others. It turns out that her strange personality was because she was often bullied and excluded by other children in the village. Everyone said she was cursed to have caused her mother's death. She was often scolded, excluded, oppressed, and bullied behind her back. The original owner was too shy and would not tell her family when she was upset. She often cried secretly under her blankets. Although Lin Songda was a caring father who loved children, he was still a man and not very sensitive. Because of her quiet personality and reluctance to talk to others, Lin Songda thought her behavior was normal and didn't realize that his daughter was being bullied by other children in the village. The girl's biggest wish was to leave the village. She wanted to escape far away from the village and the small-minded people who pretended to be kind but were actually mean. In her eyes, all the children in the village were petty and unkind. She gave Yi Nanxing medicine partly because she liked his looks and partly because she knew he was a soldier. If she married him, no one would bully her anymore. Being related to soldiers in this time meant she would be protected. Marrying a soldier could help her escape the shame of losing her family and live a normal life elsewhere. However, looking at her caring grandparents and her father who treated her like a treasure, she felt conflicted and regretful. But she knew her future was outside the village. She had to keep moving forward to escape the suffocating life in her small hometown. While Lin Qingyu was absorbed in the story, she didn't notice a stray dog suddenly appearing and trying to bite her. Just then, Yi Nanxing arrived, saw the dog, and scared it away immediately. "What are you thinking? You almost got bitten by that dog, do you know?" Yi Nanxing quickly pulled her up and, with a long arm, carried her onto the shore. Her feet suddenly hung in the air, which startled Lin Qingyu. She instinctively reached out to hold onto something and felt Yi Nanxing's firm abs. The hard muscles reminded her of last night, and she couldn't help but pinch them. "Have you had enough?" Yi Nanxing looked down and saw the girl's eyes were blank, lost in her thoughts. But her hands moved skillfully, making her look both shy and innocent. He also remembered what happened last night, and his throat suddenly went dry. "Not now. If you want, I can do it tonight." Yi Nanxing lowered his head, and his warm breath brushed against Lin Qingyu's ear. "What are you saying?" Being flirted with by a man like this, especially such a confident man, made Lin Qingyu feel a bit weak and soft. "I know I tired you out last night. You can sit over there for a while. I'll wash these clothes." Yi Nanxing stopped teasing his wife and took the clothes from her hands, beginning to wash them. Lin Qingyu looked at his strong side profile. As they fell into silence, another voice suddenly sounded in her mind. "The world's special power has been delivered. Special power. Check-in supplies. Check-in supplies. You can get a check-in item once a day. The check-in is valid for the day and resets the next day. All items are gifts from nature, so please remember that." System. Check-in. Lin Qingyu was curious about what good things this check-in power would bring her. Gifts from nature? Is it really what she thought? Ding. Congratulations on successful check-in. This time, you received 2 giant carp, 2 wild rabbits, 20 wild apples, and 1 wild ginseng. After the system finished announcing, Lin Qingyu didn't see any items appear. She was a bit curious, so she searched everywhere inside and outside her space. "Do you have lice? Why are you scratching so much?" Yi Nanxing turned around and saw his wife scratching herself. He knew that some rural girls could have fleas. Moreover, last night, he had been close to her. Seeing her like that, he worried he might have caught something too. Lin Qingyu wanted to explain, but suddenly saw what was behind Yi Nanxing. She finally understood what the gifts from nature meant. What's wrong? Yi Nanxing really doubted if his wife was a fool. She was daydreaming all day long, everywhere, and anytime. She was such a little fool. If he didn't remember how she had set him up before, Yi Nanxing might have believed her. This girl was definitely not simple. Today's unusual event can only be blamed on last night's wild activities. Maybe the young girl hasn't fully recovered, or perhaps she was feeling unwell. Move aside. Fearing the two big carp would escape, Lin Qingyu pushed away Yi Nanxing, who was in her way, and rushed forward. At that moment, Yi Nanxing noticed two large fish swimming in the river, somewhere he hadn't seen before. The big fish had shiny golden scales and looked like a rare breed. "Let me help you." He didn't think about Lin Qingyu's strange reaction earlier and immediately went to help. Soon, the two big carp were caught and brought out of the water. Wow, what kind of luck is this? I haven't seen such big carp in many years. If we sell these... The idea of selling the fish was suddenly stopped by Yi Nanxing's words. Never mind, let's not talk about that. Let's go. The clothes are washed, and it's time to head back. Yi Nanxing grabbed two sturdy grass ropes and tied the two big carp together. Then he picked up a wash basin with one hand, and he and Lin Qingyu headed back. Hey, isn't that Nanxing and his wife? Did you go to the river? Wow, are those fish? Where did you catch them? They're so big. Wow, these fish are really huge. I've never seen such big ones before. I'll go tell the team leader that you caught big fish in the river. Looks like we'll have a good meal today. The woman said this and started walking toward the village. Lin Qingyu was a bit worried. These fish were her prize. How could she share them with others? Andy, you must be mistaken. In our village river, how could such good fish grow? This fish was bought specially for me by a friend to be a gift for Xiaoyu. Besides these fish, there are other things coming later. These things can't be shared with you. Unexpectedly, Yi Nanxing held her back to say this. Lin Qingyu thought he would honestly hand over the fish. If that happened, she'd have to be more careful when she signs in next time. Fortunately, this man was not stubborn. He knew how to adapt and protect his own interests. Lin Qingyu felt even more satisfied. Oh, I see. I misunderstood. Since that's the case, you two should go back quickly. I think these fish are still lively. If you put them in the water tank, they should last for 2 more days. Seeing that there was no benefit to be gained, the ant mumbled and left. People in your village are not very good. When they see something nice, they just want to grab it. Yi Nanxing's lips curled in a sneer because he was tricked by the original owner, so he had no good feelings toward the people in this village. There's really nothing good here. So, when will you take me away? Yi Nanxing was surprised by Lin Qingyu's words and looked down, accidentally meeting her bright, clear eyes. I don't have a mother, so I often get bullied by the villagers. If you don't want to take me with you when you leave the army, just arrange for me to go somewhere outside. I don't want to stay in this village anymore. Leaving the village was the original owner's dream. If possible, Lin Qingyu would do her best to help her achieve it. I'll try my best. The task here will take a few more days. When the time comes, I'll take you away. Whether this woman was someone he wanted to marry or not, since he married her, he would take responsibility. Since his wife didn't want to stay in the village, he would take her away. He, Yi Nanxing, could still support his wife. Nanxing is back. Wow, where did you get these 2 big fish? Lin Qingyu's second aunt saw them return. After greeting Yi Nanxing, she noticed the 2 large carp he was carrying. She looked at the fish with amazement, never having seen such big fish before, and her eyes lit up. I traded for them with a comrade. Xiaoyu isn't feeling well. I plan to exchange these to help her recover. In this era, it wasn't called buying but trading. Everyone understood this, but being cautious was responsible for oneself. Oh, I see. Can you give me one? These 2 big fish won't be finished in one meal. I'm going to clean that broken water jar and put one fish inside to keep it alive. The other fish will be used for braised fish at lunch. Such a large fish, even if the whole family eats heartily, should be enough. Add some ingredients, and the pot will be full and hearty. She already imagined how abundant today's lunch would be. Thinking that the children at home could also enjoy the benefits made Aunt Lin feel happy. Then it's you, Aunt Lin. Yi Nanxing handed over the fish, then carried the basin to hang the washed clothes to dry. Xiao Yu, Nanxing is a grown man. Washing clothes is a small task. It's better if we women do it ourselves. Hearing the noise, Grandma Lin came out of the house. Seeing the scene in the yard, she immediately started to teach her granddaughter. Such a good son-in-law was obtained by their family through questionable means. Now, if her granddaughter isn't diligent, how will others see her? What if Yi Nanxing regrets and doesn't want her granddaughter anymore? In the countryside, if a woman gets married and is then divorced by her husband, it's a very shameful thing. It's not just about Lin Qingyu. It's about the family's reputation. Although, because the eldest granddaughter lost her mother early, she is somewhat favored. But compared to the whole family, she still understands what's more important. Grandma, don't say that about her. I was the one helping carry the basin and my wife washed the clothes. Seeing her wife being scolded, Nanxing immediately spoke up to defend her. Lin Qingyu was very pleased about this. No matter why they got married, now they are a couple. A man who cares for his wife is a good man. If he kept holding grudges about the past, she might even suggest divorce herself before he had to say anything. But that was after leaving the village. She knew what her family valued. As long as they weren't in the village, no one would know if she divorced or not. But for now, besides being a bit talkative, this man had no big faults. He's handsome, hardworking, easygoing, and protective of her. Counting all these, he actually has many good qualities. It's mainly because Nanxing is protecting you. But you also need to be diligent. Weren't you quite capable before? Why are you like this now? Seeing her granddaughter-in-law's disapproving look, Grandma Lin changed the subject. Anyway, we're lucky that Xiao Yu married a good man. Grandma Lin realized that although her son-in-law did not marry her granddaughter willingly, he truly cares for her. No matter what happens in the future, now her granddaughter is his wife, and no one can say otherwise. Even though he is Xiao Yu's grandfather, the same applies. But she thinks this is quite good. Men, after all, are not many who understand how to care for others. Especially rural men, who before marriage, coax the young girl as if heaven and earth revolve around her, pouring their hearts out and risking everything. They say that after marriage, they will support her and she doesn't need to work. But after marriage, everything changes. The woman on the second day after marriage has to cook, do laundry, clean the house, and tidy the yard. Then, she still has to handle farm work and household chores, and if she does less, her in-laws will be unhappy. At first, it might just be words of instruction, but later, some even resort to physical discipline. In their village, there are many such cases. Only the men of the Lin family are better. They never hit their wives. Even so, they are often criticized by villagers for being too strict with their wives. Many times, her husband feels inferior outside the family. Not hitting his wife is considered what a real man should do, but in this village, it seems like a sign of weakness. Fortunately, the men of the Lin family have good morals and are not swayed by outside opinions. Otherwise, life would be chaotic. Have you finished eating? Do you have time? Lin Qingyu watched as Yi Nanxing finished hanging the laundry and was about to go back inside, then followed him quietly. I have time all afternoon. Is there something you need me to do? Yi Nanxing looked down at his little wife. If his parents knew he married such a small, delicate woman, they might feel surprised. His mother used to introduce him to women with fair skin, beautiful looks, and long legs. He never thought his partner would be so tiny. But she looks quite cute. Yi Nanxing didn't realize the smile on his face as he talked to Lin Qingyu. That smile, under the sunlight, looked very tender. Lin Qingyu felt a little shy being watched and turned slightly, walking past Yi Nanxing into the house first. In the morning, she didn't have time to tidy up the bed, and now it looks quite messy. Lin Qingyu felt a little embarrassed. She was about to tidy up when Yi Nanxing, who was tall and long-legged, took the lead. He moved quickly and cleaned up the bed on the Kong. Last night's fight was quite intense, and even the sheets they used had some tears. Yi Nanxing looked at the two torn spots, his eyes darkening. He felt a tightness beneath him, and little Yi Nanxing was starting to lift his head. But he knew it wasn't the right time. He quickly controlled his emotions and suppressed his desire. He turned to look at Lin Qingyu. He wondered to himself. He had ignored many women before, but now, looking at this young girl, he was feeling strange thoughts. If he didn't know his wife was already an adult, he might think he was a beast. What are you looking at? I told you, even if my way of pursuing you is a bit rough, everyone has the right to seek happiness. If you bring this up again, Lin Qingyu thought for a moment, but couldn't find anything she could use to threaten him. Finally, she looked at the sheets in his hand and came up with an idea. If you dare to bully me, I won't let you sleep on the Kong. This threat should be strong enough, right? Looking at his record from last night, he was definitely not an easy opponent. Since that's the case, she had to keep him firmly under control. Thinking of this, Lin Qingyu's face showed a rare smile. When she heard the words about not letting him sleep on the Kong, Yi Nanxing couldn't help but laugh. With his small body, he could easily lift her with one hand. Did she really think she could stop him? But seeing her delicate and spoiled look, Yi Nanxing's heart unexpectedly softened. Maybe this is what they call fate. Two people who seemed impossible to be together ended up married by a twist of fate. Some things seem to be arranged by heaven, and you can't avoid them. Just like his grandfather said, fate is the hardest thing to control. Why are you laughing? If you don't believe it, you can try. Lin Qingyu knew she had been underestimated. She thought that life was still long, and she would have chances to show the other person whether she had the ability. With a proud toss of her head, her ponytail swung high behind her, just brushing against Yi Nanxing's chest. She really wanted to pull the young girl back and tease her until she cried. But outside, there was a lot of noise, and many villagers had come to see the excitement after hearing he brought back a big carp. So, Yi Nanxing had to give up her idea, put the bedsheet aside, and plan to wash it later when no one was around. After learning how the sign-in item system worked, Lin Qingyu decided not to bring back the 2 rabbits or the wild ginseng. She knew that these items would belong to everyone in the family or might be taken away by her grandparents. She would leave the village soon, and wherever she went, she would need money. And she needed a source of money, or she wouldn't be able to spend it. So, she was eager to save some secret savings for herself. Fortunately, Yi Nanxing was not a stubborn person, which she could use to her advantage. After leaving the house, she didn't go to the kitchen. The weather was very hot, and working in the kitchen was tough. Just the firelight made it even hotter. Maybe because they were newlyweds, no one was watching her at home, so Lin Qingyu decided to go out for a walk. She remembered there were some places with lots of yellow mushrooms growing. Lin Qingyu loved eating these mountain delicacies and thought about picking some to reminisce about her childhood. As long as she wasn't at home, she didn't have to work. She admitted she was a bit lazy, but she couldn't help it. This was just who she was. Soon, she reached outside the village and found a yellow mushroom at the foot of the mountain. The lower ones had already been picked by the village children, but the higher ones were still there, though harder to pick. But that didn't bother her. She found a stick with a crooked end nearby. Using the crooked end, she hooked the branches at the top and carefully plucked the yellow mushrooms from the tree. The yellow mushrooms were covered with tiny thorns, and the branches were very thin and soft. She gently pulled down, and a large bunch of yellow mushrooms came right to her. Look, someone is picking yellow mushrooms over there. I think it looks like Lin's little you. Let's go over and tease her. A few boys, sharing Lin Qingyu's idea, planned to pick some yellow bubbles to sweeten their mouths. But when they arrived, they found someone else there. Upon closer look, they recognized the original owner. They had bullied her before, and seeing her here, they naturally wouldn't let her go. They swaggered over, all around 14 or 15 years old, some taller than Lin Qingyu. Hey, little mute, give us those yellow bubbles to eat. Lin Qingyu was picking and eating, wrapping some in large leaves. She planned to take them home for her man. Suddenly, someone came up and, with a toothy grin, wanted her to give up her yellow bubbles. Thinking about what the original owner had gone through, Lin Qingyu understood what was happening. She loosened her grip on the branch, letting the whole yellow bubble branch return to its place. Then she turned around and looked at the boys in front of her. Are your hands or feet broken? Coming here to beg for food? That's shameless. The boys waited calmly for her to hand over the yellow bubbles, but Lin Qingyu started scolding right away. You little mute, aren't you usually silent? Don't you cry when you're hit? Why are you daring to fight back today? Brothers, teach her a lesson. One of the boys, clearly the leader, pointed at Lin Qingyu and ordered the others. The others didn't seem to mind and didn't think anything was wrong. They waved their hands and approached Lin Qingyu. They wouldn't dare to fight her directly, since Lin Songda was very protective. The adults in the Lin family were not easy to deal with. If they found out, she would definitely get a scolding. But a few pushes and threats were fine. These tricks had worked on the original owner before and were common among these kids. Little mute, hand over the stuff. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Qingyu clenched her stick tightly. If they dared to make a move, she wouldn't hold back and would give them a lesson they wouldn't forget. Honestly, Lin Qingyu was actually looking forward to it. Today, she was destined not to have that chance. Just as the boys were cursing and trying to push her, a tall man with long legs suddenly ran over. Before he reached them, the kids saw him and immediately turned around and ran away. Soon, the boys disappeared from sight. Did they bully you? Yi Nanxing looked upset, and Lin Qingyu could tell how he was feeling. It's okay. I'm used to it. They probably didn't hurt me, just yelled at me a little, pushed me, or took some things. By the way, how did you find me? Lin Qingyu looked at him, noticing something strange in his eyes. She knew he was a little stingy. This time, he probably hated those kids even more. I was just bored and wandering in the mountains. I didn't mean to come find you. Yi Nanxing felt angry inside, but didn't yell at his wife. In the past, when his wife had a hard time, he would never allow such things to happen again. While he was thinking about leaving the village early, he saw a bunch of bright yellow wild fruits wrapped in leaves, handed to him. These are picked just for you. They're very sweet. I've already tasted them. Hurry and eat. Seeing the handful of yellow fruits in her hand, Yi Nanxing felt soft inside. It turned out his little girl came out to pick wild fruits for him. This silly girl, she could have called him to come with her. Why did she come alone? If he had arrived a little later, would his wife have been bullied again? Before, when she said she wanted to leave the village because of how the villagers treated her, Yi Nanxing was still unsure. But now he truly believed it. Just these kids, only around 14 or 15, dared to bully his wife. If they were a bit older, would they dare to hit her? Let's go. I'll take you home. Although his wife's concern made Yi Nanxing feel a little better, he still felt heavy inside. He was thinking about how to plan his wife's future. He had no partner before, so he gave his military spot to another comrade. He would have to wait at least a year to get that spot again. During this time, what should the young wife do? Although her parents are very open-minded and her wife lives with them, she probably won't be bullied. But Yi Nanxing still feels uncomfortable inside. Does his wife need someone else to take care of her? Even if it's her parents, he doesn't feel right about it. Besides his own parents, he doesn't trust others. For a moment, he doesn't know what to do. Are you angry? How could Lin Qingyu not sense Yi Nanxing's mood? It's obvious he's still upset. But her own timid nature is her own problem. It has nothing to do with her. She had planned to take action herself, but didn't expect this man to suddenly come over, ruining her plan to show off. She didn't get the lesson she wanted, but Lin Qingyu never thought of herself as weak. She also doesn't want to be looked down on by men. Should I be angry? If I weren't worried you couldn't handle training because you're so delicate, I would really want to take you to the army for some training, so you wouldn't be bullied by just anyone. Yi Nanxing bit his lip, feeling a bit disappointed. But his young wife is soft and gentle, unlike their rough men. He thinks she might cry even if he scolds her harshly, let alone train her. He can't bear to see his young wife suffer. Alright, isn't everything fine now? Besides, with how adorable I am, do you really want me to train under the hot sun? Captain Yi, Major Yi, oh, please don't be angry, okay? Lin Qingyu stopped and reached out to gently tilt his head down. She had already checked the surroundings before doing this. There was definitely no one around. That's why she dared to be so bold. Yi Nanxing was also blushing from her actions. How dare this girl? She doesn't care about others' gazes. She acts so eagerly, and she likes him so much. He looked around and saw no one, then lowered his head again. At that moment, Lin Qingyu tiptoed and kissed him quickly. Please don't be angry, okay? Big brother of the team. That one word almost made Yi Nanqing's legs go weak. Under Lin Qingyu's playful teasing, the tough man suddenly softened like gentle silk. You're such a little troublemaker. Be good, don't cause trouble anymore. I'll make sure to feed you well tonight. Before this, Yi Nanqing had never had a girlfriend and didn't know about the private matters of other couples. He had no idea how strong his own fighting spirit was. He thought that maybe he wasn't satisfying his new wife, which is why she kept showing affection. Yi Nanqing had already decided that tonight he wouldn't hold back. Even if she begged him to stop, he wouldn't stop. He didn't want her to act overly flirtatious during the day and make him feel awkward. Lin Qingyu had no idea how frightening his thoughts were in his mind. If she knew, she definitely wouldn't do anything so risky. What nonsense are you talking about? I didn't mean it that way. Lin Qingyu wanted to argue, but her body was already pressed into his arms as he quickly moved forward. Being shorter and with longer legs, she couldn't resist against Yi Nanqing. You're such a big troublemaker. Let go of me quickly, so no one sees. If someone finds out, with you being the leader, how can you still face the villagers? Unfortunately, Lin Qingyu's threats all turned into muffled whimpers. Luckily, when they were close to home, Yi Nanqing finally let go of her. He walked into the yard as if nothing had happened. Second aunt had already prepared lunch, waiting for them to return. Where did you two go? It's almost mealtime and you're running around outside. Hurry inside, it's time to eat. Grandma Lin was waiting at the gate. When she saw them return, she quickly waved her hand to call them over. Yes, Grandma. Yi Nanqing smiled brightly, showing no sign of the helplessness he felt when he married the original owner. Xiaoyu, come help serve the dishes. Grandma Lin called Yi Nanqing into the house and then whispered to Lin Qingyu. When the two entered the kitchen, a wave of warmth hit them. Xiaoyu, you don't need to help here. Go play somewhere else. Second aunt immediately tried to push Lin Qingyu outside when she saw her. Wait. All of you serve the dishes first. I have something to talk to Xiaoyu about. Grandma Lin looked at the people in the kitchen with a meaningful expression. The others understood her message immediately and took the dishes to the main hall. Grandma, you called me out alone. Is there something you want to tell me? Qingyu Lin knew that her grandma had been wanting to talk for a while, but she hadn't found the right time. Now that she finally had a chance, she was sure her grandma would say everything she wanted to say all at once. Little you. As soon as Grandma Lin opened her mouth, she stopped. She had many things she wanted to say, but now that she had the chance, she didn't know where to start. Grandma, I will leave the village soon with Yi Nanqing. I know my stubbornness has caused trouble for the family, but don't worry, I caused trouble for him, and I will live well with him. Later, I won't forget my family. If I get the chance, I will repay you all. Honestly, since she took on the original story, Qingyu Lin's mood has been low. The Lin family wasn't bad, but in her heart, specifically, in the original's heart, there was bitterness. The reputation of being a mother, being called child without a mother, and the villagers' exclusion. Even though her family cared for her feelings, her sensitive heart was not built in a day. Even ordinary words could be twisted in her mind. It's not about who is right or wrong, it's about healing the emotional wounds inside. The original's ending. Although she married Yi Nanqing as she wished, she was too withdrawn and self-critical to tell him the truth. She died amid rumors and cold rejection. She died on a rainy afternoon, in the river while trying to save someone, beaten and cursed by the child's family. She wanted to defend herself, to live. She married the best man in the world, and she was about to leave the village for a new life. But because she was quiet and not social, after saving someone, the child's family thought she was the culprit. They beat her to death. When the Lin family arrived, the original was already gone. Foolish girl, that's not what I wanted to say. Grandma Lin sighed. Her eldest granddaughter was just too sensitive. Child, what I want to say is not this. To Grandma's heart, you will always be the most important. The reason I said that in front of your son-in-law is just because I want him to protect you. Ultimately, you are still a child of our Lin family, and you are more important than anyone else. No matter what decision you make, as family members, We will support you unconditionally. Grandma Lin couldn't help but reach out and gently touch her eldest granddaughter's hair. They felt guilty towards their granddaughter. If only the Lin family's circumstances had been better back then and they could have saved her mother, she wouldn't be like this now. In the end, it was their lack of care as family that caused her to go to extremes. Child, before you leave, come to my room alone. I have something for you. After saying that, Grandma Lin patted Lin Qingyu's shoulder and then, leaning on her cane, left the kitchen. The room was already busy preparing lunch, and if they delayed any longer, it would attract suspicion. Some words Grandma Lin couldn't say in front of outsiders. Before her mother passed away, she left her some things. She asked her to keep them safe and give them to her daughter when she grew up. Grandma Lin had always remembered this and kept the items well. No one else had them. All for the sake of leaving something for her eldest granddaughter. This was a keepsake her mother left for her, and also her dowry. Grandma Lin wouldn't move it. I understand, Grandma. Grandma, let me help you. Seeing that Grandma Lin didn't say anything else, Lin Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief. She also felt kindness from this elderly lady. Whether it was genuine or fake, the fact that she kept her mother's belongings all along made her respect her. When the grandmother and granddaughter came over, others also stood up. Grandma Lin was helped to sit beside Grandpa Lin, and Lin Qingyu was seated next to Yi Nanxing. What are you talking about? You've been gone so long. I picked some fish for you. Hurry and eat. Lin Qingyu looked down and saw several pieces of milky white fish in her bowl. The fish bones had been carefully removed, showing that the person was thoughtful. Look at those two. They really get along well. Second aunt picked a tender piece of fish and put it into her child's bowl. She took care of all her children first before finally serving her husband some meat. Aunt Lin San was similar in this way. Don't think that because they are always caring for their husbands and children, they might not get good food. Actually, their bowls are already filled with dishes by their own husbands. This is the Lin family. The atmosphere inside is rarely so good, rarely seen in other families, full of harmony. Respect for elders, filial piety, and brotherly kindness are all shown clearly in this home. Don't just focus on serving me food. You should eat too. Amid the warm family atmosphere, Lin Qingyu also learned to serve food to Yi Nanxing. In this atmosphere of mutual politeness, the meal ended happily. After eating, Grandpa Lin and Grandma Lin went back to rest in their rooms. The other uncles and aunts planned to rest briefly before heading to the fields to work. Lying on the kong, a traditional bed, Lin Qingyu turned her head to look at the man who was already asleep. She used her eyes to trace his face shape, her fingers trembling slightly. Before she knew it, she also fell asleep. It wasn't until she heard voices in the yard that she slowly woke up. When she opened her eyes, she saw a big head facing her. Yi Nanxing was smiling. Looking at Yi Nanxing's handsome face and feeling his breath, Lin Qingyu's heart suddenly moved, and she leaned in to kiss him. She hadn't eaten meat in a long time, and now that she was finally having some, she still felt fresh and new. Yi Nanxing wasn't angry. Instead, a hint of loneliness almost escaped his lips. Be good, I'll satisfy you tonight. Yi Nanxing turned over, crossed over Lin Qingyu, and jumped off the kong. Didn't you say you wanted to go out with me this afternoon? Aren't you ready yet? I might need to go out tomorrow, so I won't be able to stay with you then. Since we have time today, tell me quickly if there's anything I can do for you. After Yi Nanxing dressed neatly, he turned his head and saw his wife still staring at him. She showed no intention of moving. Do you want me to help you get dressed? He returned, pulling her into his arms. In the next moment, Lin Qingyu's body was lifted into the air, giving her a feeling of instability. I'll help you get dressed. Yi Nanxing pressed his lips tightly, resisting the urge to do more, and helped Lin Qingyu put on her coat. Lin Qingyu just sighed, and then gently bumped the back of her head. You're so young. Why do you always frown and sigh? Can't you be more lively? When you used to tease me, you looked so proud. I still prefer your wild and rebellious look. Suddenly, everything spun around, and Lin Qingyu was placed on the edge of the bed. She supported Yi Nanxing's arm and quickly jumped down. As my closest loved one, I want to share a little secret with you. Today, I brought you to see the world. Come on, let's go. After saying that, Lin Qingyu changed from her usual serious mood and happily skipped out of the room. Honestly, a small girl of about 1 5 meters, tiptoeing away, is really adorable. Yi Nanxing watched her cute wife, twitched his leg, and then realized it wasn't right, so he quickly followed. The two went up the mountain together. Lin Qingyu didn't pay attention to directions. She just headed toward the dense woods. Until she saw a tree with wild red apples, she knew she had found the right place. Yi Nanxing, see that? This is my favorite fruit, and I haven't told anyone. The wild apples grow quite high, and without climbing the tree, she couldn't reach them. But don't worry, there's a tall person right here. This is really good stuff. Wait for me, I'll pick them all for you. The apples are ripe now. If she doesn't pick them soon, even if they don't rot, birds will eat them. Be careful. I'll wait for you down here. As Lin Qingyu spoke and was about to step back, she noticed a familiar figure in the grass nearby. She paused, understanding immediately another item to check in: wild ginseng. Now, only 2 wild rabbits are left to find. The apples are all picked. Only 20 are intact. The rest are either rotten or pecked by birds in the forest. Yi Nanxing just jumped down from the tree and saw his wife squatting in the grass, digging something. I'm almost done here. Wait for me a moment. If she weren't worried about damaging the roots, Lin Qingyu wouldn't be so careful. I've known about this wild ginseng for a long time, but I never had the chance to dig it up. Aren't you well connected? Later, you can help me sell this wild ginseng to get some money for a dowry. Lin Qingyu carefully wrapped the dug-up wild ginseng in a cloth. Surprisingly, this ginseng is quite large. It's not much different from the cultivated ones in later times. Ginseng is usually expensive, especially since this is wild ginseng. Just give it to me, and I'll sell it for a good price later. Yi Nanxing carefully stored the wild ginseng, then handed over 20 small apples wrapped in cloth to Lin Qingyu. What do you plan to do with these apples? Keep some to eat or sell them all? Since her little wife found them, Yi Nanxing didn't want to claim them for himself. Besides, he's not that kind of person. Keep half for ourselves and sell the rest. Originally, Lin Qingyu wanted to take the apples home to share with her family. These days, apples aren't cheap, especially the big, sweet ones they have. If she took too many at once, her family might think Yi Nanxing is very wealthy. In the future, if her family starts to rely on her husband, they might keep asking for things, which could be annoying. Although the Yi family seems good now, power and money can easily change people. She can give, but not right now. Lin Qingyu always believes that the best gift is helping someone become better, not just pleasing them without limits. When she has the ability later, and if her family continues to be kind, she will help them find jobs and ways to get rich. Not by using supplies from her space or taking things from Yi Nanxing as favors. People's desires grow little by little. Lin Qingyu has seen too much and understands human nature well. Moreover, the Yi family works hard and isn't lacking in food or clothes. They may be a bit poor, but in this era, who isn't? Being able to eat well and stay warm already makes them a small wealthy family. Come on, I'll take you to meet a few friends, since they need to go to town. Yi Nanxing took Lin Qingyu's hand, planning to bring his wife along. Just enough to let her meet her friends. If anything unexpected happens during this trip with his wife, at least his friends can help watch over her. His little wife doesn't want to stay in the village, so he will definitely take her away. But now he still has a task, and he isn't sure if he can arrange everything for his wife before the task is finished. Can you walk a bit slower? Lin Qingyu looked at the man walking quickly and felt a little sad. He is tall and has long legs, so one step of his can cover 3 of hers. If he really tries to rush, she might not be able to keep up. I'll carry you. After confirming no one was around, Yi Nanxing crouched down. Lin Qingyu didn't complain and quietly leaned on his back. The man carried his wife and quickened his pace. They chose small paths to avoid crowds. Down in the farmland, everyone was busy working. When they reached the main road, Yi Nanxing put his wife down. He slowed his steps and waited for his wife to catch up. Soon, they arrived at the town. But Yi Nanxing didn't go into the town. Instead, he headed to the camp at the other end. There was a group of soldiers stationed there, mainly to protect the local people's safety. This was Lin Xingyu's first time visiting. Though she had heard of it before, she hadn't seen it up close. Soon they were invited inside. It showed Yi Dotwan's wide connections. "Brother Yi, I called you so many times and you finally came. This is your wife, right?" "Hello, wife." Yi Nanqing brought her to meet an old comrade, someone he hadn't seen in a long time. The other person had been transferred here and knew Yi Nanqing was on a mission, but they hadn't had time to meet. Unexpectedly, they finally saw each other this time. "Brother Yi, it's rare for you and your wife to come to town. Why don't you stay for dinner tonight?" Hai Chong was very happy to see Yi Nanqing again. He just wanted to chat and catch up on the changes over the past year. "Thanks, but we don't need to eat. My wife and I have something to do later. We just came by to see you and to introduce you to each other. From now on, you should take good care of your wife." Hearing Yi Nanqing's words, Gao Chong patted his chest to assure him. "Don't worry, brother Yi. You're my brother, and my wife is like my own sister. My wife doesn't need to keep her distance from me. If anything happens, just come to me." They chatted for a while longer. Seeing that it was about time, Yi Nanqing took Lin Xingyu and left. The ginseng hadn't been processed yet, so they couldn't stay here too long. Later, Yi Nanqing took Lin Xingyu to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some daily necessities. After shopping, he asked Lin Xingyu to wait where she was while he went to sell the ginseng. Lin Xingyu understood that Yi Nanqing didn't want her to get involved with the black market. She had no such intention either. Married to a good husband, she wouldn't lack money. She had plenty of supplies in her space, enough to last several lifetimes. Her husband was a soldier, often away from home, and she didn't know where he spent the money. Lin Xingyu thought that in the future, life would definitely be very comfortable. While Yi Nanqing was gone, she reached into her shoulder bag and grabbed 2 handfuls of milk candies. Since he wasn't around, no one knew where she got these candies. Although she wouldn't casually use her space's resources to help others, Lin Xingyu was not someone who would treat herself poorly. Although the fish and meat at noon were delicious, the original owner's body lacked oil and water for years. Honestly, she craved everything she thought of. Fortunately, Yi Nanqing didn't take long to return. "Here's 200 yuan and some small change receipts. This ginseng, if sold in Beijing, could fetch quite a bit. But this is a small place, so earning 200 yuan is already good." Yi Nanqing's words made sense to Lin Xingyu. She didn't say anything, just folded the money and receipts into a bundle and put them in her shoulder bag. With this money and her status as a military wife, she could live comfortably for a long time. The two of them wandered around the town for a while. In this era, there wasn't much to see, just some lively chatter. Then they headed home together. On the way back, 2 rabbits suddenly ran straight into Lin Xingyu's legs. She kicked them to death. At this point, all the supplies she signed in for today had been received. Every item has a proper origin, and no one has the chance to find fault with her. After spending half a day with Lin Xingyu, Yi Nanqing went back to work. Lin Xingyu also needed to join the others in the family to work in the fields for labor points. Early in the morning, after breakfast, she arrived at the fields. Not far away, a few women gathered together, pointing and whispering in her direction. From their words carried by the wind, Lin Xingyu understood they were talking about her scheming against Yi Nanqing. Their words were filled with malicious guesses and insults. They used words like wicked, shameless, and good cabbage being snatched by pigs, repeatedly. Of course, when they called her good cabbage, they meant Yi Nanqing, and the pig referred to her. Since they didn't say these things directly to her, she didn't plan to do anything for now. She was leaving in a few days anyway, so there was no need to argue with the villagers. If she acted now, she could leave quickly, and the Lin family would still live in the village. Lin Xingyu wanted to keep the peace, but these people didn't want to let her go. After finishing their work, everyone started doing their own tasks. If they didn't work hard, they wouldn't earn full labor points. Women, even when doing the same work as men, usually couldn't earn full points. If they slacked off, their points would be even less. In this era, women were often made to do what men did. The sunlight in front of her was blocked by someone, and when Lin Xingyu looked up, she saw a woman standing in front of her. "You used dishonest" means to get Yi Nanqing. "Did he hit you after you got married?" the woman asked with a dark face and a mocking smile. Lin Qingyu glanced at her, and all her previous thoughts vanished. Maybe because the original owner was not talkative, Lin Qingyu also didn't want to speak much after coming here. She only talked more when she was with Yi Nanxing. Usually she rarely spoke. The original owner avoided trouble and eventually died. Lin Qingyu also chose to avoid trouble, but these people became more aggressive. The ancestors said, "When you can no longer bear it, there's no need to keep silent." Lin Qingyu looked at her, and the woman kept opening and closing her mouth, still talking nonsense. She felt a sudden ringing in her ears, and for a moment, she couldn't hear anything. She took a deep breath before her ears cleared. "Did you hear that? With someone like you, why would brother you want to marry you? If I were you, I might as well hang myself with a rope to save everyone the trouble of dealing with you." Unaware, Lin Qingyu's eyes had already started to turn red. As her chest rose and fell, her patience reached its limit. "Lin Qingyu, you're so shameless, so disgusting. You're really embarrassing us women." The woman kept talking, but in the next second, she was slapped across the face. She truly didn't expect that this mute girl would actually hit her. No matter how they mocked her before, she always just ignored it, never dared to speak back. Why was she suddenly so brave now? "Do you think marrying a squad leader makes you special? How dare you hit me? Can your squad leader protect you? I'll go find Brother Yi and ask him to judge this." The woman said this and tried to run away. She was afraid that if she moved slowly, the marks on her face would fade, and no one would believe her later. "Did I tell you to leave?" Lin Qingyu grabbed her clothes and pulled her back forcefully. The woman fell backward onto the ground. She looked like a big toad lying on her back. Then, a series of punches rained down on her. The woman screamed in fear. After a while, she became numb from the hits and finally realized she wasn't feeling much pain anymore. It seemed like she wasn't hurt badly. "Disgusting woman, are you hungry? You can't even hit properly." Coming out of her fear, the woman pushed Lin Qingyu off her and managed to sit up. Now Lin Qingyu was stunned. Yi Nanxing returned from outside and was about to greet her, but he might have to leave for a few days. He saw the scene and quickly moved away from his comrade, rushing toward Lin Qingyu and the woman. "Who told you to hit her? You're breaking the law. Do you know that?" Yi Nanxing pushed the woman off Lin Qingyu and gently lifted his wife into his arms. Seeing the man's reaction, Lin Qingyu finally relaxed. It seemed the man hadn't seen the first part of what happened. "If I catch anyone bullying my wife again, don't blame me, Yi." Yi Nanxing made a firm promise and then carried Lin Qingyu home. From afar, the team leader saw this scene and looked at the woman on the ground with some anger. "You usually bully her, but now that Xiaoyu is married to an official and her partner is in the village, you still dare to bully her. Just keep doing it. One day, you'll pay the price." After speaking, the team leader signaled others to continue their attack. He knew a little about the original owner, but since the Lin family hadn't caused trouble in front of him, he just turned a blind eye. The villagers didn't dare to bully the original owner openly in front of the Lin family, only doing so secretly. Anyway, Lin Xinyu didn't know whether the Lin family truly didn't know about the original owner or was just pretending not to see. But no matter what, she always felt angry inside. That anger made her feel uneasy all day long whenever she stayed in the village. That anger was left by the original owner. It was a restless, lingering resentment. Back home, Yi Nanxing gently placed the young on the bed. He checked her injuries and found only minor scratches, so he relaxed. "She hit you and you didn't even hide?" Yi Nanxing asked with some disappointment. "If it really hurts, you should hit back." His little wife made him worry so much. Even for a few days, he couldn't relax. The Lin family was too useless, unable to protect their own girl. It had been a long time since his wife was hurt, but they still hadn't reacted. Or maybe they just didn't care at all. Otherwise, if they knew their child was hurt, they would come back to see her. If it were his parents, they would have already rushed over to help. They wouldn't let their child be bullied. "Nanxing, I just saw you bring Xiaoyu back. Did something happen?" Grandma Lin heard the noise and came out of the house. She stood in front of the young couple's door and knocked, asking, "Are you okay, Grandma?" Lin Qingyu, worried that the elderly might get anxious, told a lie. Yi Nanxing frowned but said nothing. Why didn't you tell them? Yi Nanxing couldn't understand Lin Qingyu's actions. If something happened and she didn't tell her family, and she couldn't solve it herself, wouldn't she just be waiting to be bullied? Grandma is old. If she knew, she would definitely worry. What if something happens? Do you think I could just ignore it? Lin Qingyu looked up at Yi Nanxing, knowing he was concerned about her. But she wasn't the original person and wasn't weak. The problem was how to explain this to him. I heard you're worried about going on a mission. She understood his worries. He was afraid she couldn't live without him after he left. But there was no real need to worry. The original person had lived in the village for many years without trouble. It was unlikely she would have problems just because he left. Yes, the original person had indeed died, but she wasn't her. She wasn't that helpless. Maybe I can send you to my parents' place. Compared to the Lin family, Yi Nanxing trusted his own parents more. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't take her on the mission, he would want to keep his little wife close all the time. But the upcoming mission was dangerous, so he couldn't do that. Can you find me a job? Although this request might seem a bit much, she wanted to stand on her own rather than rely on others. When she heard Lin Qingyu say this, Yi Nanxing was clearly surprised. You want to work? He didn't expect his little wife to be willing to go out and work. In this era, being a worker wasn't easy. It was better than in the countryside, but it still required effort. And it was more dangerous to be alone outside the village.
I'm literate.
Besides not having gone to school formally, I can read and write just as well as someone who finished middle school. The original person hadn't attended school for many years, not even graduating from elementary school. This was because Lin Songda, her father, was reluctant to send her to school and begged the family to let her go. Since the main character is a girl, even if she receives kindness, she cannot be supported to continue studying forever. In the end, she only went up to second grade, and then had to stop school abruptly. Let me think about it. Since the young wife is willing to work, he really has a plan. This place is not suitable anymore, so he decided to send her to his parents' house. Later, he would arrange a light job for her, so she would have something to do and not have to face her in-laws all the time. Although Yi Nanxing believes his parents would never make things difficult for his wife, he still doesn't want any conflicts between his wife and mother-in-law. He worries that his normally kind parents might not like his wife. I'll write you a letter. You go to my parents' house first. Don't worry, I have my own independent house. If you don't want to live with my parents, you can live alone. Anyway, there's only a wall between the two places. Just shout loudly if you need anything. In the end, Yi Nanxing compromised. He asked Lin Qingyu to tidy up at home and went alone to the town. Calling his family, Yi Nanxing was often scolded by his parents. They said he got married but didn't tell the family. Learning that the couple didn't even give a bride price made his parents even angrier. Only a girl with her head full of nonsense would be so spoiled by you. Yi Nanxing, I order you to send your wife over here immediately. If it's really impossible, I will go to pick her up myself. Yi Nanxing was scolded harshly by his mother, something he had never experienced before. But he had no choice. He knew he had not handled things properly, so he had to accept it. This is also why Ye's family doesn't know the real reason why Yi Nanxing married Lin Qingyu. Otherwise, their attitude might be different. The family always thought that Yi Nanxing felt sorry for Lin Qingyu and valued her very much. Because Yi Nanxing was busy, he could only give Lin Qingyu a letter of introduction and have her take the train to go there herself. He had already called the other side to ask his parents to pick her up later. When Lin's family heard Lin Qingyu was leaving, they were very worried, especially Lin Songda. He only has one daughter, and now she is leaving. How could he bear to part with her? He even thought about finding a son-in-law before. Who knows, his daughter did something like that to him. If someone is willing to marry her daughter, that's good enough. But wanting to become a son-in-law by moving in? That's just a dream. Grandma Wang even called Lin Qingyu into her room and personally handed her the belongings her mother left her. These are all things your mother left you, and they are also her dowry from her family. And this one is a gift from the family. Our family isn't well off, so this is all we can give. Xiuyu, please don't be upset. Actually, according to the usual standards for dowry, their family has already given quite a lot. Both of her uncles contributed jewelry, and her second aunt gave her a new dress she sewed herself. Her third aunt made her a dress and a pair of cloth shoes. Besides that, there are some small amounts of money and notes. There aren't many things, but they are enough. Grandpa Lin and Grandma Lin also gave her gifts. Knowing she was leaving, they specially exchanged some notes. Lin Songda prepared the most, even including a pair of silver earrings. Lin Qingyu carefully stored all these items and said goodbye to her family one by one. Besides Lin Songda, the person she was most reluctant to leave was Uncle Lin Songben. They had the closest relationship among the uncle and niece, and when Lin Qingyu was sent to the train station, Lin Songben was one of the only men who shed tears. "Dad, once I settle down over there, I will come back to take you to enjoy life. Little uncle, please take care of my dad. When I arrive, I will write to you." Remember to reply. She was really about to leave and felt a little sad. But in the end, she was sent to the train by Yi Nanxing. "I've already told the conductor. When you get off, he will come to help you." Besides her personal belongings, she also had large bags filled with local specialties from home. This was their local produce. Since it was her first time going to her husband's family, Grandpa Lin and Grandma Lin said she shouldn't look too poor. So, they specially prepared some local specialties for her to take as gifts for her in-laws. Although they weren't worth much money, the thought behind it was very precious. When the train started moving, Lin Qingyu leaned against the window and watched her family run alongside the train. "Don't run anymore. Be careful not to fall." Yi Nanxing helped me persuade them. The train was speeding up, leaving the people behind far away. Lin Qingyu shouted anxiously. At that moment, the heavy feeling in her heart suddenly eased. Tears unexpectedly slipped down her cheeks. These were the emotions of the original owner. She had finally left the village, but why did her heart still feel so painful? Lin Qingyu knew it was because the original owner was reluctant to leave her family. The villagers were indeed mean, but her family was very kind. The original owner was not good at expressing her feelings, but she understood everything. Even her usually stingy second aunt was generous this time. She gave her a brand new dress. It was sewn carefully, stitch by stitch. Even her second aunt rarely made herself new clothes. But she used her only piece of cloth to make a dress for her. This kindness was remembered deep in Lin Qingyu's heart. On the way, because Yi Nanxing greeted the train attendant, no one dared to bother her. Everyone could see that this young woman was not ordinary. The train attendant often looked over to check on Lin Qingyu and sometimes brought her food. It was clear they had some connection, so no one dared to offend them. The journey went smoothly. When the train finally stopped, 2 train attendants helped Lin Qingyu with her luggage and let her off the train. Soon, she saw the legendary grandparents. Even the original owner had never met them face to face. The grandfather looked like a young leader, standing straight with a warm water cup in hand, filled with goji berries. The grandmother was gentle and kind, and she immediately recognized Lin Qingyu from the crowd. Her son's description was very detailed. She was small with big eyes. Her eyes were clear and innocent, and she would smile naturally when seeing people. She even told the grandparents about Lin Qingyu's clothes, so they quickly recognized their daughter-in-law. "Xiao Yu, is that you?" Mother Yi approached her, carefully examining the girl. Sure enough, she looked just like her son described. A small, cute, and adorable girl who makes people want to hold her close. If I didn't know she was already 18, I would think she was a girl of 14 or 15. "Hello, Uncle and Auntie. My name is Lin Qingyu, and I am Yi Nanxing's wife." Lin Qingyu quickly spoke, setting down the things she was holding and instinctively reaching out her hand. But she quickly realized that shaking hands was not very common in this era. At least, for girls in the village, it wasn't a usual habit. "Why call me Auntie? Since you're married to Nanxing, you should call me Mom." Ye's mother shook her head with some disapproval, then took Lin Qingyu's hand and gently rubbed it. "Thank you, comrades, for bringing our daughter-in-law to us. We are Yi Nanxing's parents. Just leave Xiao Yu to us." Ye's father then greeted the 2 train attendants. After thanking them, he took the luggage from their hands. "All right, now that we've picked her up, let's go home. Xiao Yu, share some of the things with me. I've prepared a lot of good food. Tonight, we'll give you a warm welcome. Ye's mother carried the things and didn't forget to help Lin Qingyu walk outside. Ye's father called a rickshaw, first helping his wife and daughter-in-law onto it, then getting in himself. Because there was a lot of luggage, they took 2 rickshaws. The heavier items were with him, while the 2 women only carried some light things. The rickshaws slowly moved forward, and after about 20 minutes, they arrived at the Yi family home. The Yi family lives in the east part of the city, while the train station is in the west. They crossed the entire city area. Xiaoyu, this is our home. After getting off, Ye's father paid the fare, and Ye's mother took out the keys to open their courtyard gate. She also pointed to the neighboring courtyard, telling Lin Qingyu that it was the wedding house they prepared for their son. Lin Qingyu looked at the tall gate and thought that the layout inside should be similar. Here is your and Nanqing's house. Nanqing isn't home now, so you can stay with us for the time being. When Nanqing comes back, you can move in then. This was Ye's mother's careful and thoughtful decision. My daughter-in-law has just arrived in a new place, and she really needs someone to take care of her. It would be sad if she had to move next door and be all alone. Her son also said on the phone that she is a bit shy, so they should pay more attention to her. Mother Yi has never seen her son care so much about a girl before. In the past, she arranged many blind dates for him. But he never liked girls from good families or with pretty looks. Several times, he made his blind date cry. Eventually, no one wanted to go on blind dates with him anymore. Mother Yi didn't expect that her son liked this type of girl. The daughter-in-law looks soft and cute, which makes people feel warm inside just by looking at her. Not only does her son like her, but Mother Yi also likes her very much. Daughter-in-law, you must be tired after the train ride. Rest in your room first. Your dad and I will go cook. Mother Yi carried her things to her son's room and then went to the kitchen. The food was almost ready, just waiting to be cooked. Their house has a separate yard and a private kitchen, which is much better than living in a crowded apartment building. Mom, let me help you. Lin Qingyu felt a bit shy about letting her father-in-law and mother-in-law do all the work, so she followed them to the kitchen, even though Mother Yi kept saying she didn't need help. Actually, her cooking skills are quite good. She has learned a lot from her experiences in different worlds. But she is usually lazy and avoids doing chores if she can. Now that she is starting her own life, she can't keep being lazy. In the past, her family helped her, and her other siblings didn't interfere. Her second and third aunts prepared the meals together. But now, her father-in-law and mother-in-law are working, and everyone is busy. It wouldn't be fair for her to do nothing. At first, it's okay, but if it goes on for a long time, people might start to dislike her. Alright, old Yi, you go set the table. My daughter-in-law, and I will handle it here. Mother Yi saw that Lin Qingyu was genuinely helping, so she sent her husband out. The kitchen is small and too many people would get in the way. Plus, her daughter-in-law is quick and efficient at everything. Mother Yi also realized that her daughter-in-law's cooking skills are really good. The skill with a knife was truly impressive. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law worked together, and soon the dishes were served on the table. The rice had been cooked earlier, so all that was left was to bring the dishes to the table and start eating. Come on, Xiuyu, eat more. You're so thin. Eat more to strengthen your body. Mother Yi picked up a big chicken leg with her chopsticks and placed it in Lin Qingyu's bowl. Father Yi hesitated to serve himself, but kept encouraging her to take more dishes. Mom and Dad, you should eat too. From now on, we're a family. I won't hold back, Lin Qingyu said as she took a bite of shredded potatoes mixed with rice. The couple exchanged a glance, seeing that their daughter-in-law was generous and open, which made them feel comfortable. Yes, from now on, we're a family. Just treat it like your own home. Don't think of yourself as an outsider. After saying that, Father Yi started eating. Mother Yi asked about Lin Qingyu's family situation. She wanted to learn more about her daughter-in-law's family and think about what gift to prepare for the relatives. Since her daughter-in-law brought quite a few things, they couldn't just give a gift without reciprocating. Father and Mother Yi were very particular people. They definitely wouldn't take advantage of their daughter-in-law. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. This time, you received a temporary worker job as a procurement clerk, a special heart-saving pill, and 100 gene of corn. Although the items from this sign-in were few, just the job opportunity was worth a lot. Even though it was a temporary position, Lin Qingyu was very satisfied. Her parents-in-law had promised to find her a job, but they hadn't found a suitable one yet. Fortunately, the sign-in system provided her with a job that suited her better. But this opportunity wouldn't come easily if she stayed at home all the time. For example, some items she signed in on the train she received while on the train, while others she got after getting off, settling down, and then going out for a walk. But luckily, as long as she signed in, the items would eventually come into her hands, no matter when. Lin Qingyu wanted to establish herself here early and bring Lin Songda over. Lin Songda had given up the chance to remarry for the sake of the original owner and had been taking care of his daughter all along. This person should not make others feel disappointed. Dad and Mommy went to work early in the morning and wouldn't come back at noon, but Mommy would wake up early to buy ingredients and put them in the kitchen. This way, Lin Qingyu could make her own food after waking up. So even if she went out during the day, no one would stop her. Moreover, Dad and Mommy encouraged her to go out more. Staying at home all the time isn't good. After a simple tidy-up, she put on the dress her aunt made for her. She also took the letter she wrote last night to mail it to her family later. She had been out for a few days, so her family must be worried. Sending the letter early would help them feel at ease. She locked the yard door and happily went out. Just after mailing the letter, she was wandering around when she suddenly saw a place that looked like the back door of a factory where a few people were gathered. What's going on with Xiao Chun? She always messes up at critical moments. Can she still do this job? If not, she should just quit and let someone capable take her place. Do you think no one else can do this work well except Xiao Chun? I don't believe that. Just wait, I'll pick someone at random and see if they can do it. Saying this, the young leader looked around and finally fixed his gaze on Lin Qingyu. Hey girl, come over. There's a job as a purchasing clerk here. I wonder if you can do it. The young leader was in his 30s or 40s, probably about her dad's age. Maybe he was too angry, and his face was a little red. He approached Lin Qingyu hoping to take a chance, thinking it was worth trying. Anyway, he wouldn't lose anything by trying. Whether she succeeded or not, it would be a slap in Xiao Chun's face. If she succeeded, it would be a good reason to fire Xiao Chun. Don't worry, I will complete the task. Lin Qingyu straightened her back, saluted like a soldier, and gave a respectful bow. Although her salute wasn't perfect, she did it intentionally. Everyone says women can hold up half the sky, and the leader's words are indeed true. Girl, please tell me your name, age, gender, and home address. Finish filling out this form, and you can start work now. The leader took a sheet from his briefcase and also took out a round pen. Actually, when he called out to Lin Qingyu, he started to regret it. But once the decision is made, there's no turning back. If he showed hesitation now, he would be laughed at. So he forced himself to go through the process. Seeing Lin Qingyu smoothly write her name and personal details in neat handwriting, clearly educated, the leader felt a bit more at ease and then added, "Don't think that once you're employed, you can relax. If you don't do well, you'll be fired tomorrow." Fortunately, Lin Qingyu didn't take the leader's threats seriously. She believed in her own ability and was confident she could complete the task well. "Leader, do you know what I should do next?" "Don't worry, whatever the task is, I can handle it." Seeing Lin Qingyu so confident, the leader nodded in satisfaction. Whether she can complete the task or not isn't the point. Her attitude alone is convincing. Just follow Xiao Lu. He will teach you what to do. If we leave now, we can be back tonight. Time is tight and the task is urgent, so there's no time for you to explain to your family. You can leave a note for your family, and later I'll arrange for someone to deliver it to your home. Although time is tight, the leader is quite understanding. He still gave Lin Qingyu a chance to pass messages. "All right, thank you very much." After speaking, Lin Qingyu took a small note from her bag and wrote down the details of the matter. "Your notebook is quite special. Where did you buy it?" The leader looked at Lin Qingyu's small, delicate notepad. Since it's easy to tear a page, it's not a big loss if one is torn. "This was sent by a friend from out of town. I have quite a few at home. I'll bring 2 for you tomorrow." Seeing that the leader liked it, Lin Qingyu didn't hold back. She has many such items stored in her space, so giving some away isn't a problem. "I can't just take your things for nothing. How about I exchange them for something else? Also, You don't need to call me leader. Just call me Director Wang. Time's getting late. You should hurry and leave. Director Wang finished speaking and then introduced her to her partner, Xiao Lu. He urged the two of them to leave quickly. Comrade Lin, hello, I am Xiao Lu. From now on, you'll be working with me. I need to tell you a few things. Xiao Lu is the procurement officer in charge. He is a full-time employee and experienced in procurement. It turns out that Director Wang was so angry this time because of a temporary worker in the procurement department, Xiao Chen, who often skips work without reason, relying on connections behind the scenes and not taking her job seriously. Although the procurement task had been planned long ago, just before departure, they found out Xiao Chen didn't come to work. If Xiao Chen isn't there, someone else has to cover her duties. But other female staff members in the procurement department, who also serve as record keepers, had already helped her cover several shifts, and no one wanted to keep losing out. Going out for procurement is hard work. Traveling by car is easier, but sometimes they have to walk. Even if they take a bullock cart, they still have to walk back while carrying things. Otherwise, the oxen can't handle it. The women in the procurement department didn't want to spoil Xiao Chen this time. They thought that if she avoided work before leaving, she could escape her responsibilities. She wanted to use this trick to avoid labor. But her salary couldn't be given to others, and no one wanted to spoil her. That's why the scene earlier happened. Of course, it might also have been arranged by the sign-in staff. Who can say for sure? Our task this time is to go to Shirtu village to buy a batch of corn. Shirtu village has poor land and mostly mountainous terrain, so they can't grow many other crops. They mainly grow coarse grains like corn and soybeans, and each year they have a good harvest in their own fields. Our food factory goes to the village to buy once a year. This is a secret of our food factory. Xiao Lin, you know about it, but you can't tell anyone. Xiao Lu finished explaining and couldn't help but remind her. Don't worry, Brother Lu, I have a very strict mouth. And I was born in the countryside, so I have a lot of experience dealing with villagers, Lin Qingyu assured seriously. There's no need to be so nervous. It's not really a secret. Later, we can also privately buy the land from them. Just so you know, the price we pay is much lower than the market rate. If you do well this time, you might be able to stay, and there will be more good days ahead. Not every time do we go to remote mountains for supplies. Sometimes we get dispatched on other tasks, which is more profitable. Xiao Lu thought of something and smirked proudly. You're right, Brother Lu. I will work hard. The two of them chatted casually as they drove the ox cart to Shirtu village, already nearing noon. Come on, I'll take you to see the village chief. Xiao Lu drove the ox cart straight to the village chief's house with Lin Qingyu. Uncle Village Chief, are you at home? I'm Xiao Lu from the food factory. I came to buy corn. Hearing the noise, an old man with a pipe came out of the house. Is this Xiao Lu from the food factory? Why are you only coming now? This is much later than usual. The villagers thought they wouldn't come this year. Our factory has been busy lately, so we haven't had time. But as soon as we had a break, the director told me to come quickly. The village chief led them into the yard and sat under a jujube tree, talking about buying corn. Well, I don't know what's wrong this year, but we've harvested much less corn than usual. Not just corn, but soybeans and sorghum too. They're all much less than before. Hearing this, the village chief frowned with worry. Uncle Village Chief, do you know why this is happening? Lin Qingyu quickly asked. What else could it be? I don't know what's wrong with Shirtu village this year, but there are a lot of mice. We haven't even stored the grain at home yet, and the mice have already eaten some. After bringing it home, some stored improperly were also eaten, one after another. That's why the harvest is so low. The village chief looked worried as he spoke. Since there are so many mice, why not get some cats to catch them? Or even geese would work. Hearing Lin Qingyu's suggestion, the village chief looked even more worried. In the past, our village did have a few cats, but because the conditions in Shirtu village are poor and the harvests are low, fewer people kept cats over time. People who had cats found it hard to manage, so they stopped raising them. Although cats eat little, they still consume some of the grain, right? When we had cats, the village's grain was indeed much less eaten by pests. But this year, the number of mice has increased several times compared to previous years. This is a fact that cannot be denied. It's not entirely because there are no cats anymore. Really? Actually, raising cats is still a good choice. Cats don't just eat the food at home, they also catch mice outside. They also eat grasshoppers, frogs, and even caterpillars, which are all food for cats. As long as you don't raise too many, it's still worth it. But according to Uncle Village Head, this year's mouse problem is really strange. Lin Qingyu recorded what the old village head said in her notebook. Then she asked the system silently in her mind. 005, do you know why the mice are so numerous in Shirtu village? Seeing that her host finally remembered it, 005 immediately appeared from the system space. I have already detected that the reason for the mouse plague is because heavy rain is coming soon. At that time, the mice won't be able to come out, so they stockpile food in advance. But I know where the mice have stored the food. Do you want to dig it up, host? Hearing 005's words, Lin Qingyu became interested. She looked at the worried old village head, and then at little Lu beside him. There's something I want to ask. Should I say it or not? Lin Qingyu spoke softly, catching their attention. Whatever it is, Shaolin, just say it. The village head isn't a stranger. There's nothing you can't say. Little Lu looked at Lin Qingyu, and then at the old village head before speaking. It's like this. Our village also had a similar problem before. Hearing this, the old village head became interested. How did your villagers deal with it? He looked at Lin Qingyu expectantly, hoping she could suggest a solution. It was when the old village head was feeding the animals, and I was not very old at the time. Our old village head knew about the mouse problem and predicted that heavy rain might happen soon. He told the villagers to prepare for protection and then led everyone into the mountains to find the mouse's nest. They dug out several 100 pounds of grain, some stolen by mice that year, and others left over from the previous 2 years. I remember that besides the grain, they also found many mountain treasures, like pine nuts, chestnuts, peanuts, and wild grains. At that time, the villagers brought over more than 10 bags, almost unable to hold everything. Hearing Lin Qingyu's story, the old village chief immediately became eager. Little girl, do you know how to find the mouse's nest? Thinking for a moment, the old village chief quickly added, if you can help us find the mouse's nest, we'll share some of the harvest with you. And if there are mountain treasures, just ask and we'll give you as much as you want. You should know if Lin Qingyu doesn't help, all these grains will eventually be eaten by mice. They won't even see a single piece. So, when the old village chief made his promise, he was very generous. I do know a little, but I can't guarantee I will find it. Hearing Lin Qingyu's words, the old village chief immediately gathered some people. He left a team to help Xiao Lu weigh the corn. The rest followed Lin Qingyu into the mountains. This way, neither side was delayed, and they tried to let Xiao Lu and the others return home tonight. The villagers following Lin Qingyu up the mountain asked questions along the way. Fortunately, Lin Qingyu was very knowledgeable and easily convinced them. As long as they found the mouse's nest, the harvest would surely be good. Moreover, with 005 present, her real goal was clear, just to make it look like they were heading to the mouse's nest. Villagers, if I'm guessing right, the mouse's nest should be right below here. She pointed to a small cave and said to everyone, this place is more like a large than a proper cave. Besides children, probably no one else could squeeze inside. Comrade Lin, you tell us, should we dig or let the children go in and explore? Because though it was a bit wide, some curious people had already stuck their heads inside. The shoulder area was stuck, and no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't get in. Everyone first dig the opening a bit bigger, then we can decide what to do next. If I'm right, the space inside should be quite large, enough for us to walk in. Lin Qingyu tapped and poked at the entrance, then gestured and explained to everyone. Everyone thought she had some experience in exploration, so no one questioned her. They quickly started to act. Since they had brought tools with them, there was no need to go back for more. A few strong men stepped out from the crowd, each with a tool, and soon the entrance was widened. As expected, the inside was quite spacious. Guys, anyone who can handle it, go get a torch. The leader was the village chief's eldest son. He looked inside and called out to the others. I'll go too. 3 people stepped out from the crowd and moved to the side. They quickly found some dry wood and grass to start a fire, then lit the torch with a match. Once the front of the torch burned well, they handed it to the person in front. 2 of you, come with me. The rest wait outside. The village chief's eldest son held the torch, and 2 others followed him into the cave. Lin Qingyu and the others waited outside. A few curious people peeked inside, but didn't go in directly. Come in. It's really spacious inside. Just Lin, I didn't see the food you mentioned. The village chief's eldest son moved the torch back and forth, trying to light up the whole cave. But because there were many cracks like a honeycomb, he didn't dare go further inside. Everyone make way. Let me take a good look. As Lin Qingyu spoke, everyone quickly moved aside. She carefully examined each, then, based on the tip from 005, found the right branch. She also asked someone to widen the entrance a bit more. This time, without needing Lin Qingyu to remind them, the village chief's eldest son and the others went in and gasped in surprise. There really is food inside. This is the soybeans, corn, and sorghum we planted in our village. Whose bun is this? Why is so much food wasted? Did a mouse carry it here? Look, there's a dead chicken. Didn't I hear that Shenji's chickens went missing a few days ago? Maybe this is one of them. Wow, look at all these chestnuts. Everyone exclaimed excitedly, feeling very happy inside. Villagers, someone called out. Let's talk more after we go back. Everyone brought sacks, right? Hurry up and pack the grain. We can chat later. Lin Qingyu checked the time, worried she wouldn't make it back before nightfall, which would make her parents-in-law worried. So she had to step forward and urge everyone to work faster. Remember, some of this grain belongs to her too. She wasn't sure if the grain she received would be counted as part of the reward fund. Lin Qingyu hoped it wouldn't be, because this grain was obtained through guidance from 005. It was also her own initiative to help the people of Shirtu village find their lost grain, promised by the old village chief. In theory, this shouldn't be counted as part of the reward fund. But she didn't know how the bag of corn given by the reward fund would end up in her hands. Comrade Lin is right. Everyone, be quick. Pack the grain and carry it down the mountain. The village chief's son knew Lin Qingyu was in a hurry to return, so he quickly urged everyone to work fast. With many people, the work went quickly. Since the grain was right there, they just used shovels to scoop it into sacks. Nothing complicated. But all the grain was mixed together, so after returning, they had to carefully sort it. Only by categorizing and repacking it could they truly count their harvest. The villagers of Shirtu village followed Lin Qingyu up the mountain and then happily back down. Everyone's face was full of smiles. When they returned to the village, Xiao Lu had already packed the grain. Only the final step of tying it up remained before they could leave for the city. Village chief, I didn't let you down. I found the grain that mice stole. Actually, even without Lin Qingyu saying anything, the old village chief had already seen it. On their way down the mountain, the old village chief kept watching the hillside, noticing the bulging sacks on everyone's shoulders. He knew that this harvest was quite good. He understood that Lin Qingyu and Xiao Lu, as food factory buyers, wouldn't stay overnight here. They were eager to go back. So, he had already asked his wife to prepare 2 bags of grain to give to them. As for the grain they collected from the mountain, everyone would dry it and sort it again before sharing it out. This was a complicated and detailed task that couldn't be done quickly. That's really great, someone said. Thank you, Comrade Lin, another added. Boss, have someone bring over the harvest. Lin, comrade, if there's anything you want, I can have it set aside for you first. Everyone knew Lin Qingyu didn't have time to wait. She understood this herself. Now, it was up to Lin Qingyu to decide how to handle things. Even if she wanted, she would take the grain home to sort carefully. Asking villagers to help sort it would be rude. Isn't that unnecessary? Someone asked. That's too troublesome, and we need to hurry back. Lin Qingyu made a hesitant face, knowing the old village chief had a way to handle it. How about this? We have some dried grain at home. Comrade Lin, you can take that first, even if it's a bit of a loss. As for the grain taken from the mountain, the villagers will sort it out in a few days. I'll have someone deliver it to you then. The old village chief was good at handling things, and Lin Qingyu wasn't short of food. Brother Lu, what do you think we should do now? She asked. She wanted to accept the villagers' gifts but also needed to consider her companion's opinion. After all, Xiao Lu was her leader in public. If she acted on her own, it would be rude and inconsiderate. I think the old village chief's decision is good. But there's no need for you, village chief, to go back and forth. I see there's quite a bit of mountain produce and a lot of it isn't worth much. Why don't you pick some of the less valuable mountain goods and give us a bag? As for how you thank Comrade Shaolin, that's not my business. Finally, on Xiao Lu's suggestion, the team leader personally gave Lin Qingyu 100 pounds of corn and 2 bags of mountain produce on behalf of the villagers. These 2 bags of mountain goods are not just mixed items found on the mountain. They are made by the villagers themselves. Inside, there are dried vegetables, dried bamboo shoots, and dried mushrooms. They filled 2 large bags completely. These are all contributed willingly by the villagers, each giving a little from their own supplies. They value these more than the grains they recovered from mouse nests. Lin Qingyu and Xiao Lu took advantage of the daylight to hurry back home. The car was full of grain, with no space left. Even the only 2 empty seats were filled with 2 large bags of mountain goods. Fortunately, Lin Qingyu is very strong. She walked all the way without even catching her breath. This surprised Xiao Lu. He was also glad that Lin Qingyu was the one accompanying him, not Little Chen. Otherwise, he wasn't sure how Little Chen might cause trouble on the way back. Xiao Lu really doesn't want to serve that young lady anymore. She relies on her family connections, and whenever the procurement director wants to dismiss her, they pressure the higher-ups. Otherwise, with her spoiled attitude, she would have been fired long ago. Lin Qingyu doesn't know what Xiao Lu is thinking. She just wants to get back to the city quickly. By now, her parents-in-law should have finished work. She hopes they aren't worried. She also hopes the person delivering the message can hand it directly to them. Honestly, Lin Qingyu feels a bit anxious. Comrade Shaolin, we'll soon enter the city, she said. My family will meet me at the intersection and take the benefits meant just for me. If your family doesn't come, you can keep the items with my family for now. After we finish our work at the procurement department, we can go back and get them. Xiao Lu, acting kindly, thought it was best not to let his personal belongings appear in the procurement department. If there are only a few items, they can be easily put in a bag, without anyone noticing. After all, when going out to buy supplies, everyone tries to get some benefits. What Lin Qingyu doesn't know is that while she was helping villagers dig mouse holes, Xiao Lu was trading supplies with many people in the village. The difference is, Lin Qingyu didn't spend a penny and still brought back 2 large bags of goods. The items Xiao Lu traded for were paid for with real money. When she returned to the city, she asked her family to find someone familiar to help her sell. This process earned her quite a bit of money. Lin Qingyu was not yet familiar with these tricks, but she would soon learn how to handle them easily. Because she had experience doing secret deals, she was not new to this. If she hadn't just started her job that day, she might have acted sooner. I saw my family, she said. Comrade Lin, just hold on a little longer. Once we finish handing over the items, we can go home. According to the rules, since we completed our task today, we don't need to work tomorrow morning. After lunch, around 1 p.m., just report to the purchasing department. Seeing her family, Xiao Lu was very happy. As long as she handed the items to her family to take home, she would be safe. The staff in the purchasing department were used to this kind of work. As long as no one reported her, she wouldn't get into trouble. But she couldn't act too obvious. If she took several bags to the purchasing department and then dragged them out, it would attract attention. After all, the food factory had many departments, not just the purchasing one. I understand. Thank you, Brother Lu, she said. I think I saw my family too. Mom, Dad, I'm here. Lin Qingyu took small, quick steps and ran forward. It turned out that after hearing the news, Mr. and Mrs. Yu went straight to the food factory after work to find out about Lin Qingyu. They finally found the purchasing department and learned that Lin Qingyu had gone out on her first day of work for a task. Since her daughter-in-law was still unfamiliar with the environment and was on an external assignment, her parents couldn't help but worry. But the food factory was a profitable department with good benefits. Even they couldn't find such a good job for their daughter-in-law. Now that she had found a job herself, they definitely didn't want to hold her back. Still, they asked some veteran employees in the purchasing department about where she went and her route back, and then came early to wait for her here. Xiao Yu, how was your first day at work? Was it tiring? And why did you walk back? Was the ox cart too small? Seeing Lin Qingyu return, Mother Yi felt very worried. She pulled her aside and carefully looked her over from head to toe. After checking, she saw that Lin Qingyu was fine and full of energy, looking more confident than when she first arrived. Their hearts finally felt at ease. Mom and Dad, walking a little is not hard. It's not like working in the fields. How tiring can it be? By the way, I went to Stone Village. The village chief gave me some things. Since you're here, please help me carry them back. I also need to go to the procurement office to report the amount of grain I bought. Just then, Xiao Lu arrived with a cart pulled by oxen. At first, Dad and Mommy wanted to say something, but seeing Xiao Lu and his family already busy unloading things from the cart, they understood. They looked used to this kind of work, as if they had done it many times before. As experienced workers, they knew exactly what to do. In situations like this, you have to go along with the flow. If you act proud or stubborn, you'll quickly be pushed out by others. Eventually, you might even lose your job. Mom and Dad, come help me. These 2 bags are mine. This bag of grain is a reward from the village chief. The mountain produce is a gift from the villagers. I'll tell you more about it when we get back. I need to go with Brother Lu to the procurement office first. Lin Qingyu handed her share of the grain to her grandparents, then helped Xiao Lu move the bags on the cart slightly and tied the cart with a rope. Only then did they continue on their way. Almost home now, what are you still worried about? Besides, my son is here. He will take good care of your daughter-in-law. Seeing that Yi and his wife hadn't left yet, Xiao Lu's family quickly advised them. These things shouldn't be left outside. You should take them home quickly. We'll head back now. Please don't wait here. Just send the grain home, and then come to pick us up. That should be enough. Xiao Lu's mother pulled aside Ye's mother and reminded her a few more times, then hurried to catch up with her family, carrying their belongings as they headed home. Old Yi, let's go back first. Mother Yi seemed to realize the key point. She glanced at Father Yi, picked up the lighter bag of mountain goods, and headed home. After finishing her work, Lin Qingyu was about to leave the food factory when she kicked a small bottle at her feet. She picked it up and saw it was labeled quick-acting heart relief pills. It was surprising that this bottle of pills had come into her hands in such a way. However, Lin Qingyu knew this was a reward from the resource system, so she had no worries and simply put it in her pocket. This was a good item, and for those who needed it, it could be exchanged for many useful things. Thinking this, Lin Qingyu felt happier. Xiao Yu, over here. Father Yi and Mother Yi had already taken the things home and came rushing over. They were worried about Lin Qingyu walking alone at night, as there could be some troublemakers around. For her safety, they had to come back and forth to see her off. Dad, Mom, let's go home quickly. I'm starving. They had been running back and forth for a long time, and Lin Qingyu hadn't eaten a single bite yet. Her stomach was already growling from hunger. Seeing Father Yi and Mother Yi and thinking about today's harvest, she couldn't help but smile. Okay. To celebrate Xiao Yu finding such a good job, let's go home and make something nice. Mother Yi was the first to agree. There's some cured meat at home. Let's stir-fry some tonight. The family discussed what to eat for dinner, chatting happily as they walked. When they got home, Lin Qingyu first put her bag back in her room. Then she went to the kitchen to prepare dinner with Mother Yi. Mom, I made some dough in a basin this noon when I went out. Let's make steamed buns for dinner. The leftovers can be breakfast tomorrow morning, so we get 2 meals in one. Lin Qingyu took a large basin of dough from the back of the stove. The dough had fully risen, with small honeycomb-like holes. She had already washed her hands and started kneading the dough again, bringing it back to its original size. Then, divide the dough into small, equal-sized pieces, knead them into small balls, and place them on the work surface, covering them with a cloth. This way, while preparing the filling, the dough can rise a second time. Buns made this way will be soft and fluffy. There's still half a cabbage at home. Why don't we add some vermicelli and chili sauce to make a cabbage and vermicelli filling? Mama Yi looked through the vegetable area but only found half a cabbage. Besides that, there were some potatoes. Potatoes are not suitable for filling buns, so we can only make cabbage filling. I love cabbage and vermicelli filling the most. As long as the filling is well seasoned, the buns will taste good. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law had a clear goal, so they quickly got busy. After finishing the buns, Mama Yi called Dad Yi to help start the fire. She planned to cook another dish. Since there were plenty of fresh vegetables at home, Mama Yi decided to cut some cured meat to stir-fry with potato slices. Lin Qingyu went outside to tidy up the table. She checked the 2 bags she brought back today. One bag contained corn kernels, which needed processing before making cornmeal. The other bag was full of miscellaneous dried vegetables. Among them, dried bamboo shoots and dried mushrooms were her favorites. Whenever she ate them, she just needed to grab some and soak them in water. They were easy to store and convenient to use. She placed the grains in a dry spot and took the bag of dried vegetables to the kitchen. "Mom, these dried vegetables are from the people in Shirtu village. I put them on top of this cabinet because it's dry here. I'll take them down when I need to cook." She also told Mama Yi about the types of dried vegetables inside, so Mama Yi could soak them in advance when cooking. "By the way, Yu, where did these come from? It must have cost quite a bit, right? Do you still have enough money?" Mama Yi thought these grains were bought from villagers. Although dried vegetables are common in the countryside, city folks really value them. A small bag like this can be soaked to make a lot of servings. It's more cost-effective than buying fresh vegetables. "They didn't buy them, the villagers gave them to me. Mom and Dad, you don't know." Next, Lin Qingyu carefully told them about her experiences today. She explained how she led the villagers to dig out the mouse holes, and how the village chief gave her corn as a thank you gift. The villagers also gathered some vegetables to give her as a present. They said they would welcome her to visit again next time. If it hadn't been so late, the village chief might have even invited them to stay for dinner. Father Yi and Mother Yi listened to Lin Qingyu's story and felt like they were hearing something unbelievable. They couldn't believe such amazing things could happen in the world. Someone really could find the food stolen by mice, and that person was their daughter-in-law. The neighbors nearby had heard that her son married a girl from the countryside and often mocked her behind her back. They hinted that rural people were like vampires, saying that soon Lin Qingyu's family would come to visit one after another. They would want food, drinks, and work. It was as if they looked down on rural girls completely. At first, Mother Yi was a little worried, but now she felt completely at ease. She finally saw that her daughter-in-law was capable. She could find a good job on her own, even better than what they, as city folks, could find. And if her daughter-in-law wanted to help her family, she knew her limits. Those gossiping neighbors were just jealous because they couldn't find wives for their sons. She had been foolish before, caring too much about what others thought. Mother Yi decided she would no longer listen to outsiders' gossip and just focus on living her own life peacefully. She would take good care of her family when her son was away. They would work hard with her husband to earn more money for the young couple. While they still could, they should have a child soon, and she would help take care of the baby. In her heart, she dreamed of a bright future. The family quickly finished preparing the meal and sat around the table, happily discussing Lin Qingyu's work. "Mom, Dad, I've been here for several days now. When are we going to visit Grandpa?" Lin Qingyu knew that Yi Nanqing's grandmother had passed away many years ago. Yi Nanqing's grandfather lives with her uncle's family. She has been here for a few days, but hasn't visited her grandfather or other relatives in the Yi family. Seeing that her father and mother haven't mentioned it, she feels a bit curious. Didn't Yi Nanqing say that their family has a good relationship with the other uncles and aunts? How could relatives not visit each other? "Xiaoyu, since you've just married in, you might not know much about our family. Your eldest uncle and the others work in special departments, and your grandfather is a veteran hero. The places they live in require someone to accompany them to enter. For example, your eldest uncle hasn't returned from a mission, and your other uncles are not home. Your eldest aunt works during the day and has to take care of your grandfather when she gets back. She's very busy, so we can't bother them for now. But don't worry, Xiaoyu. You're accepted as our daughter-in-law. When they return, we'll definitely take you to visit. Your grandfather likes Nanqing the most, and I believe he will like you too." Ye's mother briefly explained the family situation to Lin Qingyu. That's when she understood why her in-laws had never taken her to visit relatives. It was because her father-in-law was not interested in joining the army, so he stayed in the city, living a stable life with his job. He was a small leader and had a good life. Her mother-in-law works at a hospital and is one of the few female doctors. Both of them are practical and seek stability. In contrast, Yi Nanqing's other uncles and aunts are different. Some joined the army, others entered politics. Because of their sensitive positions, they are very low-key in daily life, rarely visiting or socializing unless necessary. After understanding the reason, Lin Qingyu no longer felt conflicted. She was just curious and didn't really want to flatter anyone. Now that she has a job, her main goal is to establish her position at work. Only she knows how she was chosen for her current role. She needs to prove her value so she can stand firm in her new position. The next morning, Ye's father and mother got up early, finished breakfast, and went to work. After waking up, Lin Xingyu ate the breakfast Ye's mother left for her and then went to the supply and marketing cooperative. There weren't many fresh vegetables at home, so she needed to buy some. The vegetables bought from the supply and marketing cooperative were not very satisfying to Lin Xingyu. In the end, she took some vegetables from her space, which were much tastier than those grown outside. She couldn't let her own appetite go to waste no matter what. She combined the vegetables from her space with the ones bought from the cooperative. She also washed the clothes she changed yesterday and hung them out in the yard to dry. After tidying up, she took a short nap at home. When she saw it was about time, she headed toward the food factory. As soon as she arrived, she saw Xiao Lu chatting with a few colleagues. Since he was her direct supervisor, Lin Xingyu immediately went over. "Brother Lu, is there anything I can do to help?" Seeing Lin Xingyu come over, Xiao Lu smiled at her and then introduced her to the others. "Everyone, this is the new colleague, Lin Xingyu. Although she's a woman, she works very seriously, is smart, diligent, and capable. But she was personally promoted by Director Wang." Hearing Xiao Lu's introduction, everyone smiled kindly at Lin Xingyu. "I just heard Xiao Lu say that your trip to Shirtu village solved a big problem there. Comrade Lin, you really are capable. I've never admired anyone much, but since I heard about what you did, I truly respect you from the bottom of my heart." An older staff member from the purchasing department, looking at Lin Xingyu with admiration, said, "Uncle Zhang, you're too kind. I only know the methods because I saw how our village's old chief handled things. It's just a coincidence. It's not worth praising me." Lin Xingyu smiled and replied, "Comrade Xiao Lin, don't be so modest. Brother Lu has already been praising your achievements everywhere. No one at the food factory doesn't know about what you did. Since there's nothing urgent now, sit down and tell us about what happened in Shirtu village yesterday." A woman in her 30s or 40s came over and stood beside Lin Xingyu. Most of the women in the food factory's purchasing department, besides Lin Xingyu and the quiet Xiao Chen, were older. Fortunately, Lin Xingyu was not a typical country girl. Her knowledge was not less than that of city folks. Everyone quickly started talking together, and a few older women were amused and laughing happily. Meanwhile, the male colleagues were called to help organize the storage room. They chatted for a while on her side, and when the leaders arrived, everyone returned to their own posts. "Lin Xingyu, come with me." Soon, a young man entered, looked around the office, and spoke to Lin Xingyu. "Here is your workstation. There's nothing to do this afternoon, so you can tidy up your desk first. Later, I will have someone deliver the materials. Please help check and organize them." After speaking, the young man glanced at Lin Xingyu again. "Can you check the materials?" he asked to confirm if she knew how. If this young girl couldn't do it, he would need to find someone to teach her separately. "Yes, I can." Lin Xingyu quickly agreed. She didn't need to go out shopping for supplies. Checking documents in the office was much more relaxed. Although there was less profit, she didn't have to work outside in the sun and wind. Lin Xingyu wasn't short of supplies, so she didn't need to seek extra benefits. The day went by quickly. Throughout the day, Lin Xingyu was busy checking the documents. Several people came by to observe her work. Seeing that she was doing well, they felt reassured and left. "Shaolin, pack up and get ready to leave. The rest can be done tomorrow." A senior woman at the neighboring desk saw Lin Xingyu still working diligently and came over to knock on her table. "Okay, Sister Kai. Thank you for the reminder." After saying that, Lin Xingyu started packing her things and organizing the documents. She put the unfinished materials into a drawer and locked it with a small lock. They say one should be cautious of others, as you never know if someone might have bad intentions and try to damage the documents. After tidying up, Lin Xingyu slung her bag over her shoulder and left the food factory with Sister Kai and the others. "Goodbye, Comrade Lin. Goodbye, Sister Kai." As she parted from the office women, Lin Xingyu walked home. Then she suddenly remembered she hadn't signed in today. System, sign in. As her voice fell, the system's sign-in feature immediately responded. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. Today, I received the following rewards for checking in: 2 new scarves, 2 jars of snow cream, a large piece of calico fabric, a lady's watch from Plum Blossom brand, and a ticket for a TV show. While Lin Qingyu was admiring the abundance of supplies, suddenly a sneaky man rushed out from the corner. It seemed someone was chasing him from behind. He ran up to Lin Qingyu, accidentally bumped into her in his panic, then quickly ran away. The man didn't get a good look at Lin Qingyu's face and didn't dare to turn his head. He disappeared quickly at the intersection. But Lin Qingyu felt like she was holding a big bundle of things. When she got home, she found her father-in-law and mother-in-law hadn't finished work yet. Lin Qingyu first prepared dinner, then went back to her room. She didn't bring many change of clothes this time. She only brought 2 new outfits given by her family, and the rest were patched-up clothes. Although she didn't think there was anything wrong with wearing patched clothes, her parents-in-law had already paid for her clothes, and wearing shabby clothes would feel ungrateful. So now, Lin Qingyu was in her room, cutting fabric. She planned to make a pair of women's overalls with big pockets on the sides. That way, even if she didn't carry a bag, she would have a place to put her small belongings. Whenever she took out something, she would have an excuse. Ideally, it would be better if she used denim fabric for these overalls. But calico was fine too, strong and durable, not easy to tear. Her mother-in-law's room had a sewing machine, but since her parents-in-law weren't home, she couldn't just go in. So Lin Qingyu decided to finish cutting the clothes first, then when her mother-in-law returned, she could use her sewing machine. The second piece was a work outfit. From top to bottom, it had a stylish design. It also reflected the style of that era. It still used large pockets, making it easy to store small items. But it fit well and looked professional, perfect for a career woman in the 70s. The large piece of calico fabric she received this time was just enough to make these 2 outfits. After finishing the clothes, she went to the kitchen and cooked the prepared vegetables. When Yi's father and mother returned, they would smell the delicious aroma coming from the kitchen. Xiaoyu, are you finished work so early today? Mommy put down her bag and came to the kitchen. She rolled up her sleeves naturally and started helping. I'm not busy today, so I finished work early. Mom, please help serve the dishes. You don't need to do anything here. Lin Qingyu lifted the lid of the steamer, which she had decorated with some colorful touches by kneading vegetable juice into the dough. The bright red and green colors looked very cheerful. Oh wow, Xiaoyu, how did you make these buns? They have colors. Mom Yi, who is good at cooking, looked happily at the buns. It's not hard. I just added some vegetable juice into the dough. Mom, I also have some bones simmering on the stove. Please bring the buns over and I'll serve the soup. In the morning, she bought 2 large bones. They didn't have much meat, but they were enough for making soup. Lin Qingyu, in this life, has a small figure. If she doesn't get more calcium, she might miss her second growth spurt. Wow, tonight's dinner looks great. Honey, Xiaoyu's cooking is almost as good as yours. Dad Yi happily took out his secret stash of drinks. With such good food, he planned to have a toast. I'm not as good as Xiaoyu. She's already surpassed me. The family enjoyed a happy dinner. Lin Qingyu mentioned borrowing the sewing machine, but Mommy scolded her. Xiaoyu, since you've married into this family, you're one of us. There's no need to ask if you can borrow it. Just go ahead and use it. If it's inconvenient, Dad and I can move the sewing machine to your room. Anyway, I haven't had time to make clothes recently. Although she strongly refused, in the end, Mommy decided to move the sewing machine to Lin Qingyu's room with Dad Yi. Xiaoyu, what kind of clothes do you want to make? Do you need my help? After setting up the sewing machine, Mommy sent Dad Yi back to his room. She stayed behind, planning to see if her daughter-in-law needed any help. I've already cut the fabric. It's for a pair of overalls and a work outfit. There is nothing I need help with. I just need to put them together. Mommy also makes clothes, and the two quickly discussed together. The 2 styles made by Lin Qingyu were new to Mommy. Although she had seen similar ones before, after her daughter-in-law made them, she realized that her Little Yu's designs were quite different from others. Little Yu, I really like this work outfit set you made. When you have time next, could you make one for me and your dad too? You just need to cut the fabric and I can handle the rest. Mommy held the work outfit and kept comparing it with her own body. Unfortunately, she and Lin Qingyu have very different body shapes, so she couldn't wear it. What's the problem? Tomorrow I'll buy some fabric and make a set for both of you. Lin Qingyu thought this was no big deal, since she didn't have to sew it herself, which was very convenient. Why should you spend money? I still have fabric coupons at home. I'll go get them for you. Soon, Mommy brought some fabric coupons and a stack of paper money. All the fabric coupons are here. Little you can buy more fabric and make a couple of sets for yourself too. Lin Qingyu didn't refuse. She planned to make a set for Yi Nansheng as well. Although he was out on a mission, she had already measured his size herself. Even if Yi Nansheng wasn't there, she could make the clothes fit very well. The next morning, because she had to go to work, Lin Qingyu got up early with her in-laws. On the way to the food factory, Lin Qingyu suggested signing in. Congratulations to the host for a successful sign-in. You have received the following items this time. Wild boar ×1. A bag of hawthorn, wild chicken mushroom ×5. Maybe because she signed in for a wild boar, only 3 items appeared this time. Lin Qingyu was curious about how the system would deliver the wild boar to her. But that wasn't her concern. She quickly arrived at her workstation. Comrade Lin, I need you to go out with me later. When Lu Ge saw Lin Qingyu arrive, he hurried over to greet her. Where to? She was a bit curious. Was there already an external task assigned so soon? It's like this. Our food factory's truck broke down outside the city. I will go with someone to help carry the goods. As the recorder, you need to go with us. The role of the female comrade is not to do hard labor. Instead, she supervises the male comrades to prevent them from secretly taking supplies from the food factory. Okay, I'll pack up and come right away. When everyone gathered, Lin Qingyu realized that quite a few people were going together. However, she was the only female comrade. Instead of checking documents at the union, Lin Qingyu was happy to go out and run around. So she had no complaints. Comrade Lin, come here. You'll ride in the ox cart. When you come back, you might have to walk, so if you can rest now, don't force yourself. Xiao Lu saw Lin Qingyu following everyone and quickly urged her onto the ox cart. No one objected to this. Being courteous to the female comrade is what they should do. Xiao Shui, you're responsible for recording. Be careful and thorough. Every time a box of goods is unloaded, check and record carefully. Don't miss anything. Xiao Lu carefully reminded her before joining the other male comrades to carry the goods. Don't worry, Brother Lu. I'll record everything clearly. Lin Qingyu then started working. Since it was her first time doing this kind of task, she asked the system to help monitor. They say you should always be cautious of others. Who knows if any of these male comrades might try to cheat her. If someone secretly moved more than they should and she didn't notice, she would be scolded later. Lin Qingyu worked very carefully. Fortunately, everyone was busy with their own tasks, and no one caused trouble for her. Alright, this batch is finished. They will carry the goods back and we wait here. If you need to go to the bathroom, go to the small forest nearby. There are many people here, so you don't need to keep watching. As long as she wasn't involved in the actual carrying, the driver was more confident than Lin Qingyu. Because the driver was responsible for transporting the goods. Lin Qingyu only recorded the transported items and wasn't responsible for checking the cargo on the vehicle. Hearing Xiao Lu's words, she felt a bit reassured. She put her notebook into her bag and went to the small forest nearby. With the help of the system watching over her, Lin Qingyu was not afraid of anyone spying on her. However, just after she finished her business, she noticed many bright red hawthorns growing on the tree above her. In this remote countryside, the hawthorns grew wild and free. Whoever saw them could take them. No one was managing them. Just as Lin Qingyu was about to climb the tree to pick some, she suddenly heard rustling sounds behind her. She immediately became alert. Turning around, she saw a furry big head emerging from the low bushes. Instinctively, Lin Qingyu ran over, holding a sharp large stone, and threw it at the wild boar's head. Although this wild boar was not very big, about 100 pounds, it was a real wild boar and quite fierce. Most people would run away when they see a wild boar. But Lin Qingyu charged forward to fight the boar, moving so quickly that the boar didn't even react. Maybe it was because she had been nourished by the spiritual spring water from the space recently. Her strength had increased a lot, and when the boar reached her, it was easily defeated. But now that the boar was dead, how could she carry it back? Although Lin Qingyu could put the boar into her space to hide it easily, she couldn't explain where it came from. She hesitated for a moment and finally decided to bring a partner along. After spending these past 2 days together, she thought Xiao Lu was a good teammate. Moreover, they would be working together on many missions in the future. To make future work easier, Lin Qingyu planned to bring him in. While the person transporting supplies hadn't returned yet, Lin Qingyu quietly found Xiao Lu and called him into the small forest. I accidentally killed a wild boar just now when I was on my break. And there are hawthorns on the tree nearby, just discovered. I can't carry it all by myself, so I wonder if you could help me. Xiao Lu looked at the wild boar on the ground, stunned for a long time. Was this big wild boar really killed by this delicate young girl? He found it hard to believe. Brother Lu, are you willing to help? Just say so, Lin Qingyu urged, worried about the hawthorns and afraid someone might come. Don't tell anyone about this. If others find out, your wild boar and hawthorn will have to be shared. Next, just follow my instructions. I promise to deliver both the wild boar and hawthorn to your home. Little Lu thought clearly. Such a big wild boar, even if he had to buy it, his family could probably get a lot of meat. Remember, these wild animals don't need tickets. Their family isn't short of money, they just lack meat tickets. Now, with this big piece of meat in front of him, how could little Lu possibly give it up? To avoid suspicion, little Lu warned Lin Qingyu to go back and wait. Originally, Lin Qingyu wanted to pick hawthorn herself, but since little Lu was willing to help, she decided to go home and wait. Fortunately, the colleagues transporting supplies wouldn't return so quickly. The people left to guard were gathered in small groups, either lying down or sitting and chatting, paying no attention to them. Uncle Driver kept his eyes fixed on the truck, worried that someone might steal the cargo. After a lot of effort, everyone finally moved the goods back to the food factory. Guys, go back with the team. I have some family matters to attend to, so I need to go home at noon. After speaking, little Lu gave Lin Qingyu a quick look, then borrowed a colleague's bicycle and quickly disappeared. Comrade Lin, do you want to come with us? Seeing little Lu leave, the others kindly asked Lin Qingyu for her opinion. Leaving a girl alone in the countryside wasn't their way. Although it wasn't far from the city, there weren't many households nearby, so they were still worried. No need. There are relatives of mine nearby. Since I came here, I plan to visit them and then return to the city myself. Refusing the colleague's kindness, Lin Qingyu chose a direction and slowly walked away. No one knew her family situation, so no one suspected anything. After everyone left, she came out from the nearby woods. She quickly returned to the small forest, relieved to see the wild boar was still there. Besides the wild boar, there was also a bag of hawthorn nearby. Seeing that little Lu hadn't returned, she looked around again. Today, she was missing one item for the check-in supplies. If she guessed correctly, it should be nearby. She didn't look for long before finding what she wanted under some dry branches and fallen leaves. It was 5 large chicken mushroom fungi, bigger than her palm. If used to stew small chickens, it would be very tasty. Even if mixed with pork and stir-fried, the flavor wouldn't be bad. Wild boar meat with wild mushrooms is a perfect match. She wrapped the mushrooms in a plastic bag and put them into her bag. Actually, she just threw them into her space. After a while, Xiao Lu came back pulling a cart. He wasn't followed by anyone, clearly not wanting to make this matter public. Together, they carefully lifted the wild boar onto the cart. Xiao Lu placed some dry wood on the cart and covered the boar with a burlap sack. This way, outsiders couldn't see clearly what was on the cart. Moreover, he was a buyer for a food factory, so even if someone found out, he could explain. Brother Lu, I really appreciate what you've done. Leave the rest to me. Remember to come over again after your shift tonight. Some things didn't need to be said aloud. Xiao Lu immediately understood Lin Qingyu's meaning. Do I really not need to help anymore? Handling such a big wild boar is quite complicated. Even as a man, he would need at least half a day to do it properly. Lin Qingyu, A delicate young girl. Definitely couldn't manage it. Don't worry, Brother Lu.
My family will help me.
If neighbors see you come here and you don't leave, it won't look good. Hearing this reminder, Xiao Lu understood immediately. All right then. I'll go now and come back after work tonight. He needed to return the cart home and tell his family to prepare more money. Also, when he moved the wild boar earlier, he got dirty all over. He had to go home and change into clean clothes, or his colleagues at the factory would ask questions in the afternoon. Lin Qingyu glanced at the time. Since they went outside on a task, their shift ended earlier than usual. There was still nearly 2 hours left, enough for her to finish processing the wild boar. Both large pots were placed on the stove and filled with water, kept ready for use. Lin Qingyu went to her storage space and found the pig slaughtering tools. She also took out several woven bamboo baskets. These were meant to hold the meat later. Meat during this season shouldn't be kept for long. By noon, she prepared her own share, which needed to be marinated first. The remaining meat, intended to be shared, was stored separately. Once the water in the pots boiled, Lin Qingyu started scalding and scraping the hair. After an hour, the big wild pig was cut into evenly sized strips. She washed a small water basin and submerged all her reserved meat into it. Because she added enough salt and kept it in a cool place, it should stay good. After an hour and a half, Lin Qingyu sealed the rest of the meat and dropped it into the water well. With 10 minutes to go, she finished washing up, changed her clothes, and went to the food factory. There were no outside tasks in the afternoon, so she worked until the end of her shift and then went home on time. Today, Yi Dad and Yi Mom finished work earlier than usual. When they returned, Lin Qingyu immediately told them about the wild pig. We kept half of the pork for ourselves, and I planned to give the other half to Brother Lu. Although I found and killed the pig myself, I couldn't have done it without Brother Lu. If everyone found out, the pig would have to be handed over. Not to mention keeping half, even 2 Jin, would be a good share. You did the right thing. People need to help each other to keep good relationships. Yi Dad agreed with Lin Qingyu's decision. Xiao Yu, since we got so much meat this time, I'll also send some to your grandpa later. I'll tell them it was bought with money from my colleagues, so they won't know about you hunting the pig. Don't blame me. If my brothers find out, most of our meat might be shared with others. For the first time, Lin Qingyu realized her father-in-law was protective of his food. He didn't oppose her actions. She didn't know much about her in-laws' affairs, so she decided to let them handle it themselves. Just as they finished talking about the pig, they heard a knock at the door. When she opened it, it was indeed Xiao Lu and his family. Have the wild boars all been taken care of? I specifically brought my dad here. He's very good at butchering pigs. Xiao Lu entered the yard, already rolling up his sleeves and preparing to help with the wild boar. No need to trouble yourself, Brother Lu. The wild boar has already been slaughtered, Lin Qingyu said as she lifted the cold, hanging wild boar meat from the well. Everyone curiously unwrapped the layers, finally seeing the fresh wild boar meat inside. As expected, girls are more careful, Xiao Lu's father quickly praised when he saw this. Brother, don't say so much. Xiao Yu said that the reason the pork was safely brought home is partly thanks to your son. Take this half, go home early and cure it, so it doesn't spoil. Hearing Ye's father, Lu's father immediately waved his hand. No, that won't do. I've heard my son say that this wild boar was caught by your daughter-in-law. He just helped carry it home a little. You can't take half of the pork. After saying this, Lu's father signaled to his wife nearby. She immediately took out a roll of money from her pocket. I know this money isn't enough to buy your pork, but I hope you won't mind the small amount. We'll give you the money, and we'll take the meat. They originally just wanted to buy some, but didn't expect the other side to offer half as a gift. But Lu's father and mother looked at their son, knowing they didn't want to take advantage. Their family isn't short of money, but they lack receipts. Since that's the case, there's no need to make things difficult for their son. As I said, it's for you. You should take this money and go back. Ye's parents were very pleased with how the Lu family behaved. They're not greedy people. Oh, old Yi, don't bother with formalities. My son and your daughter-in-law are colleagues. They often go on missions together. You can fully trust your son's character. Later, our family might have a wedding. We'd like to invite you to come and celebrate. Some words Lu's father found hard to say directly. After all, Ye's daughter-in-law looks delicate and gentle, like a young girl. And his son is a strong, vigorous man. If the other person's family truly misunderstood, it will be hard to work with them in the future. But luckily, purchasing tasks are usually just a same-day round trip. If the trip is far away, a group of people will go together. Then there won't be any misunderstandings, not even with a female colleague. Brother Liu, don't worry too much. We also trust Suyu's character. Some words don't need to be said much, just enough to get the point across. The other person will understand what we mean. In the end, Liu's mother still put the money into Ye's mother's arms, then quickly left Ye's house with her husband and son. This family is really honest. We should spend more time with them. This was what Ye's father said to Ye's mother. Socializing has always been a part of life. Sometimes, when men are not convenient to go out, women handle the social interactions. When women get along well, it becomes much easier for men to discuss matters. Ye's father is not a stubborn person. He is a small leader at the factory, and the other family works in the purchasing department. Maybe someday, they will need to use each other. Mom and Dad, let's cook quickly. By the way, Dad, since this meat is fresh, hurry and take it to Grandpa. Mom and I will cook at home. Ye's father went out but never came back. Ye's mother finally decided not to wait. After dinner with Lin Qingyu, they each went to rest in their rooms. The next morning, she saw a lively and energetic Ye's father. Last night, I had a couple of drinks with Grandpa. We talked until late. This is from Grandpa. When Nanshin comes back in a few days, you two should go visit. As Lin Qingyu expected, Ye's father was held up by Grandpa. Dad, what did Grandpa give you? Lin Qingyu took the small cloth bag, felt a weight in her hand, and asked curiously. I don't know what's inside. Just take a look. No matter what Grandpa gave you, keep it safe. Anyway, what he gives you, he also gives to other granddaughters-in-law. You don't need to worry about it. Hearing Ye's father say this, Lin Qingyu took the item. When she opened it at home, she was surprised to find a large gold bracelet. In this era, anyone who dares to openly carry gold and silver jewelry will definitely be investigated. Usually, people hide their valuables at home and only wear them when no one is around. These are treasures that can be passed down through generations, so they are very valuable. Even after many years, gold remains the most solid form of money in the world. Although I haven't met the old man yet, I believe he is a kind and gentle person. After breakfast, I parted ways with Dad Yi and Mom Yi and went to the food factory. On the way, many people I know greeted me. Everyone was friendly, without conflicts of interest. No one would act mean. System, check in, I thought as I entered the factory. I remembered I hadn't checked in today, so I used my check-in feature immediately. Congratulations, the host has successfully checked in. This time you received swimming skills, Oreo cookie making tutorial, and instant noodle seasoning recipe. 3 new items from the check-in. One is a life skill, swimming. The other 2 are related to snacks. The tutorials and recipes were directly transmitted into my mind. It's like I was born knowing them. As long as I have the ingredients, I can make them right away. But I still don't understand what the system wants me to do with these 2 recipes. When I arrived at my workstation, I overheard Sister Kai at the neighboring table chatting with others about gossip. She said, "You guys don't know, in 2 months there will be a city exchange meeting." She continued, "Our food factory hasn't developed any impressive products yet to capture the market and earn foreign exchange coupons." She added, "Every year, our factory ranks at the bottom. We have what others have, and others have what we don't. We lose to other factories every time, which makes our director very embarrassed." She explained, "This year, the director is trying hard, giving the R&D department lots of funding, but they still haven't created a new product that stands out." She said, "Last night, the director lost his temper and said that everyone, except the senior staff in R&D, can join in." She concluded, "As long as the food is innovative and tasty enough, the director will take that person to the city exchange meeting." Their conversation was clear and loud enough for me to hear every word. She finally understood why the material check-in system gave her 2 recipes. "Sister Kai, can anyone join?" Curious, she moved closer but was immediately pulled into the group by Kai Jia. "I remember, Xiao Lin. You're from out of town, right? Do you have any local specialties? Our factory has entered anything edible into this competition. If you get selected, you can participate in the Haisher exchange event and win a big prize. I think, Shaolin, you should give it a try. Sister Kai also wanted to join, but her cooking skills weren't very good. She could only watch as others earned the prize money. My hometown does have many specialties. Has the factory said how to join? Do you need to sign up in advance? Should I prepare at home and bring it, or make it on site at the factory? Hearing Lin Qingyu's questions, Sister Kai became interested immediately. Shaolin, I'm so glad you're willing to join. You don't know, the girl from the neighboring production department, Ma Dajiao, is also taking the test. She boasts about her cooking skills and claims the reward is hers this time. Shaolin, you must help our department do well and beat the people from their production team. From her words, it seemed the purchasing and production departments didn't get along well. Or maybe Sister Kai just didn't like the other girl. But either way, she was definitely going to participate this time. As for how to join, you can prepare at home and bring it to the director, who will take it to the factory manager for the competition. Or you can use the kitchen tools at the food factory to make it on the spot. Sister Kai carefully explained the process to Lin Qingyu and then showed her the notice on the bulletin board. At noon, Lin Qingyu didn't choose to eat in the cafeteria. She hurried back home, lit the stove, and started cooking. 2 months might seem like a short or long time, depending on perspective. Their local food factory has a conveyor line for instant noodles, but the fillings and flavors are quite simple. So Lin Qingyu only needed to adjust the flavors of a few familiar seasoning packets she knew well. Having been directly taught by the system, as soon as she touched the ingredients, she knew exactly what to do. As for Oreo sandwich cookies, she doesn't have any chocolate here, so she can only put it aside for now. In the afternoon, Lin Qingyu brought 2 homemade seasonings to the factory. Instead of going to her usual workspace, she headed straight to Director Wang's office. Shaolin, I heard you're going to join the food contest. Is it already prepared? Seeing Lin Qingyu, Director Wang immediately understood her intention. This surprised Lin Qingyu a bit. She hadn't even mentioned it, so how did he know? Your sister Kai told me this morning. If you need more time, I can approve your leave. Although he hadn't tasted Lin Qingyu's cooking yet, Director Wang was willing to give his team more chances. No need to trouble yourself. My seasoning is a bit special. It's just a semi-finished product. Then, Lin Qingyu shared her idea with Director Wang. She placed the 2 prepared seasonings on the table. When Director Wang brought 2 packs of instant noodles, he added the seasonings she brought. The 2 incredibly tempting aromas quickly filled the air. Director, the 2 seasonings I brought today are pickled vegetable flavor and original pork bone flavor. If sold to foreigners, tomato flavor might be more popular, but I haven't been able to find foreign tomatoes yet. While Director Wang was unsure which bowl to try first, Lin Qingyu shared her opinion. Shaolin, hold the other bowl of noodles and come with me. After tasting Lin Qingyu's noodles, Director Wang immediately felt that the ones he had eaten before couldn't compare at all. Although both are instant noodles, the taste and texture are completely different. Just changing the sauce made such a big difference. If he weren't in a hurry to report to the factory manager, he would have liked to show off all at once. Director Wang, no need to rush. I've prepared enough seasoning for the contest. Unfortunately, Director Wang didn't listen to her explanation. He strode forward and disappeared around the corner. Factory director, are you there? As he walked, he called out. This drew the attention of many people. The funny expression made people want to tease him. Hey, isn't that our department's Shaolin? He made 2 new delicious foods. I plan to let the factory director try them. Hearing their supervisor's words, Lin Qingyu, who was following behind, felt a bit embarrassed. The supervisor was too embarrassing. She had only made some improvements, so there was no need to make a big fuss. The factory director soon received the news and called the 2 of them inside. Many onlookers also went into the director's office to watch. If the office hadn't already been full, others would have pushed in too. Even so, several people were leaning on the windows. Some people, smelling the aroma, stood outside far away, unwilling to leave, eager to see what amazing food the procurement team had made. Lin Qingyu was called over to Director Wang's side to report her ideas about the 2 seasoning packets. Because it was summer, and there were many people around. Honestly, the room was stuffy and hot. Fortunately, after she finished her report, The director told her to go back first. Only Director Wang was kept behind. It was unclear what the director said to him, but when she saw Director Wang again, he was smiling openly. Shaolin, you really made a contribution this time. As for the foreign tomato you mentioned, the director has already sent someone to buy it. Once we get the ingredients, I'll need you to help make that tomato-flavored seasoning packet. Director Wang called Lin Qingyu into his office to talk about the tomato-flavored seasoning packet. Don't worry, Supervisor. As long as I have enough ingredients, I can make more than just these 3 flavors. Hearing this, Director Wang became more interested. Tell me, what other flavors can you make? He took a notebook from his drawer, planning to write it down. Instant noodles are now quite rare, and not many people are willing to buy them. Many remote areas haven't even seen them. But everyone can see the potential of instant noodles and know they are a promising food. Now that there are several new flavors, how could people not be excited? That's just the beginning. Like mushroom chicken soup flavor, spicy Sichuan flavor, cilantro flavor, and prickly ash flavor. After hearing the other flavors, Director Wang could imagine a little. But what is this cilantro flavor supposed to be? Cilantro is really loved by some people and hated by others. Those who dislike it can't stand the taste at all. How could there be such a flavor in instant noodles? But that's not a problem. Once Comrade Xiaolin makes it, everyone will see. After all, Director Wang personally likes cilantro very much. Alright, Xiaolin. I'm giving you half a day off. Go home and study it carefully. Come back tomorrow afternoon to work, and then give me a detailed copy of the recipe you develop. Director Wang also asked for Lin Qingyu's address, so he could visit her anytime. Since Lin Qingyu just started working at the factory, she got a new day off. She happily slung her bag over her shoulder and went home. But on her way back, passing by a small river, she saw 2 people ahead shouting something at the crowd. Curious, she walked over. She saw a child struggling in the water, while 2 young adults on the bank, probably the child's parents, looked worried. Unfortunately, neither of them could swim. The river had just been repaired, so the water was very deep. They were desperate, trying to rescue the child. The man wanted to jump in without hesitation, but the woman held him back tightly. The woman was kneeling on the ground, begging nearby passers-by for help. But there was no one around except elderly people and children, and no one could help. At this moment, Lin Qingyu rushed over. Help me hold my bag, please. I'm going to save that child. She handed her bag and coat to the woman and jumped into the water herself. With her swimming skills, she quickly found the child. But the child was flailing wildly. If she hadn't just learned how to swim, she might not have been able to pull him ashore. The child looked about 5 or 6 years old, a boy with a round head, and very cute. However, after falling into the water, he was still in shock and hadn't recovered. He looked a bit listless, with a pale face, clearly frightened. Oh, since the child was rescued, you should quickly take him home. In the evening, remember to call your mother-in-law to help call the child's spirit. One kind old grandmother kindly reminded them, but she was soon pulled away by an old man. In this era, superstitions are not allowed, and what the grandmother just said was already a taboo. Fortunately, everyone nearby is a familiar neighbor, so no one will report her. The young couple saw that the child was fine, and both knelt down to Lin Qingyu. Please don't do that. Hurry and take the child home. Look, I'm also wet, I can't stay outside. Go back quickly, I have to leave too. Lin Qingyu tugged at the hem of her work pants. Then she took her clothes, draped them over herself, and hurried away. The young couple, still unable to find out Lin Qingyu's identity, watched her run off quickly and couldn't catch up. They could only take the child back first. This time, we owe that young girl a lot. Husband, go find out who she is. Our family can't forget kindness. When we find her family, we must bring gifts and thank her in person. The young wife, holding her child tightly, earnestly told her husband. Don't worry, wife. Leave this to me. I have some connections here. I will definitely find her. Now, let's take little Bao to the hospital for a checkup. Once everything is fine, we'll go home. The 3 quickly left the riverside and headed to the nearest hospital. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyu returned home, quickly changed her clothes, and took a shower, feeling much better. Fortunately, the river water in this era is very clean.
No pollution, no strange smell.
She quickly cleaned herself up and thought about what flavor of seasoning packets to make next. While Lin Qingyu was making sauce, suddenly some images flashed through her mind. They were scenes she saw when rescuing the little boy in the river. At the time, she didn't pay much attention, but now that she's home, the more she thinks about it, the more strange it seems. It feels like there might be something hidden at the bottom of the river. However, with so many people around during the day, she doesn't dare to go down and check. She can only wait until night when everyone is asleep to look. Not just a small river. She would even dare to explore the stars and the ocean. Her space has an invisible flying craft and a deep-sea explorer. She can travel freely in space or underwater. And it's just a small river. But her plan was suddenly interrupted by an unexpected visitor. It turned out to be Yi Dad's older brother, who returned from the army unexpectedly. He heard about Lin Qingyu and Yi Nansheng and came to see her. Grandpa Yi couldn't come because of health issues. Yi Dad and Yi Mom didn't want to disturb Grandpa, so they hadn't taken Lin Qingyu to visit. They planned to wait until Yi Nansheng returned to visit together. Surprisingly, Yi Uncle was the first to come see Lin Qingyu. Big brother, this is my daughter-in-law. Xiaoyu is a good girl. My wife and I like her very much. Come, Xiaoyu. Say hello to your uncle. Yi Uncle is a very stern man, looking much stronger than Yi Dad. When he doesn't smile, he appears very serious, giving off a strong sense of authority. Fortunately, his sternness didn't scare Lin Qingyu. She had been to many worlds and met all kinds of people. She wasn't afraid of his presence. After a simple greeting, Yi Dad invited Yi Uncle inside. They were having dinner, so he asked him to sit down. Sister-in-law's cooking is getting better and better, Yi Uncle praised after tasting a bite. It's not my cooking, it's our little Yu's, Yi Mom said shyly, happily holding Lin Qingyu's hand and explaining to Yi Uncle. I thought sister-in-law's skills were already good, but I didn't expect my niece-in-law's cooking to be even better. As they talked, Uncle Ye's mood grew sadder. His younger brother had good taste, married a wife who cooked well, and had a decent job. Even the daughter-in-law they found was just as skilled in cooking as his own wife. These father and son seemed to have been blessed in a past life for saving the entire dragon country. It's not just that his wife couldn't cook. Even the daughter-in-law they married into couldn't cook well. Because of this, they even hired a chef. People outside only envy their comfortable life, but only they knew they couldn't stand the dishes made by their wives and daughter-in-law. To avoid upsetting his stomach, he had no choice but to take this drastic step. After dinner, Uncle Yi left the Yi family. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyu had gained another gift in her hands. Uncle Yi was a straightforward man and gave her things she would use. Although Lin Qingyu already had a watch, she didn't mind having a few more. Even if she couldn't wear them all, she could sell them. The watch was quite valuable and could fetch a good price. After Uncle Yi left, Lin Qingyu was about to go out when she noticed a few pairs of eyes outside. Her original plan was disrupted, so she decided to go back inside and sleep. These people were sent by Uncle Yi to investigate her. Some even went to her hometown and checked her ancestors' lineage. When she wanted to go out but saw people outside, Lin Qingyu immediately realized what was happening. So for a while she decided to hold back and not do anything out of line. But before she could settle her mind, she suddenly received news that Grandpa Yi was critically ill. That night, one thing after another happened, catching Lin Qingyu off guard. Still, she followed Ye's father and mother to Uncle Ye's place. Grandpa Yi was lying in bed, with a doctor personally treating him. But the doctor had little hope for Grandpa Ye's condition and shook his head, telling them to spend more time with him. Despite that, the doctor did not leave and stayed by his bedside to watch over him. The doctor said if they could find 100-year-old ginseng, Grandpa might live for another 2 years. But I have used all my contacts and couldn't find 100-year-old ginseng. Uncle Yi lowered his head and spoke to his brothers who were rushing over. What should we do? Maybe we should help look for it too. Perhaps we can find it. Everyone didn't want to give up. Even if there was only a small hope, they wanted to try their best. Dad, come outside with me. Lin Qingyu heard about the 100-year-old ginseng and quickly tugged on Uncle Ye's sleeve. They went outside the room. Little Yu, do you have something to say? Dad Ye's mood was clearly low. Because Grandpa Yi suddenly fell ill, he was trying hard to hold back his tears. Grandpa Yi was a legendary figure in his life. Even though he was busy with official duties, he never completely ignored his sons. His way of showing love was a bit special, but the Yi brothers were very close. No matter what path they chose, others would support them. Now that Grandpa Yi was seriously ill, how could Dad Yi not feel sad? Dad, I have 100-year-old ginseng here, but I left it at home. Maybe I should go back and get it for Grandpa. Lin Qingyu did have 100-year-old ginseng. Not only that, her space even contained 1,000-year-old ginseng. When she first got the Heaven Trade System, she exchanged with cultivators from the cultivation world for spiritual plant seeds. Because she had many spiritual plants, her space was filled with spiritual energy. Other ordinary plants grew much faster and were of higher quality. For example, ginseng was planted many times. Since she hadn't encountered any urgent situations, she hadn't used it. Now that Grandpa Yi was seriously ill, Lin Qingyu wanted to help. In this special time, she didn't care about conserving space resources. Really? Wait for a moment. I'll talk to my eldest uncle and ask him to send a car to take us back to get it. Hearing that his daughter-in-law had 100-year-old ginseng, Dad Yi immediately became excited. He loudly called out Uncle Ye's name and told him about this. Uncle Yi, who had been looking despondent, immediately said he would drive them himself to get it. As for whether the 100-year-old ginseng was really useful, they didn't know. But if it worked, there was a small chance of hope, right? No one dared to delay, and they quickly retrieved the ginseng. When the doctor saw the 100-year-old ginseng, he immediately snatched it and examined it carefully, holding it in his hands. This ginseng is at least 100 years old. Even better than my master's requirements. Everyone, please wait a moment. I will take this ginseng to my master to prepare medicine pills to save Mr. Yi. Soon, the doctor was escorted by 2 guards to see his master. The Yi family members seemed to know who the doctor's master was, so no one doubted his words. The others stayed by old Mr. Ye's side, anxiously waiting. Lin Qingyu was pulled aside by Ye's mother and whispered softly, "If this ginseng can really save old Mr. Ye's life, you'll have made a great contribution. Xiaoyu, thank you so much. Since you married into our family, you haven't enjoyed much happiness, but you've had to be separated from your husband. When Nansheng comes back, I will make sure he compensates you well." The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law whispered in the corner, while the men of the Yi family stayed by the bedside. The other 2 daughters-in-law went to the kitchen to prepare some nutritious soup for old Mr. Yi. Old Mr. Yi was gravely ill now and couldn't eat normal food, only some broth to keep him alive. "The medicine is here," someone shouted, and soon the downstairs became noisy. The sound carried up to the 2nd floor, and a crowd quickly filled the corridor. "Let's go and see too." Ye's mother held Lin Qingyu's hand and headed toward the patient's room. "Everyone, don't crowd into the room. Too many people will block the air, which isn't good for old Mr. Ye's condition." The doctor stopped at the door, preventing others from going inside. Inside, old Uncle Yi heard the doctor's words and hurriedly sent the extra people out. Only the doctor and the 3 brothers of the Yi family remained inside. "Xiaoyu, let's stand here. It's too crowded over there." Ye's mother looked at the door and stopped, pulling Lin Qingyu with her. "Sister-in-law, this time, it's all thanks to Xiaoyu from your family. Nansheng has been married for so long, and we haven't had a chance to go and congratulate him. Once Dad's condition stabilizes, we'll hold another wedding for Xiaoyu and Nansheng. Originally, this was something planned to be discussed after Yi Nansheng returned home. It was the decision made by the Yi family. Although Lin Qingyu didn't want to go through another wedding, she didn't care much about these things and didn't want to be too tired. You should know getting married can be very exhausting. Especially in a big family like the Yi family, there will definitely be many people coming to offer congratulations. But she couldn't show her feelings. Everything would be discussed after Yi Nansheng came back. The women of the Yi family were chatting together, while Lin Qingyu, as a younger family member, could only keep company. Maybe because she hadn't slept all night, or because she had saved someone from drowning the day before, she felt some cramping in her lower abdomen. At first, Lin Qingyu didn't pay much attention, thinking it was just hunger. But since everyone was anxiously waiting, she didn't want to bother them for food. She only reluctantly put a piece of candy in her mouth to secretly boost her energy. After eating the candy, her stomach pain eased a bit. But after a while, she felt uncomfortable again. Her lower abdomen was throbbing, as if her period was about to start. If she hadn't stocked up on enough sanitary pads in her space, she might have already decided to go home and get some. Mom, why does Nan Shun's wife look a bit unwell? Is she sick? The daughter-in-law of the eldest aunt accidentally looked back and saw Lin Qingyu standing by the wall, closing her eyes to rest. Her face was very pale, as if she was in pain. Sister-in-law, I'm fine, she quickly explained. Based on how her lower abdomen felt, her period was about to start. This was her first period since coming here, and it was normal for girls to experience some menstrual pain. Some people have premenstrual pain, some have postmenstrual pain, and some feel pain during their period. Everyone's menstrual pain occurs at different times. She thought that once her period really started, she wouldn't feel this uncomfortable, so she was holding it in. Moreover, this pain wasn't unbearable. Xiaoyu, if you're tired, go rest in your sister-in-law's room, the eldest aunt from the Yi family suggested, seeing Lin Qingyu's pale face. If you're feeling unwell, you should rest first. We will stay here and watch over you. Mother Yi was also a bit sleepy and had drifted into her thoughts. When she heard her eldest sister-in-law speak, she snapped back to reality. Seeing her daughter-in-law's face, she knew she wasn't feeling well. She gently supported Lin Qingyu, wanting to take her to the room to rest. No need, Mom. I'm just about to get my period, and my stomach is a bit uncomfortable. It's nothing serious. As dawn was approaching, she felt there was no rush. She planned to make herself some pain relief medicine when she got home. There are ready herbs in the space, and as long as she took the time, she could cure her menstrual pain. But you shouldn't force yourself to stay upright. Before Mother Yi finished speaking, she noticed movement at Grandpa Ye's door. Everyone's attention was drawn there, so they temporarily stopped talking about Lin Qingyu. Old Master Yi has passed the dangerous period. With proper rest, he should be fine. A middle-aged doctor with a medical kit, accompanied by 2 young apprentices, explained to the Yi family members, and then hurriedly left. They had stayed up all night and were very tired. The pressure they faced was even greater than that of the Yi family. Caring for such an important elder, any mistake could cause big trouble for them. If they managed to save him, it was a big achievement. But if he didn't survive, they would also face consequences. Alright, everyone go back and rest first. When Dad gets better, I will let you know so you can come visit. Uncle Yi came out of the house looking very tired. He sent all the younger members of the family away, leaving only the 3 men to continue watching over the elder. Lin Qingyu and Mother Yi were also told to go home and wait. Since Lin Qingyu was feeling unwell, Mother Yi was happy to take a break. She quickly left with her daughter-in-law, planning to cook some red sugar eggs for her. On the way home, Lin Qingyu felt more and more strange. This didn't seem like her usual menstrual pain. Although everyone's experience with menstrual pain is different, this time felt really odd. Xiao Tian, can you check for me? What's wrong with me? Lin Qingyu was most worried about having some kind of gynecological illness. Although gynecological illnesses do not threaten life, they take a long time to treat and are very frustrating. She would rather suffer from menstrual pain, as she can treat that herself. Congratulations, the host, you are pregnant. It's probably because of the intense activity on your wedding night that you got pregnant. The words from 005 made Lin Qingyu think of when she first arrived in this world. She almost got swallowed by that man. He was really bold, and she hardly slept all night. Now that she knows she's pregnant, she can't handle it the way she used to. It's best to go to the hospital, get a progesterone shot, and stabilize the pregnancy. Mom, let's go to the hospital. She decided to go right away since the hospital is closer than going home. Lin Qingyu didn't want to make unnecessary trips, so she took her mother-in-law, Yi, and headed to the hospital. Is the pain unbearable? Going to the hospital is good. I can also check you carefully. As a doctor, Yi has treated many girls with menstrual pain. Although not every case can be completely cured, relief is possible. Soon, the two women arrived at Ye's workplace. Lin Qingyu didn't follow Ye's advice to see a specialist for menstrual pain, but went to the gynecology department, where pregnancy is checked. Only then did Yi realize that her daughter-in-law was already married and had been with her son for some time. Her son was young and full of energy. She hadn't taught him about protection, so it's normal for the couple to have a baby now. Moreover, she was eager for her daughter-in-law to get pregnant early and help expand the family. Dr. Yi, your daughter-in-law is probably over a month pregnant. During the first 3 months, she must be extra careful. She must not catch a cold or overwork herself. It's best to get some good supplements and help her strengthen her body. Your daughter-in-law's health isn't very good. She probably wasn't well taken care of before. You must pay more attention. The doctor checked her pulse and quickly diagnosed Lin Qingyu's condition. Her health had improved a lot recently because she was eating well. If it had been the original owner before, she would have suffered a lot. I understand, Dr. Liu. After returning home, I will take good care of Xiaoyu. When Ye's mother heard the news of her daughter-in-law's pregnancy, she was very happy and walked quickly. However, considering her daughter-in-law's health, she held back her excitement and slowed down. Originally, Ye's mother was supposed to go to work, but to take care of Lin Qingyu, she decided to take her home first. Starting today, I will come back at noon to cook for you. If you're too tired from work, we won't do it. After you have the baby, I will find you a lighter job. Ye's mother looked at Lin Qingyu with great affection. This little one is going to have a smaller baby soon. It always feels a bit unreal. Mom, I'm fine. Maybe I caught a cold from saving someone in the water yesterday, and I didn't rest well last night, so I feel unwell. I'll be better once I recover. Hearing Lin Qingyu's explanation and thinking about what her daughter-in-law said last night, Ye's mother understood the reason for her illness. You, yourself, are pregnant. How could you jump into the river to save someone? If something happened to you, how could I explain it to Nanxing? Although Ye's mother was worried before, she wasn't as anxious as she is now. Her daughter-in-law is very capable, she does well at work and is good at swimming. Saving a life is a noble act, but compared to the lives of her own family, others' lives seem less important. Don't blame Ye's mother for being selfish. She is first a mother and cares most about her children. It's not just her daughter-in-law who can swim. If others don't want to go in, they shouldn't moralize her daughter-in-law. Mom, I'm really fine. Can I sleep for a while first? After staying up all night, Lin Qingyu was very tired. The hospital had given her medication to prevent miscarriage, but now she just wanted to sleep. She could only wait until she woke up to talk. Okay, go rest now. I'll prepare the medication for you to take when you wake up. Ye's mother busily took care of chores in the kitchen. Lin Qingyu slept for about 4 hours before she felt comfortable all over. Sure enough, a person is like iron rice. If you don't eat, you'll feel hungry and weak. Sleep is the food for the mind. Skipping a day makes you feel very tired. He stretched lazily, changed into new clothes, and then left his room. He saw that Mother Yi hadn't left yet, so he went to the kitchen to help. When he saw the dishes, he almost got a shock. Mom, why did you make so much delicious food? Dad isn't home either. With just us two, we could eat for several days. Looking at the many dishes on the stove, he felt a bit overwhelmed. Yes, I did make quite a lot. Since you're pregnant, I thought I'd cook a few more dishes to see what you like. Our family will cook according to your taste from now on. I was just worried it might not suit everyone's appetite. Actually, halfway through cooking, Mother Yi realized this. But since all the dishes were already prepared, not cooking them would mean wasting food. So she decided to cook everything all at once. Later, if her daughter-in-law didn't want to eat some, she would pack it up and send it to her husband. No matter how many dishes there are, they will all be finished when they arrive at old Ye's house. Mother Yi is very confident in her cooking skills. Mom, you're so kind to me. How did I get so lucky to have such a good mother-in-law? Lin Qingyu walked over, took Mother Yi's arm, and softly acted cute. She was a bit shorter than Mother Yi. Leaning on her made her feel a little like a small bird. This gesture almost made Mother Yi melt. Because of an injury from giving birth to Yi Nanxing years ago, Mother Yi's health was affected. Their other son was in a special department and couldn't come home for many years. So Lin Qingyu always thought Mother Yi only had Yi Nanxing as her son. But soon, she would find out that her husband had other brothers. All right, go wash up first. Dinner will be ready soon. Mother Yi patted Lin Qingyu's arm and urged her to get ready. She then brought all the dishes to the table. At the same time, she placed the cleaned food containers nearby, planning to pack up any leftovers for her daughter-in-law later. Since Lin Qingyu was pregnant, she didn't want her to eat leftover food. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Nanxing was sitting on a train, feeling very excited. Finally, I can go home and see my new wife. It's been a long time, and I wonder if my little wife has missed me. Thinking of Lin Qingyu's soft and cute appearance, Yi Nanxing feels very warm inside. Although their marriage didn't start out perfectly, the process has been wonderful. This time, I also brought my father-in-law along. My wife only has this one father, and he has never remarried for her. His fatherly love is as steady as a mountain, which touches me deeply. So, as her husband, I am willing to care for my father-in-law for the rest of his life. Seeing Lin Songda, Lin Qingyu feels very happy. She arranged for her father to stay in the house next door, which is just for her and her husband. She hasn't moved in yet because she is pregnant, and her mother-in-law is watching her closely. When Yi Nanxing heard about his wife's pregnancy, he was very excited.
See?
I knew I was capable. I'll be a dad soon. Wife, I am so happy. He quickly hugged Lin Qingyu and then lifted her high, spinning around several times. Ye's mother looked worried and kept patting her son, telling him to stop. You're such a fool. Didn't you forget your wife is pregnant? How can you play like this? Seeing his mother's worried face, Yi Nanxing hurried to explain. Mom, I know what I'm doing. I won't hurt my wife or the baby. Seeing how much Yi Nanxing loved Lin Qingyu, both of them felt very happy. Their good relationship makes the parents feel at ease. When Lin Songda heard about his daughter's pregnancy, he became even more nervous. He didn't want to come initially, but his son-in-law insisted on bringing him along. He said he wanted to take care of him in old age and have him live with the young couple. But Lin Songda has his own family, his parents and brothers. He feels it would be irresponsible to leave them. His parents said they had others to care for them, so he didn't need to stay. But deep down, Lin Songda knows they don't want to hold him back. Although he only has a daughter and no wife, he is a filial person and doesn't want to be separated from his parents. Two younger brothers are no longer young, and their family should have split up long ago.
But I don't feel much about that.
However, my parents are my family. Even if I am willing to leave my brothers, I can't abandon my parents. But I couldn't argue with my son-in-law, so I had to go along. Lin Songda thought carefully. His main reason for coming was to see if his daughter was doing well. As long as his daughter was happy, he could go back home peacefully and take care of his parents. Now, seeing his daughter completely changed, happy and cheerful, he finally understood. It turns out his daughter always wanted to leave the village, and there was a reason for that. Although their family didn't know much about how they secretly looked down on her in the village, he knew she wasn't happy. She had told him before she wanted to leave. But their family was just simple villagers, and in this era, they couldn't just go anywhere. Even if they wanted to help her, they had no way. Now, everything is better. His daughter married well, and their relationship is very good. Her in-laws are kind people. He can finally relax. After returning home this time, he plans to visit his wife's grave and talk to her properly. He wants her to stop worrying about them. He feels he has finally done right by his wife. Alright, let go of me quickly. Everyone's watching. Do you still look like a team leader? Lin Qingyu punched lightly on Yi Nanxing's chest, but his chest was too hard. She didn't hurt him, but her hand was sore. Go play somewhere else. I won't pay attention to you anymore. Lin Qingyu glared at Yi Nanxing and then went to talk privately with her father. She originally wanted to bring Lin Songda here, so he could take care of her in the future. But because the timing wasn't right, she hadn't done it yet. Now that Yi Nanxing had brought him here, she didn't want him to go back. Since she was pregnant now, she used this as an excuse to let Lin Songda settle down here. The issues with the seasoning for instant noodles had almost been sorted out, and the recipe was handed over to Director Wang. After learning she was pregnant, He even approved her for 2 days off. She had just started working again, but she took several days off in a row, which made others in the factory unhappy. But Lin Qingyu didn't care at all. In a food factory, as long as you keep bringing fresh and tasty food, you can naturally satisfy everyone's needs. Should I be a small purchasing agent or a researcher who develops new products? It all depends on a single thought from Lin Qingyu. Of course, she prefers the job of a purchasing agent. This job is more free, and she can travel around. Most of the time, she works locally, but she can also visit other provinces a few times a year. She really enjoys these business trips. However, she can't do this job for now because she is pregnant. Not only her parents-in-law, but also Grandpa Yi and Uncle Yi have sent their regards. The Yi family wouldn't allow her to work so hard while pregnant, because the Yi family values having children very much. Fortunately, Lin Qingyu also doesn't want to be busy when she's pregnant. She went to Lin Songda's room, and he had cleaned it very neatly. It shows he's a good man who enjoys taking care of his home. Sadly, her mother didn't have this luck and passed away early. That was a tragedy of that time. Poverty and hunger are always the main reasons that harm the poor. Girl, you're here. Come and sit. When Lin Songda saw his daughter, he quickly made space for her to come in. Then he brought a stool for Lin Qingyu to sit on, and he found a place to sit himself. He had many things he wanted to say to his daughter. But before, she didn't like to talk, and he might not get a reply even after talking for a long time. Now that his daughter finally took the initiative to talk to him, Lin Songda felt very happy. Indeed, environment can change a person. Since leaving the village, his daughter has become better and better. He heard she got a very good, decent job with easy work, high pay, and good benefits. If she had stayed in their hometown, she wouldn't have such opportunities. Even the village leader's family can't find work in the city, let alone a daughter-in-law's family in a big city. It's something they could only dream of. Dad, I'm very happy you came. Actually, I was planning to call you later. But I didn't expect your son-in-law to be more thoughtful than me, knowing I miss you, so he brought you here. Lin Qingyu sat across from Lin Songda, watching her father's expression. His face was full of wrinkles, probably from overthinking, and he had more white hair than before. He also had faint dark circles under his eyes, showing he hadn't rested well these past few days. He was a good father, but he didn't know how to show love for his daughter. Shall you stop talking? He said. The villagers bullying you. The son-in-law already told us. It was our fault before. We didn't realize what the villagers were doing. The children looked really cute most days. Everyone called them Uncle Lin when they saw them. But no one knew that behind his back, these people would bully his daughter. To help his daughter get along better in the village, he was kind to all the children. He shared wild fruits from the mountain with them, and when they faced difficulties, he helped them. He thought he had gained the children's trust, so they would take better care of his daughter secretly. He made firm promises to arrange everything, but it turned out he had raised a bunch of ungrateful, selfish people. Father Lin felt very regretful. If he had known, he wouldn't have been so kind. He had given so many good things to ungrateful people. But his daughter hadn't received the care she deserved. Dad, let's just forget about the past, she said. I had my reasons before and I didn't tell you when I had problems, but now I am doing very well. You can see that the Yi family likes me. They don't look down on me just because I'm from the countryside. They don't mock or scorn me either. Now I am truly happy. The father and daughter talked for a long time, opening their hearts completely. After this talk, Lin Qingyu felt much lighter. It seemed the anger and resentment she carried from the original owner had been eased. The original owner was truly sympathetic. But as always, Lin Qingyu believed that she had to walk her own path. No matter what environment she faced, as long as she had a strong heart, she could live well. In the end, she convinced Lin Songda to stay. Lin Songda was assigned to work at a food factory. Although he was a temporary worker, the job was not tiring. He spent time in the warehouse area with the old man who looked after it. This was also part of the condition Lin Qingyu used to continue developing new products, exchanging a spot with the factory director. After a year, Lin Songda would be able to become a permanent employee. The security guard job was definitely a good retirement job. Without connections, it would be hard to get such a relaxed position. Yesong was very happy with this job and felt lucky that he could still earn money and contribute. As long as he didn't have to stay at his son-in-law's house doing nothing, he wouldn't insist on returning to the countryside like before. Once he's saved enough money, he planned to buy a house and find a way to bring his parents to live with him for their retirement. Lin Songden knew he wasn't very capable. He couldn't control his two younger brothers, but he would definitely ask his parents about it. Even if his parents didn't want to come live with him, he would send some money to the elderly every month. The rest of his money would be saved for his daughter. Life seemed to be back on track. After confirming her pregnancy, Lin Xingyu returned to work at the food factory. This time, she didn't go to the purchasing department, but joined the research and development team. As the youngest researcher, she was initially mocked by the older staff. But as Lin Xingyu personally made various delicious cookies and different flavorful dishes, the older colleagues who had been skeptical started to see her differently. They often worried that the young girl might get tired. Especially as Lin Xingyu's belly grew bigger each day, the older staff in the R&D department became more tolerant of her. Even if she arrived late or left early every day, no one said anything. After all, she was smart and could create foods they hadn't thought of. Regarding the exchange meeting in Haishur, Lin Xingyu couldn't attend because her parents, Yi Dad and Yi Mom, strongly opposed it. But their new instant noodles still received high praise from foreigners and earned a lot of foreign exchange. By the time Lin Xingyu was over 9 months pregnant, Yi Nanxing arranged a 2-month maternity leave for her so she could rest at home and prepare for childbirth. In May, Lin Xingyu finally felt labor pains, and her family quickly took her to the hospital. During the long-awaited wait, they finally had a boy and a girl, a beautiful pair of twins. This was the first time in the Yi family's history that twins were born. Grandpa Yi was so happy that his usually weak health seemed to improve instantly, as if he had been energized, and he personally came to the hospital to visit the mother and babies. "Grandpa, why did you come here yourself?" Lin Xingyu was lying on the delivery bed, feeling very touched when she saw the frail old man. Since she married into the Yi family, Grandpa Ye's health has been unpredictable, never giving her a moment of peace. She truly admires her eldest uncle's family, especially Auntie. Taking care of Grandpa Yi was very tiring. She had experienced it twice and was already a bit overwhelmed. But Auntie had been doing it for many years without a single complaint. She understood now why the mother-in-law trusted Auntie so much. As a daughter-in-law, Auntie is truly perfect. As a mother, she cares deeply for her children. As a wife, she is a good helper to Uncle Yi. Apart from her cooking not being very good, there's really nothing to criticize. Honestly, if it were Lin Xingyu, she might not be able to do it either. "Look, I heard you had twins, a boy and a girl. This is the first time in Yi family history. Grandma, you've really made a big contribution to our family this time." Grandpa Yi said this while secretly slipping her a red envelope. Lin Xingyu touched it and knew what was inside. At least 2 large yellow fish. She liked this kind of reward very much. She hoped to get it a few more times. "Grandpa, I don't find it hard work." The family was happy and chatting in the hospital room. After a while, Grandpa Yi was persuaded to go back home. Grandpa is such a good person, Lin Xingyu thought to herself. Your grandpa has always been very good to the children in the family. Especially this time, he's so happy to have 2 grandchildren.
How could he not be?
After seeing Grandpa Yi off outside, her mother, who had just returned, heard her words and smiled. "Mom, has Grandpa left?" Lin Xingyu didn't expect that her conversation with 005 was overheard by her mother-in-law. Fortunately, her words were normal and she didn't reveal anything. "He's gone now." Grandpa was very happy and said he wants to have a drink tonight. Mother Yi came to check on the 2 children. Seeing they were sleeping peacefully, she didn't disturb them. Then she turned to care for her daughter-in-law, asking if she was thirsty or hungry at different times. After a while, she went back to her office to continue working. Since she was at her workplace, she didn't take leave. She would occasionally find time to check on them or come to help. Moreover, Yi Songda was always with his daughter. If anything happened, he would call someone for help. Yi Nansheng had already moved his work back to the local area. He had no time during the day, so he only stayed with his wife and children at night. During the day, Yi Songda, Yi Dad, and Mother Yi took turns to care for them. Aunt Yi and her sister-in-law also came to help every day. Lin Qingyu was never short of help and didn't feel neglected. She stayed in the hospital for half a month, and once she was allowed to wash her hair and bathe, she changed the water 3 times. Feeling refreshed, she called her grandparents again. "Grandma, I gave birth to 2 babies at once. My in-laws are back at work. Would you really not come to help me share the burden? Even if it's just for a year or 2, once the children are a bit older, we can manage." Lin Qingyu planned to use the excuse of caring for the children to persuade her grandparents to come over. Otherwise, the elderly couple would probably stay in the countryside to avoid bothering her. In the end, Lin's grandparents were brought over to her side. At first, they thought they were just here to help take care of their granddaughter. After all, their 3 sons only had the eldest son without a wife. Since their eldest granddaughter had no mother to help her, they felt it was right for them to care more. Moreover, the child had a very hard life. She lost her mother early and, as she grew older, became introverted and couldn't get along with the other children in the village. Later, they learned from her son-in-law that their granddaughter had been bullied by her peers. Even children in her class would speak harshly to her. No wonder the girl had such a reserved personality. All because the elders were blind and unaware, they caused today's hardships. Fortunately, although the granddaughter's first half of life was not very happy, things improved after she met her husband. This brought some comfort to their guilty hearts. When Lin Qingyu made the 3rd call, the 2 elders discussed with their other 2 sons' families before deciding to come and help take care of Lin Qingyu's child. But when they arrived, they found that the eldest granddaughter's child was very easy to care for. Hungry, she ate. Wet, she cried. She was usually very obedient and not at all troublesome. They only needed to help watch the child when her parents were at work. Whenever one of the Yi family members returned home, someone would take over caring for the child. They didn't feel very tired. Since coming to the granddaughter's husband's home, they didn't do much work. It was more like they were there to enjoy themselves. Every day, they ate delicious food and drank good drinks, with different dishes prepared for them. In just over a month, both of the elders had gained a lot of weight. In today's world, gaining weight is not easy. Plus, with the arrival of the 1980s, policies became more relaxed. The country encouraged people to go out, work, or start businesses. The twin children just turned 2, and Lin Qingyu also gave the old Yi family a baby boy. After having 3 children, Lin Qingyu followed the call to stop having more. Yi Nansheng also cooperated fully, actively using the small umbrella. They say that if one thing goes smoothly, everything will follow. Sometimes this saying is really true. Lin Qingyu's work at the food factory went smoothly, and Yi Nansheng was promoted. After experiencing layoffs, Uncle Lin listened to his older brother's advice and went south to buy some small goods to sell. Although the process was tiring, they made some money. With this start, Uncle Lin became eager to start his own business. A few years later, he opened 2 clothing stores in the county. As for Uncle Lin's 3rd brother, both he and his wife are honest and simple, unlike their older brother who is lucky to have a powerful son-in-law and a successful daughter. They are also not as quick-witted as Uncle Lin, so they stayed in their hometown to farm. Lin Qingyu remembered her relationship with Uncle Lin San's family and the original owner. Although Uncle Lin San and Aunt Lin San were unwilling to come out, she still helped bring their younger siblings out. Later, each of Uncle Lin San's siblings became successful outside. They found ways to bring their parents to live with them. Meanwhile, those villagers from Laolin Family Support Village, who once looked down on them, now secretly envy their family. They watched as the Lin family prospered, while they remained stuck in poverty, unable to escape. Even though some young people from the village went out to work compared to the Lin family, it was like heaven and earth. The Lin family went out to work to earn money, while others just worked to make a living. They could earn some money, but it was only enough to survive. After saving enough to build a house and marry, they still owed a lot from the famine. When they paid off their debts, the younger generation grew up, and it was time to build new houses and marry again. They were always trapped in this cycle, unable to break free. At Lin Qingyu's request, the Lin family did not cause trouble for any villagers from Laolin village. Originally, they were kind to others, always patient and helpful to the elders and children in the village. But these ungrateful people not only insulted the Lin men behind their backs, calling them useless, but also bullied the Lin children. This grudge, as long as Lin Qingyu couldn't get through it, the Lin family wouldn't be able to either. 18 years passed quickly. Lin Qingyu's 3 children grew up, and she went from a technician at a food factory to the CEO of a listed company. In this life, Lin Qingyu focused on the snack industry. Thanks to her foresight and innovation, she brought many delicious foods to this world early. All those familiar snacks carried her label. Although Yi Nanxing had little time to spend with her throughout the year, their relationship was always good. Every time Yi Nanxing returned, they would stay close, and it was obvious. But one day, Lin Qingyu received news from the higher-ups that her husband had an accident and asked her to identify the body. Hearing this terrible news, the Yi family was in chaos. Lin Qingyu was even more unable to believe it. Clearly, that dishonest man had promised her he would never do dangerous work again. But who knew, all those words were just lies to deceive her. Being angry was one thing, but she quickly packed her bags and headed to the border. "Where is my husband's body?" Lin Qingyu, dressed in black, appeared at the frontline command center. "Sister-in-law, we haven't found Brother Sheng's body yet." 2 officers approached her, saluting politely before speaking with a helpless tone. "What do you mean, not found yet? Didn't you ask us to identify the body?" Hearing that the body hadn't been found, a glimmer of hope appeared in Lin Qingyu's heart. "It's like this, sister-in-law. Brother Sheng disappeared in this part of the sea. We've sent people to search, but haven't found him. Higher-ups suspect that Sheng might have been eaten by a shark, and they're about to give up the search." The officer pointed to a spot on the map, his eyes slightly reddening. These soldiers were under Yi Nanxing's command. They had originally planned to go with him, but due to some special circumstances, they were left behind. Now, both of them deeply regretted it. Maybe if they had gone with him, he wouldn't have died. Instead, they felt annoyed by those who said they were lucky to have escaped. As soldiers, they would never give up. Even knowing the dangers ahead, they would keep moving forward without hesitation. "I want to go myself," Lin Qingyu said, pointing at a spot on the map. "This place." That was the location the officer had just indicated. "Stop her quickly." Although the 2 tried hard to stop her, Lin Qingyu ignored them and rushed out. She had to find Yi Nanxing, and no one could stop her. No one could stop her. At this moment, Lin Qingyu's mind was on the edge, ready to lose control at any moment. If she caused a scene, ordinary people wouldn't be able to get close to her. "Sister-in-law, if you really want to go, please take us with you." Seeing they couldn't stop her, the 2 could only follow her and cause trouble together. "You don't need us. I can handle it myself." Lin Qingyu knew her own matters well. She had something that allowed her to move freely underwater, and this thing must never be exposed to others. So, she had to refuse their kindness. "Sister-in-law, you can't do this. If something happens to you, how will we explain to Brother Sheng?" But it was already too late. Lin Qingyu had taken a small boat and disappeared from the shore. "Hurry and report this. I'll go after her." The 2 exchanged a quick look and made a decision. Brother Sheng is in trouble, and sister-in-law must not get hurt. They knew. Sister-in-law is Brother Sheng's life. Now that Brother Sheng was in trouble, even though no one had seen him alive or dead, everyone was losing hope. They absolutely could not allow anything to happen to sister-in-law now. As for Lin Qingyu, she was speeding toward the area where Yi Nanxing had disappeared. 005, help me out. Find Yi Nanxing for me and see where he is. She planned to protect her man herself. Earlier, because of sudden news from above, she was caught off guard. Since the system hadn't given her any updates, she believed he was still alive. "I'm here, host. Let me scan for him." With 005's help, Lin Qingyu kept changing her course. Behind her, the group that initially greeted her had grown into a long line of boats. Her taking the boat and heading out to sea had already alarmed the higher-ups. They ordered their people to bring Lin Qingyu back safely. Most likely, many would face punishment afterward. But what did that have to do with Lin Qingyu? Right now, she only wanted to save her man. As long as she found Yi Nansheng, all those punishments would disappear. After all, Yi Nansheng held a high position in the military. His life was very important. Sister-in-law, please stop. The people behind started using loudspeakers to urge Lin Qingyu to stop. But she didn't stop when they called out. Instead, she sped up her boat. This made the crew member shouting at her get a sharp slap from the officer on the back of his head. I'm sorry, little brother. When I rescue Yi Nansheng, I will make him pay you back. When Lin Qingyu looked back, she just happened to see this scene and could only say sorry in her heart. Host, I found Yi Nansheng. Fortunately, my system is very helpful and quickly located Yi Nansheng. Following the guidance, Lin Qingyu quickly arrived at a rocky beach. To her surprise, hidden among these rocks was a small island that had never been discovered before. The island was small and not very tall. When the water was deep, it could even submerge the entire island. Right now, the tide was low, so the island was visible. Yi Nansheng, because the rocks were too complicated, Lin Qingyu had to abandon her boat. She only wore a life jacket and started swimming toward the island. Why is my sister-in-law so stubborn? She's just as determined as Brother Sheng. The two people following her saw the scene and had no choice but to swim in after her. The others stayed behind, waiting to see if they could bring Lin Qingyu back. Yi Nansheng, where are you? I heard a squeak. Lin Qingyu kept shouting, but the sound of the waves hitting the rocks was too loud, drowning out her voice. Sister-in-law, Brother Sheng isn't here. Let's go back quickly. Standing on the huge rocks, the two had caught up. They kept trying to persuade Lin Qingyu, but they didn't force her. The area was full of jagged rocks, and beneath the water, there were many sharp rocks hidden. It was impossible to force her to come back. If she struggled even a little, she could get hurt, and the injuries could be very serious. They dared not force her, and could only try to persuade her helplessly. Can you two stop bothering me? I know you mean well, but right now, finding Yi Nansheng is more important than anything. I'm Yi Nansheng's wife. I have the best relationship with him. We love each other the most. I trust my instincts. He must be nearby. Lin Qingyu shouted loudly in frustration, then continued walking forward. The two of them said nothing and silently followed her. They were always ready to protect their sister-in-law and would never let Lin Qingyu get hurt. Yi Nansheng, Brother Sheng. The two joined the search team, walking farther and closer to the small island. From a distance, the people on the boat saw this scene and were furious, snorting and glaring. These two little troublemakers, how can they mess around with that woman? When they come back, I will definitely give them a serious warning. This is lawless behavior. Lin Qingyu and the others didn't care about the people on the boat getting angry. At this moment, all three were focused on finding Yi Nansheng. Lin Qingyu pointed toward the island and ran quickly ahead. The water here wasn't deep, but there were many sharp rocks and jagged edges everywhere. One wrong step could cause injuries. Her reckless running scared the other two. Older sister-in-law, slow down. They sped up but still couldn't catch up with the woman in front. Who would have thought that, even with our training, we're no match for a quick-witted woman like her? Brother, it looks like we need more training, one man said to the other. Let's practice more when we get back. The other man agreed, determined to work harder and not slack off anymore. Is Yi Nansheng here? Yi Nansheng, are you here? Lin Qingyu kept calling out. Although the system gave her a rough direction, she still had to find the exact location herself. Unless the person was very close, it was hard to find her in such a complicated environment. Even with the system pointing the way, Lin Qingyu might not be able to reach her because of all the rocks and deep-sea trenches. She had to keep detouring to avoid danger. Just as the three of them were exhausted from searching, they suddenly heard a man's voice coming from a corner. Brother Sheng, he's really alive. The two shouted and ran toward the sound. Lin Qingyu paused for a moment, catching her breath before continuing forward. Since they had found the person and he was still conscious, there was probably nothing serious. Previously, the rising emotions had calmed down at this moment. She quickly composed herself to avoid looking so distressed. Sister-in-law, it's really Shunga. One of them, carrying Yi Nansheng, stepped out from a hidden place. Another person was behind, protecting him from falling. Yi Nansheng saw Lin Qingyu, and all the built-up feelings suddenly burst out. His eyes immediately turned red, almost crying. If not for worrying about the two people nearby, he really wanted to hold his wife and cry loudly. These days, he almost felt like he couldn't go on living. The tide here kept rising and falling. Because of his leg injury, he couldn't escape at all. He could only find the shallowest water and sit there barely. Sometimes, the water almost covered his head. But to stay alive, he forced himself to lift his head and breathe hard. When he couldn't take it anymore, he barely managed to stand up. After repeatedly soaking, his wounds became worse. Now his legs were thick and strong, and he couldn't stand anymore. Yi Nansheng thought that if help didn't arrive soon, he might really die. Unexpectedly, at such a critical moment, the person who appeared in front of him was his gentle, fragile wife, the one he thought about day and night. If his condition allowed, Yi Nansheng really wanted to rush over and hold his wife in his arms. Let's go quickly. We need to leave here. I feel like the tide might come in soon. Let's get back on the boat first. After confirming Yi Nansheng's condition, Lin Qingyu turned around, unwilling to pay attention to this foolish man. Her two subordinates only dared to watch silently, not daring to speak. Sister-in-law's anger is really terrifying. Will our wife also be like her someday? She was worried to death before, but now that she saw her, she started to get angry again. Actually, there's nothing wrong with being like sister-in-law.
It shows that she cares about him.
It also shows she's truly angry. If there was no love, where would the anger come from? All of this is a sign that the wife loves Shunge. Lin Qingyu and Yi Nansheng didn't realize how much they had imagined in their minds. After some trouble, they finally returned to the ship before the tide fully came in. Did you really find the person? The leader asked. The leader had planned to scold them, but seeing the scene before him, he could only hold back his words. Someone call the military doctor quickly. Comrade Lin, I will arrange a place for you to rest. We will take Yi Nansheng for treatment first. The leader gave instructions and finally looked at Lin Qingyu. Lin Qingyu wasn't joking. She truly had a special connection and found her loved one's location. Plus, in this life, Lin Qingyu was small in stature and kept in good shape, so even though she was older, she still looked like a young girl. Lin Qingyu followed the leader's arrangements and returned to her assigned cabin. Yi Nansheng was saved, and she didn't want to worry about anything else now. She just wanted to sleep well. The system said that Yi Nansheng's injuries looked worse, but weren't serious. With the current medical conditions, they could definitely save his legs. So, Lin Qingyu wasn't worried. If they couldn't cure him, she would find other ways later. She slept until the next morning. The ship had already returned to the port, but no one woke her up, especially the two young officers, who were full of feelings about everything they had seen and heard on the way. Everyone knew that Lin Qingyu cared deeply for Yi Nansheng. They were very in sync. Even across the vast ocean, they could feel each other's hearts. This unwavering love moved the entire military district. Some tough men even started thinking about finding a partner. Lin Qingyu didn't know about this at first, but when she went out hungry looking for food and saw the looks from passers-by and overheard some whispers, she realized she knew more than she thought. It seemed she had already become a well-known figure in the entire military district. And that was true. A few days later, just as Lin Qingyu was about to go home, the military leaders called her to the hall. Yi Nansheng, who hadn't been seen for many days and whose wounds had almost healed, was there too. He was leaning on crutches, but stood very straight, especially in the way she looked at him, filled with love. After the leaders praised them, even Lin Qingyu received a certificate of honor. She didn't expect this. As a true businesswoman, she never thought she would one day receive an award from the military district. This honor truly surprised her and made her very happy. Fortunately, besides this certificate, there was also good news. It turned out that Yi Nanxing accepted this dangerous mission mainly to pass the higher-ups assessment and be transferred back to Beijing. From then on, Yi Nanxing wouldn't have to go out on missions often and could stay with his family. Although he still had work that required early mornings and late nights, he could spend holidays with his wife and visit places she wanted to see. His position was also promoted again. This meant he had a higher status and salary. Yi Nanxing was the pride of his children, but he wasn't a good husband or father. He always felt he owed his family a lot. Most importantly, he owed his wife too much. Their children were raised by his wife and parents. He really didn't help much with taking care of the kids. Now that he was finally back in a safe position, he no longer had to worry his family. He also kept his promise to his wife. Life was finally returning to normal, and Lin Qingyu preferred this peaceful, relaxed life. No danger, no schemes, no need to be on alert, and no fear. Moreover, those who had hurt the original owner before had now received their just punishment. Lin Qingyu was not a soft-hearted person. She had long used her methods to make those who hurt the original owner suffer greatly, even to the point of despair. But these things didn't happen overnight. Instead, they were gradual torments, making them sink deeper into their lives. That was her greatest goal. Even if life was extremely bleak, she didn't know who her enemies were. She thought it was just bad luck, always unlucky. The reason Lin Qingyu kept her actions secret was for her children's safety. She was right to avenge the original owner, but she also protected her own children. Some people might act desperately and do unexpected things. Fortunately, in this life, the original owner has avenged her enemies, her family lives happily, and she herself is very happy in her husband's family. Thanks to her resourceful system, her space has been filled again. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward calculation in progress. As the only child in the family, Zhang Jianguo was loved by his parents from birth. After having him, his mother, Ma Dajiao, never became pregnant again. Fortunately, Zhang Yud was a primary school teacher, and everyone in the village respected him. Although his mother, Ma Dajiao, had little education, after marrying Zhang Yud, she learned a lot from her husband. Zhang's eldest uncle was the village team leader, and his second uncle worked in the town. In the local area, Zhang Jingguo was quite a notable person. However, Zhang Jingguo was very picky about his partner, whether it was a girl who came to him willingly or someone introduced by elders. The saying, "Girls chase boys, but it's hard to cross the barrier," seemed to not apply to him. No matter how the outside world tried to tempt him, Zhang Jianguo remained firm. As the most handsome young man in the area, after graduating from high school, he once looked for work in the city, but later returned to the countryside for unknown reasons to farm. Until he met Lin Qingyu, a young woman sent from the city to support rural development. Zhang Jingguo immediately took a liking to this fair-skinned girl. Her scholarly air, calm attitude, and cheerful smile all fascinated him. Later, when the girl was bullied by thugs, he stepped in to save her from danger. From then on, they became a couple. Zhang Jingguo couldn't wait any longer and asked someone to help him propose. They eventually got together, but Lin Qingyu didn't truly like him. She married him only to escape her awkward situation and avoid working in the fields. In the countryside, handsome and fair-skinned boys like Zhang Jingguo were very rare. He fell for her at first sight, and with a good family background, he was the best choice among her options. To avoid working and to prevent her gambling father from forcing her to marry someone in the city for a bride price, Lin Qingyu chose to marry the other person. Yes, the Lin Qingyu in the story is the original owner. When she was preparing for college and could return to the city, she pretended to convince the Zhang family to support her studies. But after she was accepted into university, she took her admission letter and ran away with the family's money. She left behind a man who was longing for her and a 7-year-old daughter. From then on, she never returned to Zhangjia village or contacted Zhang Jingguo. At first, they exchanged some letters when she was in college, but it was always about money. After she graduated, they completely lost contact. As for Zhang Jingguo, the unlucky man, he realized something was wrong when his wife took the family's money to study. But he didn't believe that their years of love were fake. It wasn't until his wife disappeared completely, and he couldn't find her even after reporting to the police, that he gave up. He focused on raising his daughter and stopped feeling anything for her. Surprisingly, Zhang Jingguo later found a good opportunity. Once the outside restrictions were lifted, he started a business. He sold unique products that no one else had, and every few years, he became the richest man in the country. The original owner saw her ex-husband on TV by chance and discovered that after she left, her in-laws were not poor but actually doing better. Her former husband, once a simple man, became the country's richest person. The original owner deeply regretted her decision, but knew she could never go back. She had remarried and was now someone else's wife. If she stayed hidden, it would be fine, but if she appeared, her husband would investigate her. Zhang Jingguo would surely find out what she had done over the years and seek revenge. She couldn't return to her old life or keep her current job, which she only got because of her current husband. She had 2 sons and was too tied to this family. It was too late to turn back now. The original owner dared not show herself to Zhang Jingguo, so she kept a low profile. Under the stress, she quickly aged and looked worn out. Her husband also grew less fond of her because of her changed appearance. Her son also disliked her, saying she only had a high level of education but knew how to do laundry and cook, lacking proper vision. She made little progress at work. Her position remained unchanged year after year, with no hope of promotion. No one understood her sincere efforts. She was only afraid of being recognized and retaliated against by her wealthy ex-husband, so she endured suffering to protect her family. But her family's lack of understanding gradually led her to develop depression. On her 40th birthday, she jumped from the top of an 18-story building. After her death, even men refused to bury her in the family grave, claiming she died suddenly, worried it might affect the family's future. Her 2 sons also thought she was too cruel and resented her deeply. They didn't want to talk about her anymore. Her death did not clear her sins. Instead, her spirit floated around her 2 sons and the wealthy daughter. She watched helplessly as her sons fell in love with the wealthy girl. They used mean ways to try to possess her. Eventually, she refused and caused her sons to become disabled, leaving them in a remote countryside. Seeing this, her ghostly form felt relieved. At least her sons hadn't hurt the wealthy girl. Even though they didn't know each other, she was still worried that something bad might happen. If her sons were ruined, so be it. Even her own death didn't seem to matter to them. Such ungrateful children, she thought, were better gone. Perhaps her obsession with her sons had faded, and from then on, she only appeared around the wealthy girl. She watched her fall in love, be deceived by her son-in-law, and be harmed by a bad man. Later, the long-missing wealthy man returned to avenge his daughter. But the kind girl still died in the end. The wealthy man turned gray overnight and cried out in grief, as if he was looking directly at her. He scolded her for cruelly abandoning them. He accused her of her evil deeds. He questioned why she didn't save his daughter. Her heart felt like it was pierced by thousands of steel rods. The pain was so intense, she couldn't breathe. Finally, she was killed by this suffocating pain, and her soul completely vanished into the universe. Lin Qingyu opened her eyes and found herself in a new world. She was lying on a large Kong bed, with a man sleeping beside her. He had fair skin and well-defined abs. He was completely, with one leg resting on her. Their relationship seemed very close. Looking around, she saw a simple stone house, a clean room, and bright red characters for happiness on the wall. Could it be that she had traveled again, and this was another wedding night? You're awake, wife. Just wait. Your husband will get up and cook for you. Zhang Jingguo felt movement beside him. He quickly opened his eyes and saw his young wife staring at him with big, dark eyes, not blinking. Lin Qingyu nodded. She had already absorbed the memories of her original self and knew her task in this life. Of course, she didn't plan to change her original personality. The original wife married Zhang Jingguo and was spoiled by everyone in the Zhang family. They pampered her and never made her do any work. She also had a bit of a proud attitude. Although she had few friends in the village, she wasn't disliked. Whether to make friends in the village was still undecided for Lin Qingyu. She would decide based on her mood. The original wife ended up in that kind of ending, and she had long regretted it. Her wish was that if she could go back in time, she would never betray her husband or abandon her daughter. She would choose to be honest and live simply with Zhang Jingguo. Even if they spent their whole lives farming in the countryside, she wouldn't be a traitor who left halfway. The man she married later and her 2 sons were not very good. It was only when she was dying that she realized this. Living a lifetime, it's really rare to meet a man who loves you as much as life itself. When you find such a man, you should cherish him. Instead of always comparing others and thinking too highly of yourself and looking down on others. Xiao Wuzi, come out quickly. Seeing Zhang Jingguo leave, Lin Qingyu dressed and called out to the system. I'm coming, host. Ding, the golden finger for this world has been generated. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the golden finger. Husband and wife follow. Hearing this golden finger, Lin Qingyu was stunned. The system clearly didn't trust her, thinking she might betray the man, so it gave her this useless, golden finger that was hard to use. Isn't this just tying herself to Zhang Jingguo's waistband? Does it mean Zhang Jingguo has to follow her everywhere? Although Lin Qingyu could accept it, she still felt a bit annoyed. She had no time of her own like this. Forget it, forget it. To do more tasks and earn points to return to the end of world, she endured it. Wife, the hot water is ready. Hurry up and wash up. Food will be ready soon, you can eat in a little while. Old Zhang's family built 3 more rooms next to their old house for Zhang Jingguo. On the other side of the wall was the courtyard where Zhang's parents lived. Using the hot water Zhang Jingguo prepared, Lin Qingyu carefully washed her hands and face. Then she went inside, looked at the dressing table, and applied a little snow cream on her face. She also looked at the gala oil nearby, took a little and rubbed it on her hands. The original owner's hands were really delicate, white and soft, with long fingers. In this life, Lin Qingyu was no longer a short girl of about 1.5 meters. She estimated she was at least over 1.6 meters tall. Plus, she had a good figure, so she looked good in anything she wore. Even plain coarse cloth clothes made her look different from the village girls. Today, because she was afraid of heat, Lin Qingyu tied her long hair into a ponytail. Her long hair fell to her waist. It just proves that beautiful people look good no matter how they dress. Wife, you look so beautiful today. When Zhang Jingguo saw the fresh and elegant Lin Qingyu, he was immediately stunned. He put down his bowl and chopsticks, wanting to come over and help Lin Qingyu. Eat first. Why is breakfast so rich today? Isn't it a waste? Lin Qingyu knew that food was precious in this era. But the Zhang family never seemed to lack food. The original owner never thought about why, and just assumed that the Zhang family was related to the team leader, so they got more work points. Also, her father-in-law was a teacher, earning a salary from his job. Although many people were criticizing the old man at that time, it had less impact on primary and middle schools. It mainly targeted universities. Therefore, Zhang Yud was still very respected. Unlike some places, they didn't bring teachers out to be criticized publicly. Overall, Linqing and the rural area were much calmer than the outside world. There wasn't as much hostility. When we got married, I told you that I would never let you go hungry again. I'm Zhang Jingguo. I may not have many skills, but I always keep my promises. I've already talked to my parents. In the future, you don't need to work in the commune. Just help at home with laundry and tidying up. As for earning money, leave that to your husband. If the family needs anything, just tell me. I promise to buy it for you. In his past life, Zhang Jingguo said the same thing to the original owner. But back then, she thought he was just bragging. At first, she didn't believe him, and later she didn't care. If he had food, she ate. If he had drinks, she drank. Anyway, she ate well, wore good clothes, and slept peacefully. There was nothing at home that she needed to worry about. During that time, aside from her small pride, she was really happy. But she didn't realize her true feelings. She only thought that marrying a rural man was shameful and hopeless. She didn't see that even city people didn't live as well as she did. Lin Qingyu could only say that people's desires are endless. The more someone wants, the more painful their life becomes. I hope you will keep your promise. Lin Qingyu smiled sincerely at Zhang Jingguo. Seeing him freeze again, she continued. Honey, your smile is so beautiful. Seeing Zhang Jingguo's silly expression, Lin Qingyu softened her face. Could it be that the original owner only thought he was a fool because she often saw that silly face? Zhang Jingguo was actually very good-looking. His skin wasn't dark like typical rural folks, but fair and smooth. He really didn't get tanned. Even in summer when working shirtless in the fields, he didn't look darker. Lin Qingyu could only say that he was handsome, just a bit silly when he smiled. When she wasn't smiling, she still looked very attractive. After dinner, Zhang Jingguo told Lin Qingyu to rest at home for a while. Then, he went to the next room. When he left, Lin Qingyu took out all the things the original owner had brought and started to count them. Honestly, there were quite a few items. These were all sent secretly in advance by her father, who was a gambler. By the time her father found out, the items had already been sent out, so he couldn't catch them. Most of these items were gifts from male classmates during school. Although the original owner accepted gifts from boys, she never agreed to date any of them. She even told them directly that she accepted the gifts but would never date anyone. Still, some young boys kept giving her gifts, and many of these gifts, she didn't even know who sent them. Maybe that's the charm of being a school beauty. That night, Lin Qingyu was sleeping soundly when she was suddenly awakened by faint, sporadic sounds. She quietly opened one eye and looked toward the wardrobe. Why is someone awake so late, and what are they doing? Perhaps because she had traveled through time and her body had been strengthened by the system. Even in the dark, Lin Qingyu could see clearly in the black environment, including Zhang Jingguo. But what happened next made her eyes widen in shock. She stopped pretending to sleep and sat up quickly. System, come out now. Zhang Jingguo has been eaten by the wardrobe. At this moment, Lin Qingyu had already run to the wardrobe door, without even putting on her shoes. Host, don't worry. It seems there is a problem with this wardrobe. Xiaowu said this and began to examine carefully. It was strange because nothing unusual had been noticed before, so why was there suddenly abnormal fluctuation? Host, after inspection, this system has found that this wardrobe can lead to another world. Moreover, Zhang Jingguo has used this wardrobe more than once to travel to different worlds. Xiaowu explained the results of its detection carefully. But then, another mechanical voice sounded, which was a prompt from the special ability.
Ding.
The husband and wife follow special ability has been triggered. Please go to the other world and bring back your husband, Zhang Jingguo. Wow, I didn't expect the Zhang family to hide such a secret. No wonder they never lack food or money. Just bringing back a few things from another world is enough for their family to live a top-tier life. Was the original owner's mother really that foolish? She gave up such an easy life, without hesitation. No wonder Zhang Jingguo said she didn't need to do anything. The other side could support her. If she had a portal to travel through, she could support her whole family too. Host, quickly change your clothes and go after him. The time flows differently on both sides. If you're late and Zhang Jingguo encounters danger and dies there, your mission will be impossible to complete. Lin Qingyu suddenly remembered that one of her tasks was to grow old with Zhang Jingguo. Although in her previous life, Zhang Jingguo died after her, in this life, there's no guarantee he won't face trouble. After all, even if she could restart, everyone's choices would change based on different events. Life's path isn't fixed. Okay, I understand. She started moving, quickly putting on her clothes and slipping into her shoes by the bed. Then she dove into the wardrobe and disappeared into the dark night. Lin Qingyu found herself in a huge forest. The trees were so tall she couldn't see the top. It was daytime in this world, and she could hear sounds from various insects and small animals in the woods. Occasionally, she also heard loud roars from large beasts, which startled her. The portal behind her had vanished, and she didn't even know how to get back. Little 5, do you know where Zhang Jingguo went? Although the environment here is unfamiliar, the air felt very comfortable to Lin Qingyu. Even the space inside her body seemed to breathe more freely. She could feel the oxygen around her being absorbed into her space. This process made her feel very refreshed. Host, don't worry. With your special ability, even walking around randomly will help you meet him. Moreover, as long as you think about finding him, you can locate him. Little Five's words gave Lin Qingyu great confidence. She immediately chose a direction, silently thinking about finding Zhang Jingguo, and then started walking. Soon, she saw a man under a big tree ahead, digging something with his head down. He was very focused and didn't seem to notice her arrival. Maybe Lin Qingyu was worried about disturbing the wild animals hiding nearby, so she slowed her steps. In any case, when Lin Qingyu reached behind Zhang Jingguo, he finally noticed her and turned around. Wife, how did you come here? Seeing Lin Qingyu, Zhang Jingguo was very surprised. Although his parents knew about the wardrobe that could travel to another world, they couldn't come along. He also tried to bring others, but it didn't work. In the end, Zhang Jingguo kept this secret in his heart and bravely entered the strange world alone. I saw you go into the wardrobe and didn't come out, so I came to find you. I didn't expect that as soon as I entered the wardrobe, I would arrive here. Jingguo, does our wardrobe lead to the back mountain? Lin Qingyu pretended to be curious and asked, pretending not to understand. She was a city girl who had rarely been up a mountain, so how could she have seen such a huge jungle? The biggest mountain she had climbed was the back mountain of Zhangjia village. She only reached the middle of the mountain and then went back after gathering some firewood. Wife, since you can come in with me, I won't hide it from you. Actually, this isn't our world. It's another, more magical world. Zhang Jingguo explained what he knew in simple words to Lin Qingyu. He also said that after arriving in this world, he gained a space. This space is only visible and usable by him. He asked Lin Qingyu if she had one too. Lin Qingyu definitely didn't, but she wouldn't admit it. After all, she also wanted to gather supplies, and if they were always together, it would be obvious. So, she decided to blame this magical portal instead. Wow, wife, I didn't expect you to have a space too. The space given by the wardrobe isn't very big, just the size of a wardrobe itself. Zhang Jingguo's wardrobe is really big, with 3 doors, taking up a large part of the room. But when you think about the space, it's not that much. It can't hold many things before it gets full. Every time Zhang Jingguo comes over, the space quickly fills up, and he is to leave early. When he discovered that the wardrobe could travel to this world, he didn't explore much of the area. He also never met any humans living here. Sometimes, Zhang Jingguo even doubts if there are any humans at all. But no matter what, this dense forest hides many treasures. There is food, wild vegetables, fruits, countless mushrooms, and even medicinal herbs. Especially in this world, the herbs are more effective than those in their original world. For example, Zhang Jingguo has dug up several ginseng roots. He sold one before, but that time he almost attracted attention, so recently he has been more careful and hasn't shown himself much. The money from selling ginseng is enough for his family to live well for a long time. So, Zhang Jingguo isn't in a hurry to sell more. That makes sense, but such a big secret, you shouldn't tell others. I'm going to lock our wardrobe when I get home, so no one else can open it. Since besides you, I can also enter, maybe others can too. To be safe, we should be careful. Hearing his wife's words, Zhang Jingguo nodded firmly. His wife was right. He had been too careless before. If he hadn't found out that his wife could also come through this time, he might not have paid much attention to the space door. But now, he feels it's necessary to be more cautious. I don't need you. I'll go buy one first thing tomorrow morning. After chatting for a while, Zhang Jingguo and Lin Qingyu continued walking forward. This should be a primitive jungle. I don't know if there's an end, but there are fierce animals nearby. So, wife, you must stay close to me and never go alone. Zhang Jingguo held a machete carefully, leading the way. Lin Qingyu followed behind, looking quite relaxed. Jingguo, look. Suddenly, her eyes were drawn to a plant in the jungle. She immediately stopped the person in front and hurried over. Jingguo, come look. Is this a yam vine? Lin Qingyu pinched a vine, which had large yam beans about the size of a fist. She used to love eating yam beans because they were soft and tasty. But peeling them was always a bit troublesome. The beans are small, and peeling them takes effort. If not careful, you might hurt the inside. Often, she would eat half and leave half, wasting food and feeling unsatisfied. This is definitely a yam bean vine. The grains here are different from ours, they are bigger. I found some sweet potatoes and potatoes before. If we take them back to plant, they are larger than normal but smaller than the native ones here. Zhang Jingguo was picking yam beans from the vine while telling Lin Qingyu about his experience here. These yam beans are so big, they must taste great. Did you bring a? If you did, we can dig and see if there's more yam underground. Hearing this, Zhang Jingguo immediately took it from a small space. I brought one. Honey, you pick the rest of the yam beans. I'll dig, he said, rubbing his hands and starting to dig at the root with the. Lin Qingyu was busy too, collecting the yam beans from the vine into a basket. But not far from them, a creature that looked like a leopard was lowering its body and slowly approaching. This was clearly a sign of hunting. Host, there is a fierce animal approaching from your left rear. Hearing Xiao Wu's warning, Lin Qingyu immediately adopted a defensive stance. But she didn't turn around right away. Instead, she took out a large machete from her space. This machete was specially made for her in another world. It was heavy and well-made, and she was very satisfied with it. It was also her most comfortable farm tool to use. Sweetheart, I found some yam. This yam is so big, thick, and long. Zhang Jingguo squatted down, admiring the yam he just dug up. There was no sign of any unusual activity behind him. But it was better that he didn't notice, as this made Lin Qingyu's movements easier. Host, it is about to attack. The system warned him, and Lin Qingyu instantly turned around, holding a large machete and fiercely swung it at the rushing spotted leopard. The leopard only had time to let out a final low growl before collapsing heavily in front of Lin Qingyu. What's that sound? Zhang Jingguo heard the noise and turned around, seeing a scene that made his heart race with fear. Darling, are you okay? He immediately ran over, hugged Lin Qingyu, and started to step back. I'm fine. That thing is already dead. Quickly put me down and put it into the space. We can have some meat. Seeing that his little wife was not only unshaken but also looked excited, Zhang Jingguo really wondered if this was still his delicate little girl from the countryside. What are you standing there for? I told you before, I am not someone to be messed with. Hurry up and put this leopard away so the smell of blood doesn't attract other wild animals. Seeing that Lin Qingyu still hadn't moved, Zhang Jingguo was kicked on the backside. Darling, how can you kick my... The kick made Zhang Jingguo jump 3 feet into the air. Then, looking quite wronged, he walked over pitifully and stored the spotted leopard into the space. Darling, we don't have leopards around here. If we sell this meat, we could make a lot of money. Some city folks loved to eat these rare things. If sold, it could support his family for many years. Sell what? I still have enough to eat myself. Besides, the origin of this thing is unclear. If we sell it, there will be endless trouble. Just sell some grain or something, and keep the meat for ourselves. Lin Qingyu was worried he wouldn't listen and shot him a stern look. Got it. Our family listens to you. If you say not to sell, then we won't. After promising, Zhang Jingguo happily went to get the yams. This yam can be sold. Such a big piece should fetch a good price. Let's wait until tomorrow to dig the rest. There's a bloody smell here today, so let's leave first. Zhang Jingguo filled in some of the dirt, then put away his tools and continued walking with Lin Qingyu. Jingguo, you've been here for a long time. Have you seen any other humans? Lin Qingyu asked as they walked forward. She noticed many special marks on the big trees, which definitely weren't made by animals. These marks had been there for quite a while, as shown by the healed wounds. However, Zhang Jingguo didn't notice these unusual scars on the trees. He thought they were natural. No, I haven't seen any other humans. I haven't seen any signs of human life either. Besides, this place is very dangerous. Most people wouldn't come here. Zhang Jingguo thought about the mountains behind his home. Deep in the forest, not many people would go there either. There are wild animals on the mountain. In the past, some villagers went to pick mushrooms but were attacked by wild animals. After few incidents, everyone stopped going into the deep mountains. They only stayed near the outskirts where people live. Clan leader, there are signs of other people having been here. A group of wild men wearing animal skin skirts appeared near where Lin Qingyu and her companions were digging for mountain yams. But they had already left, so they didn't meet. Clan members, there are signs that others have been here. Be careful. It could be a nearby tribe accidentally wandering here, or someone spying on us. Either way, it's better to be cautious. The clan leader called out loudly, and everyone continued walking forward. Meanwhile, with Lin Qingyu, they stayed there all day until the portal appeared again. This time, because there were two people, they collected more supplies. They returned home fully loaded. When they got back, only about 10 minutes had passed outside. Lin Qingyu roughly understood the time change mechanism. About 10 minutes in the real world equals 1 day in the other world. According to Zhang Jingguo, the time he goes there each time is not fixed. Lin Qingyu once asked the system, and Xiao Wu said it depends on the quality of what they bring back. If the quality is high enough, the energy absorbed by the portal is greater, so the next day there will be longer. If the quality is not good, they try to bring more items. Quantity can also make up for some quality shortcomings. If there is neither quality nor quantity, the space-time portal needs a long time to repair before it can open again. Basically, that's how it works, but Xiao Wu isn't exactly sure about the details. Because they're not the same kind of thing. The hidden portal inside the wardrobe is probably caused by a space-time misalignment. Such things usually don't last forever. Once it has enough energy, it will disappear on its own. If someone helps, it can absorb energy faster. Without help, in about 100 or 200 years, it can gather enough energy to leave on its own. But at least it can be confirmed that this portal is harmless. Besides its instinctive teleportation, it doesn't affect people in any other way. Also, only people whose aura matches it perfectly can sense its presence. Darling, you should go to sleep for a while. I'll organize these things. Besides what we eat, the rest will be sent to the city. I'll come back before work. If I return late, don't worry, I won't get into trouble. Hearing Zhang Jiangwo's instructions, Lin Qingyu nodded to show she understood. Then hurry back and forth. Don't forget the things I asked you to buy. After a long day, she was very tired. Especially when she looked at the dark night outside, a wave of sleepiness suddenly overwhelmed her. Don't worry, I won't forget what you asked. Besides the lock, do you want anything else? Zhang Jingguo asked as he packed up. No more. We have everything at home. I'm tired. I'll wash up and go to sleep first. Be careful on the road. After giving her instructions, Lin Qingyu went to the kitchen, boiled some hot water, mixed it with a large basin of warm water, and took it to the bathroom to wash off the sweat from her body. When he returned to the house, he found that Zhang Jingguo had already packed everything. Several bags were on the ground, wrapped in burlap sacks, and it was unclear what was inside. But Lin Qingyu knew that they contained their harvest for the evening. Besides yams, there were yam beans and other grains. Of course, Zhang Jingguo kept some for his own family to eat. His parents also received their share. Take this with you in case you get hungry on the way, he said. Lin Qingyu took a bag of peach cookies from the cabinet, handed it to Zhang Jingguo, and then climbed into bed. Sleep well, wife. I'll buy you new ones tomorrow, he said. Zhang Jingguo didn't plan to eat the cookies himself. They were bought for his wife. How could he enjoy them alone? But then he thought, he wasn't short of money, so why should he feel wronged? Plus, the cookies had been sitting for 2 days and weren't fresh anymore. He could eat the stale ones and buy fresh ones for his wife later. Thinking this, Zhang Jingguo packed all the burlap sacks on the ground into his space and then left the room with the cookies. To avoid disturbing his wife's sleep, he climbed over the wall instead of opening the door. Otherwise, he would have had to wake his little wife to close the door. He had already seen Lin Qingyu get into bed, so he didn't want to bother her. When he woke up again, it was already bright outside. He first boiled some hot water in the kitchen, then washed the dirty clothes he had changed last night at the water well. Soon after, he heard knocking at the door. Qingyu, are you awake? The visitor was Zhang Jiangwo's mother, Ma Dajiao. She was loud and boisterous, with a big voice. Wherever she went, her voice could be heard from far away. Her loud voice was not just because she was loud but because she had strong lungs. Overall, she gave off a cheerful and straightforward feeling. Zhang Yud had gone to teach at the elementary school early in the morning and was probably not at home now. Ma Dajiao saw smoke rising from the neighbor's kitchen and dared to come over and knock on the door. Her son had told her not to disturb his wife's sleep. Although in the countryside, there was no such thing as a wife who stayed in bed all morning while the parents got up early. But since Zhang Yud and Ma Dajiao only had Zhang Jingguo as their child, what else can we do? Her son likes it, so they just have to go along with it. Mom, have you eaten? I was about to cook. Hearing Lin Qingyu, Ma Dajiao quickly went to the kitchen. Jingguo hasn't come back yet. He specifically told me to come and cook for you this morning. Qingyu, what would you like to eat? Ma Dajiao looked around the kitchen and knew what ingredients were available. She started to prepare food while asking, Mom, you don't need to do it. I can handle it myself. I was thinking of making some corn porridge and steaming some yam beans. Jingguo isn't here, so I can manage just fine. Hearing her daughter-in-law, Ma Dajiao understood her well. You're eating too little. No staple food, you'll be hungry soon. All right, I'll add 2 more pancakes for you. That should be enough, Ma Dajiao said as she started working. Lin Qingyu wanted to help but was refused by Ma Dajiao. Since someone else was doing the work, she didn't insist and went back to wash clothes. Anyway, that's just her nature. She's not good at much, but she's the best at eating. Lin Qingyu finished washing the clothes and hung them in the yard. Meanwhile, the smell of food wafted from the kitchen. Thinking of Zhang Jingguo's instructions last night, Lin Qingyu went to the kitchen and took a bag of rice from the corner. Mom, this is from Jingguo. He asked someone to get it for you. He said he found a new variety through connections, so you and Dad can try it. I mainly want to take a few photos with my wife to keep his memories. When we grow old, we can look at these pictures and remember the good times we had. After finishing their exercise, the couple was about to rest. Zhang Jingguo suddenly felt something and looked toward the cabinet inside the house. What's wrong? Lin Qingyu was also very sensitive to that cabinet. Seeing Zhang Jingguo look at it, she quickly asked, It seems like the cabinet might be acting up again. Zhang Jingguo said this and got up to check. Lin Qingyu didn't want to sleep anymore. She quickly dressed and prepared to go with him. Honey, maybe you should stay at home. I'll go alone. That world is still too dangerous, she said. Thinking about the spotted leopard they encountered last time, Zhang Jingguo felt scared. If they meet even fiercer animals, they might not be able to handle it. If you won't let me go, I'll sneak out by myself, he said. Anyway, that wardrobe isn't just for you to use alone. Just decide what to do. Lin Qingyu ignored him. She already hung her bag on her shoulder, ready to go at any moment. Seeing her like this, Zhang Jingguo didn't argue anymore. It's safer for him to stay close rather than go off alone. Let's go now. If we delay more, we'll have less time over there, Lin Qingyu urged him as she saw him pack up. Wait for me a moment. I need to tell my parents. Zhang Yud and Ma Dajiao also knew that the cabinet in their son's room was a bit special. They once thought about throwing it away, but in the end, they couldn't bear to do it. Especially a few years ago, there was a big drought and grain production dropped sharply. Thanks to this magical cabinet, their son could bring back food and save the villagers' lives. They only said that the grain came from help from a friend in the city. And since the village leader was Zhang Jingguo's uncle, with his help, only a few people knew that the grain was brought back by Zhang Jingguo himself. Soon, Ma Dajiao arrived. She lived next door and was waiting for her son and daughter-in-law to come back. Jingguo, you've taken good care of your wife. I and your father can't go over there. This matter can only be handled by you. Lin Qingyu heard the voice of Ma Dajiao from the next room and went over. Mom, don't worry. I will take good care of my wife. It's getting late. We need to hurry. Zhang Jingguo saw Lin Qingyu come over, quickly comforted Ma Dajiao a few times, then took his wife back to their own room. Let's go, or my mom will start nagging again. Zhang Jingguo first helped Lin Qingyu inside, then followed himself. The place where they appeared was a bit different from last time, but it wasn't far from where they left last time. Fortunately, they just arrived here, so there is no danger. This is also a kind of protection for travelers through the portal. Only after they move around will this protection disappear. So surviving in this strange world is quite difficult. Jangwo, do you think it's evening or morning? Lin Qingyu looked at the sky. Because of the tall trees blocking most of the sky, it was hard to tell. For a moment, it was really hard to distinguish whether it was morning or evening. I don't know either. Let's walk around first. The wild yam we dug up last time sold well. If we find more, we should dig more to take back. Zhang Jinguo held Lin Qingyu's hand and slowly walked through the forest. They stayed alert to their surroundings, never relaxing for a moment. Clatter. The sound of a small river flowing reached their ears, making them both excited. There is water. There is a river. They spoke at the same time and looked at each other with smiles. Let's go and check it out, Zhang Jinguo said, pulling his wife's hand, and they hurried toward the sound of the water. Just as they were about to emerge from the dense forest and reach the riverbank, Lin Qingyu suddenly pulled him back forcefully. What's wrong, wife? Zhang Jinguo looked back in confusion, asking with his eyes. I think I heard another sound. Don't go out yet. She looked out carefully. Hearing the words someone, Zhang Jinguo was startled. There really are people. He also looked out and saw a few people in animal skin skirts cleaning game by the river. Wife, could they be cannibals? The man-eating fish have long been part of local legends, with almost every region having its own version. Besides 99% of the stories being false, there are a few places where such creatures actually exist. At first glance, seeing a wild man dressed in animal skins, it's understandable why Zhang Jinguo might think that. Let's hide here first and see what they say, Lin Qingyu whispered, crouching down with Zhang Jinguo and listening carefully. System, exchange for a local language function, she thought. After listening for a while, she couldn't understand what they were saying because they were speaking gibberish. So, Lin Qingyu silently called on the system. Local language unlocked, 10 points deducted. The system responded quickly, and Lin Qingyu immediately understood their speech. Chief, I still think someone has been here recently. I strongly suspect someone came to hunt the animals on our territory. Hearing their conversation and the strange names they used, either trees or rocks, most of the names were based on visible plants and animals. It all felt very primitive. Big rock, even if someone really came to hunt on our land, as long as we haven't caught them, what can we do? Let's have the tribe patrol more often. Before winter fully sets in, we need to go exchange salt. Our tribe has grown again this year with more females, so we should trade more grains. That way, next year, our tribe can have more new members. Perhaps because they had caught enough prey today, the chief was in a good mood. He was much easier to talk to than usual. Jangwo, stay here. I'll go negotiate with them, Lin Qingyu said. After listening for a while, she finally understood some things. It turned out that this world was even more ancient than she had imagined. These weren't wild men, but normal humans in this world. They were still semi-civilized, learning step by step how to survive in a harsh environment. Of course, this world valued females very highly. But the most respected professions were those of shamans and healers. Just then, Lin Qingyu remembered that she had studied traditional Chinese medicine in another world. Now, here she could act as a healer. Her understanding of this profession was based entirely on novels. She didn't know much and didn't want to attract too much attention. Her identity as a traveling doctor was enough to help her get along well with this tribe. In ancient times, no one would disrespect a traveling doctor. With this identity, she no longer had to worry about her safety. Wife, I won't let you go alone. If you want to talk to them, I will go with you. Seeing Zhang Jinguo insist, Lin Qingyu had no choice but to agree. How much could just the two of them carry back? This world is vast and full of resources. The ancient people only knew hunting and picking wild fruits, and they didn't understand much about the food that grew on the ground. This gave her an opportunity. Knowledge is power, and this is always true. Lin Qingyu believed that with her knowledge of plants, she could definitely establish herself in this ancient continent. They are not cannibals. Later, I will talk to them. You stand nearby and don't speak. Lin Qingyu comforted him and then took Zhang Jinguo outside. Who are you? Deshir was the first to spot the visitors, holding a stone tool and shouting at Lin Qingyu and her companion. Hello, I am a traveling doctor. This is my partner, she explained quickly, noticing their suspicion. When the leader of the bear tribe saw the visitors, He noticed they wore strange clothes and had fair, delicate skin. Obvious signs of not doing hard labor. Since they claimed to be traveling doctors, the tribe hesitated and didn't act rashly. Are you really a doctor? Thinking of many injured tribe members, the bear leader decided to trust them for now. If they tried to deceive them, they could act later. After all, these two didn't seem very capable of fighting. We got separated from our guards by accident and accidentally entered your territory. As you can see, we are not very skilled in fighting. Can we rest in your tribe until our guards arrive, and then leave? Lin Qingyu was very curious about this tribe. Because her task classification in the Quick Travel Bureau is different, it is very hard for her to reach other worlds. She can only rely on various special abilities to experience the customs of different worlds. So, Lin Qingyu never misses any opportunity. Of course, I can help, but it might trouble you to help us treat the injured members of the tribe. Don't worry, we will pay enough for your help. Yoshioung thinks that meeting a wandering healer alone is a gift from heaven. If they can keep the healer, that would be perfect. This is no problem, but the herbs are a different matter. You need to solve that yourselves. The herbs I brought are all with the guards, and I can't provide much. While talking with tribe leader Yoshioung, Lin Qingyu and Zhang Jingguo moved closer to the place where they were processing the prey. Your harvest today is quite good. Seeing the meat already cut and cleaned, she sincerely praised. We had good luck today. The tribe members can have a good meal now. Tribe leader Yoshioung enthusiastically introduced his tribe to Lin Qingyu and Zhang Jingguo. He mainly praised the bravery of the males and the gentleness of the females in their tribe. He also made many promises, saying the best food, the best caves, and the best males would be sent to Lin Qingyu. Until Lin Qingyu clearly and seriously expressed that she would only have one partner in her life, tribe leader Yoshioung stopped trying to introduce her to men. She didn't expect that people in the ancient world would still use charm tactics. Fortunately, Zhang Jingguo didn't understand their conversation, or he would definitely get angry. Honey, do you think that over there is a sweet potato vine? Zhang Jingguo couldn't understand their talk, so he looked around. Soon, he saw a familiar plant not far from the riverbank. It was a gentle covered densely with sweet potato leaves. And the sweet potato leaves were much larger than those in their world. Even from far away, he could see it clearly. Really? Wait for me, I'll ask them to help us dig it out. Lin Qingyu exchanged a few words with Zhang Jingguo, then turned to look at tribe leader Yoshioung. Chief Bear, could you lend me 2 people to help me dig some things? Chief Bear was not surprised by Lin Qingyu and Zhang Jingguo's strange language. As people come from different places, their languages are different. It's normal that he can't understand. As long as they can communicate normally, that's fine. Of course, what do you want to dig? Chief Bear immediately called over 2 strong young tribe members, ready to help Lin Qingyu. Follow me first. Lin Qingyu looked at the river, found a place with large rocks, stepped on the protruding stones, and crossed to the other side. She signaled to Zhang Jingguo to demonstrate. After Zhang Jingguo successfully dug out a sweet potato bigger than his head from the soil, he returned to his wife. He also nodded at the group of wild people. Although ancient people couldn't understand Zhang Jingguo's words, they understood his gestures. Go ahead, dig out what's inside. Chief Bear didn't know what sweet potatoes were, or if they could be eaten. But since the traveling doctor ordered it, he would do as told. Excuse me, respected doctor, what is this big round ball for? Chief Bear pointed at the large red lump on the ground and asked. This is a kind of food. It can be cooked and eaten. Lin Qingyu looked at the size of the sweet potato. If they roasted it, it might be hard to cook thoroughly. So, they could only boil it to eat. Can we eat it? As soon as Chief Bear heard that, he became excited. He squatted down, poked the big red sweet potato with his finger, then used his nails to scrape at it. Finally, he revealed the white inside and couldn't help but take a piece to taste. After tasting it, Chief Bear thought it tasted pretty good. Although it was not as good as the wild vegetables, boiling it would probably make it taste even better. When I was still living in the city, I had a good relationship with the university professor next door. I learned some classical languages from him at that time. Later, the old professor was sent to the countryside, and I heard he couldn't handle it. That's just how things are in this era. Some words don't need to be spoken aloud. A simple hint is enough. Just mentioning this briefly, and Zhang Jingguo could already imagine the rest of the story in his mind. There was no need for her to explain further. Honey, when we get the chance later, let's go to the old professor's grave and burn some incense. Yes, okay. The two exchanged a few short words. Over there, Chief Xiong and his tribe had already dug up all the sweet potatoes. Chief Xiong, for the small ones like these, just leave them. Put these few back into the ground. We can come back next year to dig again. If we take everything and leave nothing behind, the sweet potatoes will have no roots, and there won't be anything to harvest next year. She thought she would need to explain for a long time, but as soon as she said this, Chief Xiong agreed. Respected healer, the prey has been dealt with, and the sweet potatoes are all dug up. Can we head back to the tribe now? The ancient people's respect for healers was greater than Lin Qingyu had imagined. Just a short time after meeting her, she felt this deeply. Do you need the tribe members to carry you? Chief Xiong looked at Lin Qingyu and thought this female healer seemed weak and might need their help. No, I can keep up. Lin Qingyu immediately refused. She didn't want to be carried, and with the dense trees in the jungle, if branches scratched her face, it would be bad. The Xiong tribe was the largest nearby tribe, and generally no one dared challenge their status. Besides the Xiong tribe, there were several smaller tribes nearby. Every year, they contributed some food to the Xiong tribe in exchange for their protection. Chief is back. Chief is back. Tribe members, come help. The chief and the hunting team caught many prey. When the members of the Xiong tribe saw their chief returning with a hunting party, they immediately came out to greet them. They were surrounded and led to the center of the tribe, where there was a large open space. The tribe members brought large stones and laid them out very flat to create a smooth surface. Healer, please wait here for a moment. I will go and invite our shaman. When a great figure like a shaman comes to the tribe, it is customary to invite the healer to take charge of the situation. This shows respect for the healer and also demonstrates the tribe's sincerity. Dear, those sweet potatoes have been taken away by the people from the bear tribe. Zhang Jingguo watched anxiously as several bags of sweet potatoes were carried off by members of the bear tribe. Don't worry. Compared to those sweet potatoes, the manpower they bring is what we need more. We can't stay here all the time. With their help, we can get more food. Moreover, Lin Qingyu pulled Zhang Jingguo closer and whispered something in his ear. Around them, the members of the bear tribe were watching, but no one understood a word. You're asking me to pretend to be their shaman. Do you think they will believe me? I don't know anything about shamans. Zhang Jingguo felt nervous. He really couldn't pretend to be someone he didn't understand. Here's what you should do. Show a miracle in front of them. In simple terms, a shaman is someone who communicates with the spirits of this world, similar to monks or Taoist priests in our world, or like pastors in the Western world. Hearing this, Zhang Jingguo started to understand a little. Although he had never met monks or Taoist priests, he had watched people perform spirit dances when he was young. When he was very small, whenever someone in a family suddenly fell ill, they would invite a spirit healer to perform a ritual to drive away evil spirits. Even now, those spirit healers still exist. They can't openly do business, but they continue their old practices secretly. No one wants to report them because those who do often face terrible misfortune. The more mysterious they are, the fewer people dare to bother them. Zhang Jingguo didn't know exactly what a shaman was like, but he knew what a spirit healer was. So, after Lin Qingyu explained, he knew how to pretend. The shaman is here. Tribe members, make way quickly. Perhaps because Lin Qingyu and Zhang Jingguo's costumes were too eye-catching, many tribe members from the bear tribe gathered around to watch. Welcome, distinguished guests. I am a shaman from the bear tribe. You can call me Yen. The shaman from the bear tribe is a kind old man. He looks very old, but I can't tell his exact age. He might be in his 60s or 70s, or even over 100. Because people in this world are very tall, even though Yen is quite old, he still stands straight and tall. When talking to them, I have to bow slightly. Hello, respected shaman. I am a traveling doctor from afar. My name is Lin Qingyu. Next to me is my partner. You can call him Zhang Jingguo. Listening to their introduction and hearing their strange names, Yen couldn't help but think of something from long ago. He remembers that when he was still an apprentice shaman, he heard stories about a distant place. There was a huge city where shamans wore strange, soft clothes. Their names all had special meanings. It seemed to be a tribe where the first character of everyone's name was the same.
Just like the two people in front of him.
They gave off a strange, but sensible feeling. Once again, welcome. Brother Zhang Jingguo, you don't seem like an ordinary person either. His own tribesmen didn't recognize him, but as a shaman, Yan has a special sense for unique people. Seeing Lin Qingyu and Zhang Jingguo, he knew they must be the same kind of people. Either Zhang Jingguo is also a traveling doctor, or his identity is similar to Yan's. He is a respected shaman, maybe even higher in rank than Yan. But since they chose to hide their identities, Yan wouldn't press if they didn't want to say. You are truly insightful. You see through everything, but our identities are too noticeable. Just my role as a traveling doctor is enough to attract attention. If I had another special identity, it might cause trouble. We're not intentionally hiding anything. Please don't mind. Lin Qingyu wouldn't admit everything outright, but she wouldn't deny it either. As for Zhang Jingguo's identity, it's better to let him guess rather than tell him. Grandpa Yan, since you're so sincere, we won't hide anything. The two talked for a long time, and Yan also shared his request along with a promise of compensation. In this world, people rarely beat around the bush. They prefer to speak directly about what they want. Hiding things only makes them feel uncomfortable. We and my partner ran away because we offended a big figure in our tribe. Most of our people were lost along the way, and a group that was with us recently got separated. We haven't heard from them yet. We might need to stay here for a while. Could you kindly give us a quiet place to wait for our tribe to arrive? As a trade, I will treat the injuries of your tribe members. After hearing Lin Qingyu's explanation, Yan's expression didn't change much. He seemed to have sensed this already, or maybe he just didn't care. Rest assured, we can agree to your requests. I will have someone prepare a quiet place for you, and normally, our tribe members won't bother you. I just hope you can teach our tribe members about some new foods, like sweet potatoes. We found many before, but no one dared to eat them. Yan was talking about sweet potato vines. Since no one thought to dig under the vines, they didn't know there were edible roots underground. No problem. My partner is more experienced in this area than I am. If we go out, we will bring some of your tribe members. We just hope that the food we teach them to grow can be shared equally. It's always best to be clear from the start to avoid misunderstandings and conflicts later. Lin Qingyu agreed with this idea. It's better to clarify everything early than to risk disagreements later. This is no problem. I will promise the tribe on behalf of the group. The two continued talking for a while, and then the tribe sent over some injured members. Lin Qingyu looked at the injured. Some had been bitten by wild animals, others had broken arms or legs. Overall, they were badly hurt. Perhaps the ones with lighter injuries hadn't been brought over yet. The ones who arrived first were the most seriously injured. Prepare some hot water for me. Since there were no proper painkillers or wound medicines in the tribe, Lin Qingyu simply asked them to heat some water. Although these people had some herbs applied to their wounds, the herbs were not fully effective. They only provided slight relief, and whether they could survive depended mostly on luck. She planned to remove the herbs and give them proper treatment. During treatment, the others didn't even clean the wounds before applying herbs. This could easily cause infections and sores, making healing difficult and recovery slow. Can I watch from the side? In ancient times, people generally weren't allowed to watch medical treatment because they worried others might learn their techniques and threaten their status in the tribe. But Lin Qingyu was different. She mostly used ready-made medicines, and once she gathered fresh herbs, she would teach them how to make proper wound medicine. She had so much knowledge and skills that she wasn't worried about others copying her. In fact, she hoped people in this world would learn more, because the stronger they became, the more help they could give her in the future. The respected healer, the hot water is ready. Soon, a tribe member brought a large basin of hot water. Seeing such a heavy vessel, she turned to Zhang Jingguo. I'll teach them how to make wooden buckets later. Zhang Jingguo immediately understood what his wife meant and quickly responded. Honey, you're amazing, hearing the praise, and since this was the first time Lin Qingyu called him honey, Zhang Jingguo almost couldn't hide his smile. Leave it to me. What should I do now? Looking at the injured on the ground, Even if it wasn't Lin Qingyu, Zhang Jianguo, who had no medical training, handled the injuries better than these people. Help me clean the wounds. I have disinfectant here. Use this to clean out the dirt from the wounds first. I'll take care of them later. Lin Qingyu took out a bottle of disinfectant and a large pack of cotton swabs from her space. She handed these to Zhang Jianguo and then began to treat the wounds herself. She started with the person with the most serious injury. First, she cleaned all the dirt around the wound, then used a little anesthetic as needed. She removed the silk thread and stitched up the wound carefully. Yan watched Lin Qingyu's professional way of treating the injury and felt very jealous. He never thought a wound could be treated like this. It was amazing that she could sew the torn skin together like sewing a leather skirt. Seeing Yan wanting to speak but not daring to disturb her, Lin Qingyu explained calmly. I use special thread that is good for sewing wounds, but you shouldn't use the same for sewing animal skins. For serious wounds like this, stitching is necessary to help them heal faster. For lighter wounds nearby, you only need to disinfect and apply the right herbs. The herbs you used before weren't suitable, so their recovery was slow. Later, I'll take you to pick herbs. Remember, different herbs are used for different illnesses. You should know that not all herbs work for every situation. Each herb has a different effect, Lin Qingyu explained in detail. Yan listened eagerly. He finally understood why, even though he used medicine before, the tribe's people didn't heal faster. It was because they used the wrong herbs. All right, carry him back and take good care of him. Feed him more rice and give him some soup. If he eats well, his recovery will be faster. After finishing with his patient, Lin Qingyu ordered someone to carry him back. Then she looked at the next person. This patient's wound had already been cleaned by Zhang Jianguo and wasn't as serious. Lin Qingyu quickly bandaged him. Next. After treating each patient, they were carried away. Soon, only the last person remained in the cave. His condition is a bit special. He's very badly burned and needs special care. Get someone to start a fire for me. I will personally prepare medicine for him. Almost immediately after her instructions, people began to act. Zhang Jianguo watched them carefully and picked up a stick. A small flame flickered on the branch, ready to be out by the wind at any moment. Under Zhang Jianguo's tense watch, the flame was extinguished before even entering the cave. Let me try, he said. Soon after, members of the bear tribe saw Zhang Jianguo pull out a tiny red box from his pocket. He then took out a small stick and flicked it against the red box, causing a spark to jump out. My goodness, he can create fire out of nothing. He is a shaman. Excited shouts of amazement came from all directions. Even Yin couldn't sit still. He stood up quickly, walked over to Zhang Jianguo, and looked at the small flame in his hand. It's really fire. Quick, bring some dry grass. In a short time, someone brought a handful of dry grass and placed it on the flame. The flame instantly grew larger and was carefully placed on a pile of chopped wood by Zhang Jianguo. With a gentle, the dry branches caught fire immediately. This is so amazing. Yen couldn't do this himself. Seeing another shaman perform such a feat, he felt very envious. Sweetheart, what are these people saying? After lighting the fire, Zhang Jianguo walked over to Lin Qingyu and asked softly. They're praising you. They even say you're more powerful than their shamans. Didn't you see them almost kneeling in awe? Lin Qingyu explained with a smile. But she couldn't help but wonder in her heart if the system could unlock a language skill for Zhang Jianguo too. No, host. This service is only for the host and not available to others. However, you can buy him a language talent, which will allow him to learn and master the language of this world quickly. That way, it won't seem too strange. Hearing the explanation from 005, Lin Qingyu had no choice but to do so. Otherwise, it would be very inconvenient to have him translate all the time. And what if she wasn't around? Buy it for him. Just activate it directly. Upon hearing the host's decision, 005 immediately took action. It's rare to earn some points from the host. Can't the efficiency of 005 be faster? Sweetheart, they just mentioned Gula Gula. Do they want the matches I have? As soon as he used his language talent, Zhang Jianguo immediately guessed their intention. Lin Qingyu was a bit surprised. With the system's help, it was indeed a high-quality skill. Using it just now, she saw the effect. With time, Zhang Jingguo would surely learn the language of this world quickly. Yen, can you trade the matches to them? They are willing to exchange the best animal skins. Animal skins are very important to ancient people. They are their currency and also a key resource for staying warm during cold seasons. Animal skins and dried meat are essential resources for the tribe. Pick a few nice-looking skins for me. After understanding their meaning, Zhang Jingguo handed the matchbox to them and added, "Trade for more skins. When winter comes, I'll make a coat for my wife. Their winter here is still very cold." His wife is from the south and might not be used to it. After Lin Qingyu finished treating the last injured person and confirmed they had no fever, they finally had time to eat. Trying the food of this world for the first time, it wasn't as bad as they thought. The meat was clean, the pots were clean, and the water was clean. The cooked meat, aside from lacking salt, tasted pretty good. "Sweetheart, should I add some salt?" Zhang Jingguo took a bite and frowned. He sat next to Lin Qingyu and quietly asked, "Over there." Yen was still urging them to eat more. "I have some salt and pepper." "Use mine." Lin Qingyu took out a small packet of salt and pepper wrapped in newspaper from her space. She spread the newspaper, revealing the seasoning inside. "Grandpa Yen, dipping in this will make it taste better," she said as she took a piece of meat and dipped it. Everyone else ate with their hands, but only Lin Qingyu and Zhang Jingguo used 2 small branches as chopsticks. Despite the strange looks from others, they paid no attention. After working for a while, their stomachs were already hungry. They ate and drank as much as they wanted, planning to rest and eat well before doing anything else. "What is this?" "Hey, it's salty. Do you have salt?" Yen's initial confusion turned into surprise. He dipped his finger a few more times. The salty, spicy, and fragrant taste kept stimulating his appetite. "Yes, we have salt. If you need some, we can trade you a part of it. But before that, please arrange our lodging. We have a habit of praying to the gods, so we hope you won't disturb us during that time." Lin Qingyu had already found an excuse for their upcoming departure. Otherwise, if these people couldn't find them, they would be worried. Rather than causing confusion, it's better to explain everything in advance. After dinner, Yen asked someone to take them to the cave assigned to them. This place is very quiet. The nearby cave belongs to Yen. Besides Yen, only bears can come here. Others are not allowed unless it's an important matter. The bears also helped their tribe move the sweet potatoes they had dug up earlier to this cave. Except for some that were eaten at night, the rest are here. At least, there are about 700 or 800 pounds. Who would have thought the bear tribe leader is so particular? He's willing to give us so many sweet potatoes. "Honey, we're going to get rich now. With so many sweet potatoes, we can sell quite a lot. When we make money, I'll buy you a watch." Zhang Jingguo took his wife's hand and rubbed it. He imagined how beautiful it would look on her delicate wrist with a watch. It would be wonderful. "All right, let's pack up the sweet potatoes. While we still have time, let's explore the surroundings. Sweet potatoes are only worth a little money. Our real goal is ginseng, spiritual plants, and meat." Lin Qingyu's words completely motivated Zhang Jingguo. He collected all the sweet potatoes in the cave into his space. After resting a little, the two of them left the cave. This cave has nothing to block the view. Anyone passing by can see inside. Later, I'll make a wooden door to cover it up. Zhang Jingguo pointed at the cave entrance, measuring and calculating the size in his mind. Lin Qingyu sprayed some floral water on both of them and carried a basket as she walked outside. "Don't look anymore. Let's go find supplies first. Their arrival times are different each time, so they might be transported away at any moment. Every second here is precious." Lin Qingyu didn't want to waste too much time. She was more eager than Zhang Jingguo to stock up on supplies. Food from the ancient world tastes better, is larger, and more nutritious than in their world. She also wanted to store some seeds in her space because her space has spiritual energy, which could help grow better crops than in this world. "Are you going out?" Yen, perhaps because he's older, couldn't sleep after lying down for a while. He sat at the cave entrance to enjoy the breeze. As he aged, he became less active. But when he saw Lin Qingyu and Zhang Jingguo, he couldn't sit still. One is a skilled traveling doctor, and the other is a more powerful shaman. If their tribe could connect with either of them, it could change the tribe's future. If they could connect with both, they might soon control the entire eastern continent. With more tribe members, they could gather more resources and make their tribe stronger. It's still early. We're planning to go for a walk, to see the surroundings and learn about the local plants. Hearing Lin Qingyu, Yan immediately stood up. I'm more familiar with the area around the tribe than anyone. Let's go. I'll lead the way, and it will be much easier for you. Once you get to know the tribe members better, you can go out on your own. I'm worried some newcomers might not recognize you, and misunderstandings could happen. Yan explained and then led Lin Qingyu and Zhang Jingguo in a random direction. Jingguo, do you see that banana leaf over there? The place across is in the north. I didn't expect this world to be subtropical. Lin Qingyu pointed at the distant banana trees. Is that a banana tree? We don't have that back home. This is my first time seeing it. Zhang Jingguo quickly ran over and tore off a large piece of banana leaf. Dear wife, I looked, but there are no bananas on the banana tree. Zhang Jingguo felt a bit disappointed because he didn't see any unripe bananas. Let's walk a bit further. Not every banana tree can produce bananas. Some of these trees are only good for feeding pigs. They talked as they walked, while Yan just listened. Although he didn't understand, he didn't interrupt. Look, wife, that tree has big fruits. Some are red, some are green. I wonder if they are edible. Soon, Zhang Jingguo found another plant. This is a fig tree, but it's so big. It's the first time I've seen one this size. Lin Qingyu went over, examined the fruits carefully, skipped the ripe ones, and picked a few that were just right. Grandpa Yan, you should try some too. She handed each of them a fruit. Lin Qingyu eagerly split open her fig, revealing a jelly-like honey inside. Without hesitation, she took a big bite. Sure enough, the honey made it sweeter. She hadn't eaten such a natural wild fig in many years. This single fig was so big, she needed both hands to hold it. People with smaller appetites could almost be full from just one. Can we really eat this? Seeing Lin Qingyu enjoy it, Yan tried a small bite, copying her. The tree had been here a long time. He had seen it before but never dared to eat the fruit. Only after seeing Lin Qingyu eat it did he realize it was safe to eat. Meanwhile, Zhang Jingguo was fearless. If his wife said it was edible, then it was. He bit off a quarter of his fig, feeling the satisfying chew. Delicious. Zhang Jingguo finished one quickly, then went to pick two more. One was ripe and had many tiny bugs flying out. The other was less ripe. It wasn't sweet, but otherwise fine. Soon, Zhang Jingguo learned how to tell if a fig was edible. Later, he only picked the ones that were just right. Grandpa Yan, we can tell if something is safe to eat by whether other animals come to eat it. Usually, if animals eat it, we can eat it too. Some animals won't eat certain foods, but with special preparation, we can still eat them. However, if even insects refuse to eat something, it's best not to touch it. It might be poisonous or just not tasty. Listening to Lin Qingyu's explanation, Yan carefully thought about her words. The more he thought, the more he agreed. In the future, whenever the tribe members find food that birds or other animals have eaten, they should pick some and show it to the healer. Maybe they will discover more edible foods. Sweetheart, I've already picked all the edible ones. Except for some to give to Grandpa Yan, the rest we can take home and eat slowly. Zhang Jingguo thought that his parents had never tasted this kind of fruit before. And his uncles, who often took care of his family, should also get to try some good food. As for the leftovers, they should be kept for his wife. If she gets tired of eating it, she can eat it herself. If even he gets tired of it, he can sell it. Fig fruits from the south are worth a lot in the north. Some northern areas might also grow figs, but those are usually small, unlike the large figs from the south. All right, we're done here. Let's go to the next place. Lin Qingyu said, and led the way forward. Yan followed closely, watching their actions. He remembered everything they picked and planned to report it to the tribe later. Sweetheart, look over there, so many mushrooms. But these mushrooms are so big, I can't recognize what they really are. Ma Dajiao, Zhang Jingguo's mother, often went to the back mountain to pick mushrooms, especially after it rained. He knew quite a few types of mushrooms from childhood, but those were never this big. Seeing them suddenly grow so large, even if they looked familiar, he didn't dare to pick them. When he saw the two of them picking mushrooms, Yan immediately stepped in to stop them. He trusted Lin Qingyu's judgment on most things, but mushrooms can be deadly if poisonous, so he didn't want to take any risks. Don't worry, I can tell which mushrooms are safe to eat and which are poisonous. Don't worry, Grandpa Yan, I am a traveling doctor. I won't do anything reckless. Lin Qingyu picked some mushrooms that hadn't opened their caps yet. These mushrooms are the freshest and taste the best. They are also quite large, with 2 or 3 enough for a meal. Pick a few more to make mushroom sauce at home, and keep it for meals. Make sure you look carefully and don't pick the wrong ones. Yan still looked a bit worried, watching Lin Qingyu's movements closely. Hubby, do I pick the right ones? Zhang Jingguo also came to help. At first, he wasn't sure, but after watching his wife pick, he could recognize the names of the mushrooms. Yes, my husband is really great. Hearing this compliment, Zhang Jingguo felt more motivated and worked faster. Oh no, what hit me? It hurts so much. While happily picking mushrooms, Zhang Jingguo was suddenly hit by something falling from the sky. He covered his head in pain. What's wrong? Is everything okay? Lin Qingyu heard the noise and quickly came over to check. Don't worry, wife, it's nothing serious. Be careful yourself. Something just fell from the tree above and hit me. It hurts quite a bit. Zhang Jingguo held his head where he was hit. It wasn't a light. It looked swollen. It was this thing that hit me. This shell is very hard, and with all those bumps, of course it hurts. Zhang Jingguo looked around and quickly found what had hit him on the ground. It was a red fruit. The shell looked very hard, with some dense bumps. This thing definitely hurts if it hits you. But when Lin Qingyu saw the fruit, she couldn't help but feel excited. This is lychee. Who would have thought there are lychees here? Zhang Jingguo, we're going to get rich. Although lychees don't last long, they are quite expensive. Even if they don't sell them, keeping some to eat is a good choice. Lin Qingyu also makes a type of lychee, wine called lychee drunk. She has only tasted that flavor once. System 005 was exchanged from another host and shared a small jar with her. Later, Lin Qingyu asked the system to buy a brewing recipe because she learned the skill directly, so she mastered it. Are we in the south? But isn't this called the eastern continent? This really confused Zhang Jingguo. According to what Yan had said before, this place is winter, snow, and cold weather, making it impossible to leave the cave. They would stay in the tribe for a long time until spring arrived before going out. But what about these lychees? And the previous figs? It just doesn't make sense. Absolutely no logic. How could northern regions grow fruits typical of the south? It just doesn't add up. Don't think too much. After all, this is an ancient world. Our legends say that a long, long time ago, there were immortals. Where there are immortals, there is spiritual energy, and with spiritual energy, anything is possible. Maybe this world wasn't destroyed, so the spiritual energy nurtures everything, allowing southern fruits to grow in the north. There are too many things that can't be explained. Every world has its own rules. Lin Qingyu never thought about viewing these worlds with normal perspectives. They are independent and unique. So, wife, do you think there are immortals in this world? When talking about immortals, Zhang Jingguo became interested. If there are immortals here, could he also cultivate to become one? Whether there are immortals or not, I don't know. But this world has shamans. Shamans can communicate with spirits and predict good or bad luck. Besides, whether there are immortals or not isn't important to us. What matters is collecting supplies and building our own strength, so we can stand firm in this world. Yan and the two were holding a red fruit talking non-stop, but he couldn't understand what they were saying. It seemed like they were arguing or discussing. Feeling a bit uneasy, he stepped closer and asked, "What are you talking about?" Seeing Yin approach, they immediately stopped their discussion. "Yin, Grandpa, we found a delicious fruit and hope someone from the bear tribe can help us pick it. As a thank you, in a few days, we can trade some salt with your tribe." Salt was just as important to ancient people as it is to modern ones. If people go without salt for a long time, they become weak and get sick easily. So, in autumn, ancient people would travel to salt-rich tribes, bringing animal skins and dried meat to exchange for enough salt. However, the salt they ate was unfiltered. Eating unfiltered salt for a long time could harm their health. But everyone did it this way, and they didn't realize that unfiltered salt could be a problem. Salt was hard to get. They mined it from underground salt deposits, which looked like yellow crystals in chunks. It was not as good as the salt Lin Qingyu brought out. Whether you want to trade or not, even if you give us nothing, we're happy to help, said Yen generously. You'll be staying in the tribe for a while, so don't see yourselves as outsiders. Just tell us if you need anything. Yen waved his hand kindly. It wasn't that he didn't want the salt. He just thought that salt was usually controlled by the tribes living in the city. Even if Lin Qingyu and the others could bring some, it wouldn't be much. They wouldn't mind a little, but they didn't want to make others pay every time. Yen knew that these two people could be a big help to their tribe. Okay, Grandpa Yen, I won't be so polite from now on, said Lin Qingyu. But don't worry, if you treat us well, we won't forget it. After that, Lin Qingyu explained when to start harvesting and how to store the salt. Even Zhang Jingguo managed to speak a few words with the others, stumbling a bit. His language talent was really strong. Outside, if Zhang Jingguo wanted to learn a foreign language, he could do it even faster. The language of this ancient world was completely unfamiliar to him, with no translation available. Modern languages from other countries are easier to learn because there are more resources. This talent was very useful. Lin Qingyu was tempted. Maybe she should buy one for herself? But then she thought better of it. Buying from the system only worked in this world. She'd rather wait until she returned home and use the main god space to find a permanent language talent skill to learn. Only by mastering it herself would it truly belong to her. Dear wife, I can sense that the space-time portal is about to open. We might not stay here for long. If you have anything to say, tell them quickly. Zhang Jingguo felt the call of the space portal and hurriedly shared this news with his wife. We still have some time. Go teach the people of the bear tribe how to weave vine baskets. I'll find Grandpa Yen and talk to him alone. Soon, the couple split up to act separately. Zhang Jingguo found the bear tribe and took him nearby to look for suitable vines to weave. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyu took Yen and returned to their mountain cave. She explained what needed to be done in the coming days. In front of Yen, she also showed some mysterious abilities. She confirmed her identity as a messenger sent by the heavens. Although her space was filled with supplies, she didn't take out much. She only brought a bag of salt, a bag of sugar, and a few packs of medicinal herbs. She drew special symbols on the herbal packs, so Yen could tell which herbs were for internal injuries and which were for colds. Finally, you're back. This trip felt like a dream. Even now, Zhang Jingguo feels like he's trapped in a dream he can't wake up from. He not only traveled to a different world, but also met its people. He even brought back 2 big baskets of lychees, several sacks of sweet potatoes, a large sack of mushrooms, and half a basket of figs. If he sold all these things, it would be enough for them to live without working for 2 years, spending freely. Dear wife, you really worked hard this time. Without you, I wouldn't know how to communicate with them. Maybe they would have thought I was a strange person and captured me, then burned me alive. In his mind, these ancient humans were no different from wild people. The best thing about wild people was that they didn't eat humans. He imagined wild people as fierce, inhumane, and full of violence. But he knew he couldn't handle them as an ordinary person. If his wife hadn't understood those ancient languages and communicated smoothly from the start, things wouldn't have gone so well later. Actually, in his previous life, Zhang Jingguo also encountered this tribe. But at first, he only knew how to run away. Later, he was captured by the bear tribe and kept in a cave, not allowed to go outside. Yen used many methods to help Zhang Jingguo understand what the other side wanted. They asked about Zhang Jingguo's background, wanted his clothes, his matches, and the knives he carried. They wanted many things. They were willing to trade dried meat and animal skins. Although they eventually reached an agreement, the process was long and difficult. Fortunately, Lin Qingyu's company made things easier and saved a lot of time. We are one family, sharing both happiness and trouble. Only when you are well can I be well. When we are good, our home is good. Now is not the time to relax. What do you plan to do with these lychees? My space has a preservation function, better suited for storing these lychees and figs than your space. When you find a buyer, we will go together. By then, you will be open about it, and I will keep things secret so they won't be able to track us. Lin Qingyu has a space where she can hide if needed. Zhang Jingguo knows this. He also knows that his wife's space can only be entered by her alone. He, as her husband, cannot go in. But that's good. It gives her extra protection and helps them cover their tracks. However, Zhang Jiangwo's space cannot hold living animals. Even if animals are put inside, they will die when taken out. Its preservation function is poor. It can only hold items. They talked for a while longer. Lin Qingyu stored all the fruit in her space. Then they quickly washed up and went to sleep. Before sleeping, Zhang Jingguo went to the next room to tell Ma Dajiao not to worry, then returned to sleep peacefully. Ma Dajiao, after confirming her son and daughter-in-law had returned, went back to her own yard. She was holding a basket with some lychees and a few figs. Although there wasn't much, it was enough for Ma Dajiao and Zhang Yud to try something new. Plus, these items are hard to store. If left out, they would spoil quickly. And it was late at night, better to talk about things tomorrow. The next morning, Lin Qingyu woke up to find Zhang Jiangguo had already gone to the city to find a buyer. Ma Dajiao was cooking in the kitchen, while Zhang Yud was fixing the door of their storage room. "Dad, are you not working today?" She went to the kitchen to scoop some hot water, then mixed it with cool water by the well, planning to wash her face with soap. Seeing Zhang Yud, Lin Qingyu instinctively greeted him. "Today is the weekend. I can stay at home for 2 days. Jiangwa said he will come back before noon, so you can rest well at home and then go to the city in the afternoon." Zhang Yud glanced at his daughter-in-law, finished his instructions to his son, and then started working. His daughter-in-law had just woken up and looked a bit confused. As her husband's father, he didn't want to stare at her. He decided to finish fixing the door quickly and go back to his own house. It would be awkward to stay here longer. "Oh, I understand. By the way, Dad, I have many books in my room. If you want to read, you can take some." Lin Qingyu picked out a few books. In this era, the books available for reading were placed on the table. They were used both to pass the time and as a kind gesture to give to Zhang Yud. The books covered agriculture, industry, railways, and even various skills and traditions. They were old books that had been read before, collected from her previous world. She checked every book carefully to make sure there was nothing inappropriate. But they were real and useful for this era. Zhang Yud knew a bit more and could broaden his horizons, learning more about the outside world. If someday an opportunity came, he would be strong enough to seize it. After all, Zhang Yud was a primary school teacher. The deeper his knowledge, the more successful his students would be. Even if he just told stories to the children, it could inspire them more. Whatever choice he made, it was his own decision. She was only responsible for bringing out these books. "What kind of books are they?" "Are there many?" "This can wait. I'll fix the door later. I want to look at the books first." When he heard there were books, Zhang Yud became excited. He forgot about fixing the door and, seeing his daughter-in-law still by the well, went to her bedroom. Inside, Zhang Yud didn't dare to look around and only glanced at the table. Soon, he found a pile of books. They were mixed, but just by reading the titles, he knew these books were treasures. Zhang Yud couldn't help but pick up a book. As he looked inside, his attention was quickly drawn in. Unknowingly, he became completely absorbed in reading. It wasn't until Ma Dajiao came in to find him that she noticed her husband looking so distracted and absent-minded. "Look at you, as soon as you see a book, you lose all your focus," she said. "Don't stay too long in your son's room. If you want to read, take the book back to your own room." Hearing his wife's words, Zhang Yud finally realized what he was doing. "I got too caught up in reading. I'll go back now," he said, blushing when he saw he was still in his son and daughter-in-law's room. He quickly grabbed a few books and headed out. "Qingyu, don't mind him. That's just how he is. As soon as he sees a book, he forgets everything," Ma Dajiao explained. "If he doesn't get to read enough, he can't even eat properly." When she said this, there was a mix of teasing and admiration in her tone. Marrying Zhang Yud was her greatest pride. She was just a rural girl who hadn't gone to school, yet she married a scholar. Just that fact made her better than most women in the village. She admired scholars and longed to learn, but she started too late and only learned a little. Despite that, she felt grateful and loving toward her husband. Ma Dajiao always believed she was the happiest woman in the world. "Wife, look what I got." Before lunch, Zhang Jingguo finally returned home. As soon as he arrived, he couldn't wait to find his wife. "What did you get? You're so happy," Qingyu asked, her head buzzing from his loud voice. But she wasn't disappointed. She quickly responded. Zhang Jingguo proudly pulled out 2 tickets from his pocket. They were train tickets to K-City, arranged through his uncle in the city. Zhang Jingguo thought about the delicious lychees. Besides his family's own supply, lychees weren't suitable to be shipped back home. He didn't want others to notice where he was from. Transportation wasn't as fast as it is now, and for rare things like lychees, the shipping costs were very high. Only important people could afford to enjoy such treats. But lychees in the north were real good stuff. The 2 big baskets of lychees were meant to be sold in K-City. He couldn't avoid earning money, but he didn't want trouble to come close to his family. So, he decided to take the lychees elsewhere and cause trouble for others. Anyway, his wife had space to hide, and as long as they kept things secret, no one would find out. After all, they only carried a bag, nothing else. No one would suspect them. Great. I've never been to K-City before. Husband, you're amazing. Lin Qingyu hugged Zhang Jingguo's neck and kissed his face. This kiss made Zhang Jingguo feel excited. He looked toward the door. His parents were in the next yard, so he picked up his wife and headed inside. "What are you doing?" "Mom just called me to eat." "Can't it wait until after dinner?" Lin Qingyu struggled hard, but Zhang Jingguo's arms were like clamps. No matter how she tried, she couldn't break free. "Let your parents wait a little longer. I need to teach you what a husband's duty is." They played around for a while, but didn't do anything serious. Zhang Jingguo wasn't shameless enough to do anything inappropriate in broad daylight. He thought he had already given his wife a lesson and happily went to the next house. "Mom, why is the food so good today?" Smelling the delicious aroma from the pot, he licked his lips. He wasn't very hungry before, but now his stomach was growling. Xiaoyu said she wanted to cook chicken with lychees. "We've never had it before, so I made it. I just tasted the soup and it's sweet and clear. It tastes pretty good. Hurry up and call your wife to eat." "What are you staring at? Your eyes are about to fall out." Ma Dajiao patted his son's shoulder and urged him to go call her. Both yards had separate kitchens, but Zhang Jingguo's kitchen was newer. The older couple usually didn't want to use it. They only cooked simple meals there. For dishes like chicken soup that took time, they did it in their own yard. Mainly because their daughter-in-law liked to sleep late, waking up after 7 a.m. every day. If they cooked early in her place, they could keep the food warm in the pot. But if they did it in the old house, the older couple worried their daughter-in-law wouldn't want to come over. "Mom and Dad, I need to tell you something. Big Uncle asked me to go to K-City to visit a friend. I heard that Big Uncle's friend had an accident in K-City and is still in the hospital. Big Uncle is busy, so he asked me to do this. Tomorrow, I will take my wife and go. Don't worry, we will eat and drink as usual at home. We will come back as soon as possible." After hearing his son's explanation, Zhang had thought for a moment and still advised him to be careful. Only Ma Dajiao, the silly one, thought it was really Big Uncle asking his son for help. He kept reminding them to take care of his daughter-in-law on the way. The next day arrived quickly. Sitting on the train to K-City, the couple was not as anxious as others. They enjoyed the scenery outside the window. Sometimes the train stopped in the middle of nowhere. No one knew exactly why, but it was said the train had a problem and would be fixed soon. Some people climbed out of the window, men went to find a place to, and women went out to get some fresh air. Once, when the stop was longer, Lin Qingyu also got off with Zhang Jingguo. She looked at a branch sticking out from a nearby hillside. The branch was full of small, bright green fruits. Many people saw them, but no one could reach them. Seeing her hopeful look, Zhang Jingguo quickly ran to the side. In a short time, he came back with a stick, and after a few taps, the fruits fell down. Lin Qingyu hurried to pick them up. Some onlookers also came forward to grab some. Soon, all the fruits on the ground were taken. The train started honking loudly, urging passengers to get on quickly. People who benefited from Zhang Jingguo also urged the couple. "Hurry up and get on, the train is about to leave. These fruits are really sweet." "Thank you both." They responded kindly to the polite words. Those who got the fruits without saying a word just ignored the others. Back in their seats, Lin Xingyu opened the train window, reached outside, and washed a few fruits. Here, I heard they're very sweet. I handed two to Zhang Jingguo, and the rest I kept in my small personal bag. I took out one and tasted it. Sure enough, just as the woman said, it was very sweet. Young girl, do you want to trade your fruit? At that moment, a well-dressed woman appeared in front of us. Looking at her clothes, her family must be quite well off. She was neat and proper, probably either a worker or a leader. No need to trade. I'll give you one. Lin Xingyu took out another and handed it to her. Thank you. My daughter wants to eat it or I wouldn't ask. We have oranges here. I'll trade you for an orange. The woman handed over 2 oranges. Lin Xingyu didn't want them at first, but she insisted and pushed them into her hands. The woman sat in front of us. When she talked to the other side, a little girl with pigtails peeked out from her seat. Thank you, sister. This little green fruit is really tasty. Do you know what it's called? The girl looked at Lin Xingyu with big, fearless eyes, constantly moving her hands and biting the small green fruit. I don't know either, but such a sweet fruit isn't common. Here, little sister, I'll give you 2 more. I also have some crispy dates. They're grown at home. They're not as sweet, but they're still pretty good. Lin Xingyu, finding the girl adorable, gave her some more fruit. Zhang Jingguo kept watching his wife, thinking that maybe it would be better if their first child was a girl. I didn't expect that woman, with her child, was also going to K City. I heard her husband works there, and they haven't seen each other for over a year. She went specifically to visit. If she didn't go now, maybe the child wouldn't even recognize his father anymore. The woman spoke with a full smile. But I had a bad feeling. Under what circumstances would a man leave his wife and daughter for over a year without seeing them? But I quickly told myself not to jump to conclusions. Maybe her husband's work is special, and he just can't come back. Anyway, if it were me, I could tolerate it, but Zhang Jianguo definitely couldn't. Sweetheart, let's find a place to stay first. Wait a moment, I want to go see the market. Once I find the black market, I'll come back to pick you up. Zhang Jingguo rented a room at the guest house. After Jiang Linqingjiu settled in, he left alone. Not long after Zhang Jingguo left, someone knocked on her door. It was people from the Revolutionary Committee. They repeatedly checked her background and looked at the introduction letter from the village before leaving. They didn't just check Jiang Linqingjiu's room, they examined almost all the rooms with residents. That was typical of this time period. Traveling was not easy. Just finding a place to stay was a big hassle, not to mention other things. Without an introduction letter, it was really hard to do anything in this era. After sending those people away, Jiang Linqingjiu was about to lie down and rest. Suddenly, there was another knock on the door, forcing her to get up and face another round of questioning. After they left, Jiang Linqingjiu took her luggage and went to the counter. I want to ask, is this how it usually is every day here? I just lay down and someone knocked on the door. Will it be like this at night too? Seeing her unhappy face, the receptionist was very patient. This is how it is during the day, but it gets quieter after 10 p.m. Usually after 10 p.m., there won't be any more checks, and you can sleep well until morning. The lady explained with a smile. Running a guest house wasn't easy. It's not peaceful here at all. Are you a girl from out of town? You might not understand how things are around here. If you're staying for a long time, it's better to rent a house so no one bothers you every day. If it's just a short stay, you might as well endure it. Once you finish your business and go home, you'll be able to sleep peacefully. The lady was very patient the whole time, without any sign of impatience. This made Jiang Linqingjiu feel frustrated, but had nowhere to vent her anger. The lady hadn't caused any trouble for her, so there was no reason to be rude. Since she couldn't sleep, she decided to go out for a walk. Fortunately, she only had one bag with her, which wasn't heavy to carry. Instead of being questioned repeatedly, it was better to go out and stroll around. Thank you, big sister. Please take these candies and enjoy them. Since I can't sleep, I think I'll go for a walk. When my partner returns, please tell him that I will be back soon and ask him not to worry. Hearing Lin Xingyu's words and seeing the candies on the table, the big sister smiled kindly and agreed. Don't worry, young lady. When your partner comes back, I will tell him. So, Lin Xingyu left the guest house and wandered the streets of K-City. As she wandered, she arrived at a special place. It looked like an abandoned factory, with broken walls and parts of the wall collapsed. But at the entrance, there were two strong men standing guard. They had sharp eyes and watched anyone who approached. In front of Lin Qingyu, there were two people who seemed like a couple. They sneaked up to the guards and took out a crumpled coin from their pockets, handing it over. Then they were allowed inside. Lin Qingyu watched from a distance for a long time. It seemed like only people went in with no way out, so there must be another exit. After figuring out the pattern, she took 5 cents and approached the two men. "You're new here. Newcomers pay 2 dimes. Next time it will be 5 cents. Lin Qingyu wasn't sure if they were telling the truth, but for a small amount of money, there was no need to argue. She honestly handed over 2 dimes and was allowed inside. Sure enough, it was a hidden black market. She browsed for a long time and bought everything she needed. Many items were homemade by farmers, quite rough, but perfect for trading with the bear tribe. Especially the pots, large rustic bowls, and old-fashioned forged iron tools. Grandpa Yan would be very happy to see these. "Young girl, I see you've bought a lot. Would you like to see mine? I have plenty of food that can fill you up, cheap prices, and no receipt needed." An old man had been watching Lin Qingyu for a while. When she was about to leave, he quickly called her over. He was a big customer and had spent quite a bit of money in a short time. "I bought a bunch of miscellaneous items, probably because I just got married and everything is still missing." "What's all this, sir? Do you have any seasonings? Do you have plain rice and flour?" Although coarse grains are healthy, she prefers refined grains. "Yes, but not much, and they are expensive. Young lady, you should buy more coarse grains. They are cheap and filling. Look at this japonica rice. It was given as a benefit from my son's workplace. We don't want to eat it ourselves, so I'm selling it for some money. And these red beans, they make delicious porridge. I also have some dried lily bulbs, white fungus, and red dates." The old man enthusiastically promoted his goods. Lin Qingyu thought his items were good, so she bought a little of each. "Sir, do you have any extra salt? You probably noticed I just got married and was separated from my family, so we have nothing at home. If you have some extra salt, could you share a little with me? Salt isn't expensive, but buying too much might attract suspicion. Buying too little isn't enough." So, whenever they go to a new place, Lin Qingyu and Zhang Jingguo buy some salt to stock up. This way, when they trade with the bear tribe leader, they will have more confidence. They can't always take advantage of others for free. If the bear tribe becomes a benefactor, they might become passive. "Yes, I have some, but I didn't bring it with me. Maybe you can wait until tomorrow." After some thought, the old man decided that profit was more important. His family wasn't short of salt. His son worked at a supply and marketing cooperative, so they could get good things easily. They had quite a bit of salt, which is a valuable commodity. "All right, sir, we'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'll bring some local specialties for you. I'm sure you'll like them." Lin Qingyu returned heavily loaded from the black market, but after leaving, she realized it was already late. She found a quiet spot, stored everything in her space, and then headed to the guest house. "Wife, where did you go? Do you know? You scared me to death." As soon as she returned to the guest house, she saw Zhang Jingguo anxiously pacing outside. God knows, when he came back and couldn't find Lin Qingyu, he almost searched the entire area. He was afraid to go further away, worried that his wife would come back and not find him, and they might miss each other. After you left, several groups came to check the house. "I found it annoying, so I just went for a walk. Let's go back inside first." Because there were many people and many eyes outside, Lin Qingyu didn't tell her discovery. Back in the room, Lin Qingyu quietly shared her discovery with the other person. Zhang Jianguo also told her about his situation. If everything goes well, they can leave the day after tomorrow. Outside, it's impossible to enter another world through the wardrobe. No one knows how the time in both worlds compares. It's better not to delay too long. That night, the two of them didn't sleep well. If they didn't have to stay for a short time, they wouldn't want to live in the guest house. But there was no choice. They had to endure it, no matter how uncomfortable. The next day, Zhang Jingguo took a basket of lychees and left. Lin Qingyu carried a basket of items and went to the black market. As soon as she entered, an old man immediately came over. "You're asking for quite a lot. I told my son to wait outside. Let's do the deal outside. Don't worry, young lady. I'm a regular here, and many people recognize me. You don't need to worry about me causing trouble. Actually, Lin Qingyu wasn't worried. For her, it didn't matter where she exchanged things. If she could do it outside, it would be better for her. At least, there wouldn't be so many eyes watching, and no one would know what she was exchanging. After a short while, they arrived outside. They took a big detour to a quiet place. As soon as they entered an alley, they saw a man waiting there. Next to him was a large basket. The basket was covered with cloth, so she couldn't see what was inside. This is my son. We have everything we brought. Take a look. If everything's okay, we can start the deal. The old man asked his son to lift the cloth covering the basket so Lin Qingyu could check the goods. She originally thought it would be a simple exchange, but she didn't expect so much. This was much more than she had expected. Old man, I want all of this salt. Lin Qingyu put down her basket and let the two people look inside. It was filled with many items brought from another world. There were fresh mushrooms, tempting wild fruits, a large red sweet potato, and yams thicker than a thigh. Although there weren't many items, the basket was full. Young girl, your family's crops grow very well. This head of something, I've never seen it before. If the old man didn't recognize these things, he would think he was just admiring flowers. Besides the wild fruit that he couldn't name, everything else was familiar to him. But the ones he had seen before weren't this big. If he could trade these items back and sell them to wealthy people, he could definitely get a high price. Those rich folks like things this big. The old man had already thought about who to sell these to. They quickly agreed that, aside from the exchange, Lin Qingyu would also need to pay the other person some money. But she wasn't short of money. This time, Zhang Jianguo had given her quite a bit, so she didn't need to worry about that. Young girl, do you need anything else? Do you still want the salt? If yes, I can have my son stock up some more, and you can come back next time to trade. Actually, the old man had already guessed that Lin Qingyu bought so many things not just for her small family. She probably had her own contacts and could sell these items at higher prices. But that was her secret, and he wouldn't ask foolish questions. I might come again next month. Let's exchange contact information, old man. When I come back, I'll find you to trade again. Although neither side left their real names or home addresses, they left a secret contact code. Next time Lin Qingyu came, she would make a mark at a designated spot, and the other person would know. This way, everyone stays safe. After the exchange, Lin Qingyu went to the black market, bought a few things, and then left. Meanwhile, the old man stayed at his stall, watching for potential customers. Zhang Jianguo also sold the lychees. They earned quite a bit this time, making both of them feel it was a good trip. Not only did they sell the lychees, but they also sold many figs. This was the case even when they didn't want to lower the prices. Ordinary people were reluctant to buy, and wealthy people were hard to find. Selling some was already a good result. After this experience, both of them made friends with the local people here. Next time they come, they won't need to sell the goods themselves. They can just sell in bulk and collect the money. Of course, they both chose to hide their true identities when dealing with these customers. Even though they were selling in a different place, they wanted to prevent others from noticing. The less obvious they were, the better. They sold all the goods they brought, then went to the hospital to visit Uncle Zhang's friend. They brought some gifts and said a few caring words, then left the hospital. They went straight to the train station to buy tickets, planning to leave early the next morning. Overall, the trip went smoothly. The only problem was the poor accommodation. Right now, they couldn't buy a house here. Although they had enough money, any empty house had to be handed over to the local committee to rent out. They didn't want their house to become someone else's home. Zhang Jingguo didn't want to buy a house here, and Lin Qingyu knew it wasn't the right time yet. So, they had to be patient for now. They stayed one more day in a not-so-comfortable guest house. It was noisy all night, and they couldn't rest well. But there was nothing they could do. They had to endure, since they were leaving the next day. Early the next morning, they got up early to pack. There wasn't much to rest for. They just didn't want to stay any longer. They didn't know how things were going in the ancient world. Since they left, time there might have passed a long time. They just hoped it wasn't too long. Otherwise, the friendship they built might be misunderstood or broken. On the way back, they didn't meet anyone special. They stopped fewer times, and they didn't find any particularly delicious fruit either. When they finally reached the county town, they both felt relieved. At least tonight, they could go home and sleep well. Back in a familiar place, Zhang Jingguo secretly took out a bicycle when no one was around. He rode with his wife back to Zhangjia village. When they got home, the two of them first reported to Zhang Yud and Ma Dajiao, then both went back to their room to sleep. Fortunately, that night was peaceful, and the wardrobe did not summon them to another world. They slept well and finally regained their energy. The next morning, Ma Dajiao prepared a hearty breakfast. The family gathered together to enjoy a reunion meal. Zhang Jingguo briefly mentioned their trip to Zhang Yud. Since he was in a hurry to attend class, the two of them quickly exchanged a few words and parted ways. Meanwhile, Ma Dajiao stayed with her daughter-in-law, asking about some news from City K. City K is about the same as our city. By the way, Mom, I brought you a gift. I'll go get it. Thinking of something, Lin Qingyu went back to her room and brought out a small cloth bag. Inside was a piece of fabric, enough for Ma Dajiao to make a new outfit. There was also a local specialty, a large, sharp pair of tailor's scissors. These scissors were very sharp, with a unique shape, but easy to handle. They cut fabric smoothly and comfortably, making sewing much easier. Besides that, there were some hair ties for women. Lin Qingyu planned to buy some small fabric scraps to make hair accessories to sell. But that was for later. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law got along well, discussing clothing styles and preparing a delicious, hearty lunch together. They enjoyed a peaceful day at home. That evening, they traveled to another world again. You finally came back. Where have you two been these past few days? Yenny hurried over when he sensed someone nearby. From his words, Lin Qingyu and the others understood that they had been gone for over 4 days, but only 2 days had passed here. Although the time was longer in the real world, it was much better than they had expected. Yenny, we've returned to the embrace of our Divine Father, hoping to receive his blessings. Is there something you want to talk to us about? Yenny was rambling, which probably described Lin Qingyu's current state. As a shaman from the ancient continent, Yenny naturally believed in spirits. He has never received a clear response from the spirits, only vague feelings or impressions. Since others have mentioned it, he doesn't want to bring it up again. Whether or not they truly return to the embrace of the ancestral god, just coming back is enough. Yoxiong and the others recently found a large batch of the sweet potatoes you asked for. Also, the tribe members discovered several lychee trees. They found many figs too, but most have rotted. A few good ones were eaten by the tribe. The remaining figs are not ripe yet. We have to wait a few days. He loves figs the most. He didn't know he could eat them before, but after tasting their flavor, he fell in love with it. Once he started, he couldn't stop. Most of the figs were eaten by him, though he claims the tribe ate some too. Finding the trees is already good. As for the fruit, let the tribe enjoy it if they like. This is the resources of the Yoxiong tribe. The trees are within the tribe's territory, so everyone can eat freely. If there's more, we can trade with me. I brought back some salt this time, which I believe you need. We'll see later what to exchange for it. Lin Qingyu talked with Yen for a while. Nearby, Zhang Jingguo listened in, guessing and understanding much of their conversation. Husband, you handle the rest of the negotiations. I'm going to check on what the tribe members found. Just as Lin Qingyu was about to leave, Zhang Jingguo quickly followed. Wife, I'll go with you. There's no rush to trade. We have resources they don't, so we hold the advantage. We'll give them some salt now, and when we leave, we'll trade the rest. Zhang Jingguo thought well. The items are in their hands, and the tribes need what they have. Although they also want to acquire resources from this world, even without the tribes, they can explore little by little. It's just a bit slower. But with Lin Qingyu's identity as a traveling doctor and Zhang Jingguo's role as a pretend shaman, it's only a matter of time before they make a name for themselves on this ancient continent. Just make the decisions yourself. I mainly focus on helping them find resources and you handle the trading. Our unity as husband and wife is as strong as steel. Together, we will make a name for ourselves in this unfamiliar world. Lin Qingyu's words made Zhang Jingguo feel energized. He secretly decided in his heart to build a successful career, worthy of marrying such a kind and capable wife. As they walked and talked, they soon found Chief Yoxiong and his people. Respectful doctor, you are finally back. Although they already knew Zhang Jingguo was a shaman, the people of the Yoxiong tribe still instinctively looked to Lin Qingyu as the leader. After all, Zhang Jingguo couldn't understand their language, and Lin Qingyu was very capable. Most importantly, Zhang Jingguo seemed to follow Lin Qingyu's lead. They knew that maintaining good relations with her would bring more benefits. We're back. Let me see your recent discoveries. Next, Chief Yoxiong led Lin Qingyu and Zhang Jingguo around the forest, showing them their findings. They looked at the discoveries and checked their supplies. The fruit trees they found were a strategic resource for sustainable development. They could harvest fruit this year and again next year. Every year, these trees would bring them a lot of money. The tribe could also trade these fruits for other scarce resources. It was a win-win situation. After seeing the fruit trees, they went to look at the sweet potatoes. On the way, Lin Qingyu also found 2 large ginseng roots, which he carefully collected to sell in City K. These were the most valuable items they had found recently. Fortunately, Lin Qingyu had learned how to prepare medicinal herbs, so even if he didn't sell them immediately, the herbs wouldn't lose their potency. Roar! Just as they were about to reach their destination, they suddenly heard a deep, powerful roar. The sound made their scalps tingle. It was like facing a huge, terrifying creature, making people feel chills. What was that sound? Zhang Jingguo asked in a language resembling ancient speech. It's a saber-toothed tiger. This big guy is not easy to deal with. Should we avoid it for now? The people of Yoxiong frowned, feeling a bit scared. Hadn't this creature just been driven away recently? Why was it back? Initially, a lot of effort was spent to drive away this saber-toothed tiger. We also asked members of other tribes for help and shared some dried meat. But it hasn't been long, and the creature has come back. They can't afford to spend as much again to call more people. So, we can only avoid it for now and wait for a better time. Sweetheart, isn't the saber-toothed tiger a creature from myth? Let's run quickly. If we really face such a legendary beast, we might lose our lives here. Lin Qingyu looked at Zhang Jingguo and saw that although he was scared, he still stood by her side as a protector. He looked ready to rush forward at any danger to protect her. Hold this. If there's danger, just shoot. Lin Qingyu handed him a gun. Zhang Jingguo was so surprised he almost dropped it. He really knows how to use it. He used to have several guns in the village, but they were all taken away later. When he was a child, he even practiced shooting. Not only he but his parents also knew how to handle guns. Most people in the village could. But since the guns were confiscated, he hadn't touched one again. Now that he has a gun again, Zhang Jingguo feels more confident. Even facing a fierce beast like the saber-toothed tiger he's never seen before, he's less afraid. It's true what they say. When a man has a gun, he feels more secure. The leader of the bear tribe nearby, staring in the direction of the howling, frowned. They slowly backed away, but didn't run blindly. No one wanted to attract such a big creature to the tribe. It was just that today's preparations weren't enough. Otherwise, they would have found a way to drive the beast away. Leaving such a creature in the tribe would only cause trouble sooner or later. The teeth of the saber-toothed tiger should be useful for medicine, right? Lin Qingyu looked toward the sound and muttered to herself. While others are afraid of the saber-toothed tiger, she isn't. She's never seen one before, but she's seen tigers and even eaten tiger meat. In modern times, tigers are protected, but here in this strange new world, she can hunt whatever she wants. That's really wonderful. Aren't you afraid? The bear tribe leader turned his head and saw Lin Qingyu's expression.
He was a bit surprised.
What kind of look is this from the traveling doctor? There was no fear in her eyes, only excitement. It's nothing, just craving some tiger meat. Let's find a high place first to see where the other side is. Lin Qingyu said, then circled nearby and finally focused on a large tree. The tree was as thick as 7 or 8 people standing side by side, with very sturdy branches. There was a long section without any branches. making it hard for anyone to climb up. But that was no problem for her. She saw Lin Qingyu holding two small knives, then stabbing them into the tree trunk. With a quick pull and push, she climbed up the tree. However, there were some marks on the tree from misstabs. When she reached the top, Lin Qingyu took out a rope from her space, tied it around a big branch, and threw the other end down. Zhang Jingguo, come up first. She waved at Zhang Jingguo, while others helped by tying a rope around his waist. Then Zhang Jingguo started climbing up, and Lin Qingyu pulled him up. Soon, he was on the branch. The rest was left to the men. Fortunately, the people from the ancient world were much more agile than Zhang Jingguo. They didn't need to tie ropes around themselves. They just grabbed the rope and climbed up quickly. Traveling doctor, your knife is really impressive. After the bear tribe leader came up, he kept glancing at her hands, eyeing the dagger Lin Qingyu used earlier. But Lin Qingyu didn't promise anything. That was her weapon, and until she found a better one, she wouldn't easily exchange it. Darling, let's keep climbing. Once most people were up, Zhang Jingguo helped Lin Qingyu up first. The bear tribe members were agile and had plenty of branches above, so they didn't need anyone to help them. Not long after, Lin Qingyu noticed large green spiky balls among the branches. 005, are these chestnuts? Although these spiky balls looked a bit green and tender and much larger than the chestnuts she had seen before. But their shape was just too similar. The chestnuts are not yet ripe and are not suitable for harvesting now. After learning that these are chestnut trees, she looked at the nearby large trees. Those trees also had the same spiky balls. This shows that this is a chestnut forest, and it is close to the village. Seeing the people of the bear tribe, who didn't pay attention to the spiky balls, they probably didn't know that the chestnuts inside are edible. But there's no rush. The chestnuts aren't ripe yet. When they are ready, it will be fine to harvest them later. The group continued climbing higher. When they reached a good height, they saw a white figure in the distance walking toward them. The figure moved slowly, stopping now and then to sniff the air. Maybe it was trying to find their location. It was indeed a tiger, and a tiger with long fangs. It was a saber-toothed tiger. Its teeth looked very sharp, like swords. If it bit someone, they might lose their life. It looked even more frightening than a normal tiger. Hubby, are you confident? Lin Qingyu asked the man beside her. Its skin looks thicker than a real tiger's, but so what? It's still a living animal. With one shot, even if I don't kill it, I'll seriously hurt it. Zhang Jingguo said confidently. With a gun in hand, he felt unstoppable. He didn't believe that this small saber-toothed tiger could stop him. Today, he wanted his wife to taste the meat of a saber-toothed tiger. The others in the trees held their breath, worried that the saber-toothed tiger might notice them. Although the tiger couldn't climb up, being trapped in the trees wouldn't be comfortable either. Chief of the bear tribe, I have something good for you, Lin Qingyu said, pulling out a bow and arrow from her space. She slung the quiver on her back and knocked an arrow on the bowstring. The arrow was aimed at the saber-toothed tiger, waiting for it to get closer. Zhang Jingguo also raised his dark gun, aiming at the tiger. The people of the bear tribe watched the couple's actions, their eyes full of curiosity. They didn't know what Lin Qingyu and Zhang Jingguo were doing, but seeing what they held, they guessed it was for hunting. But those thin arrows and the small black stick, are they really useful? Lin Qingyu and Zhang Jingguo did not rush to act. It wasn't until the saber-toothed tiger came under the tree that both of them fired at the same time. Zhang Jingguo's shot hit the tiger's forehead, while Lin Qingyu's shot hit the tiger's neck. The bullet pierced the tiger's skin and got stuck in its skull. The arrow shaft was embedded in the tiger's neck, with a small part of the arrowhead showing. This shows that Lin Qingyu's strength is even greater than Zhang Jingguo's bullet power. Moreover, the bow in Lin Qingyu's hand is not ordinary. It is a magic weapon exchanged from the cultivation world. With her great strength added, this is the result. Even a regular bow and arrow, with ancient strength, wouldn't be too weak. Clan leader, it seems the saber-toothed tiger is dead. A clan member hesitantly spoke. Everything happened too quickly and was too shocking, so everyone was stunned and couldn't react right away. Until the saber-toothed tiger took a few more steps forward and finally collapsed heavily to the ground, no longer making a sound, Only then did everyone find their voices. Go down and check. Clan leader Xiong was a bit excited and spoke to the people below. Thinking of something, he quickly added, "Be careful." Soon after, the people below sent back cheers of joy, indicating the saber-toothed tiger was truly dead. At this moment, clan leader Xiong led his people toward the tree. Zhang Jianguo was supporting his wife, looking at the spiky ball on the tree. "Sweetheart, why do I feel like this thing looks a lot like a chestnut?" The more he looked at it, the more familiar it seemed and the more he liked it. Finally, he reached out and poked the spiky ball, but it hurt his finger, so he quickly pulled it back. "I saw it a long time ago, and you're only noticing now, but chestnuts aren't ripe yet. No rush, we'll pick them when they mature. This time, let's try to explore more places and find more treasures. Yes, and keep track of the supplies here." Lin Qingyu looked at those greenish chestnuts and felt a fire rise in her heart. If she ever had the chance, she definitely wanted to plant more chestnut trees in her space. Although Zhang Jianguo knew she had awakened her space, he didn't know that she could grow things inside it. Lin Qingyu did not want to cause herself trouble. The awakening space was already impressive, and if she could grow crops, that would be even better. Even with her close partner, she couldn't fully trust them. When a couple is happy, they can share secrets and enjoy intimacy. But if their relationship breaks, those secrets can become weapons against each other. The closer people are, the more they know each other's weaknesses. The wounds shared during intimate moments can be uncovered someday. No one can truly understand another person's feelings, so don't expect your partner to know everything about you. Sometimes you think they should understand your thoughts, but that can lead to misunderstandings. When dating, both usually use up most of their enthusiasm. Life tends to become ordinary, and no one wants to keep guessing. No one can be perfectly attentive and patient all the time. Pretending to be perfect is hard to maintain forever.
"I think the same way," he said.
"Wife, I'll help you down first," he offered. "Put the body of that saber-toothed tiger in your space. It will stay fresh longer." They had already revealed their secret about having a space. Since they were in a different world and followed the gods' guidance, everyone respected the witches. People dared not disrespect the divine messengers. In the minds of the bear tribe members, Lin Qingyu and Zhang Jianguo were messengers sent by the gods. They dared not offend such important figures. Before leaving, Yan had repeatedly told them to take good care of the two and not to be careless. The tribe leader of the bear tribe kept Yan's words in mind. They believed these two were their tribe's witches. Even if they didn't seem as powerful as the two in front of them, they were still their faith. Next, they continued exploring according to their plan. The tribe leader took them to see several fruit trees discovered by the tribe members. Along the way, the couple found many edible foods, wild vegetables, grains, fruits, and herbs. This trip was very fruitful. It also made the bear tribe members respect the two even more. Everyone's respect grew, and they no longer doubted anything the couple said. Whenever the two of them said something was edible, they would try it without hesitation. Whenever they said something was poisonous and needed to be avoided, they would remember it deeply and never come near it again. Halfway through their journey, the bear tribe leader was about to take the two back to their village. Suddenly, Lin Qingyu's gaze was caught by a large green area in the distance. Is that taro? Because they were far away, Zhang Jianguo couldn't see clearly. Should we go take a look? If it is taro, based on the tradition that everything in this world tends to be bigger, they should find a good harvest. Taro is a good food. It's nutritious and tastes great. You can steam it, boil it, roast it, or grind it into flour to make various pastries. It's a top-quality ingredient. They had found some before, and the bear tribe leader should know about it. That's not taro. Our people have already checked. It grows in water, and although the leaves look a bit similar, it's definitely not the same thing. The bear tribe leader explained quickly when he saw their gazes. They had already tasted taro's deliciousness. If it really was taro, they would have already dug it up and brought it back. They wouldn't just leave it alone. If it's not taro, then it's lotus leaves. Could it be lotus roots? Surprisingly, after the bear tribe leader explained, he didn't see any disappointment on their faces. He scratched his head, a bit confused. When they first saw that big leaf from afar, they also thought it was taro and were excited for a long time. But when they got closer, they realized it wasn't taro at all. Their disappointment was obvious. Why are these two so calm? Adults are still adults. They are different from ordinary people like us. Soon, they arrived by the lotus pond. Zhang Jianguo knew this was a tricky situation to explain. After confirming there was no danger in the pond, he took off his coat and pants and jumped into the water. The people of the bear tribe watched curiously, not knowing what this great shaman was doing. In a short while, Zhang Jianguo surfaced. He wiped some water off his face and raised his right hand high. There are lotus roots, and there are many. Seeing Zhang Jianguo holding a white, tender lotus root, the bear tribe people became very curious. What is this? Is it something edible? Unexpectedly, the bear tribe leader was quite perceptive. He immediately guessed the purpose of the lotus root. This thing is indeed meant to be eaten, and it tastes very good. It can be used in cooking or ground into lotus root powder. Both are good ingredients, and making it into powder allows it to be stored longer. For these ancient tribes in winter, when resources are scarce, it is a tasty food. Most importantly, it is easy to store. He told the bear tribe members about the use of the lotus root, asking them to dig some out for everyone to try, and the rest to be saved until winter. That is the best time to eat lotus root. Digging it out makes it easier to keep. After staying in the other world for a day, the two returned to the real world. But not long after they came back, they felt the wardrobe move again. Is the frequency too fast this time? Zhang Jingguo wondered as he walked to the wardrobe door. They had just left, so why was there movement again? Is something wrong? Let's go back and check, Lin Qingyu said, opening the wardrobe and stepping inside. Zhang Jingguo didn't hesitate and quickly followed. As soon as they entered the ancient world, they felt the tribe's atmosphere turn heavy. Normally, after fighting a saber-toothed tiger, the tribe should be happy. Why does it feel different now? What's going on? The two went straight to Yan's cave and saw the bear and other key members there, asking in confusion. The tribe received news that a wandering group has come to our territory. Those people are notorious rascals, not only looting resources from other tribes but also stealing women from our tribe. They make all kinds of poisons, and the masters can't defend against them. Sometimes, even without approaching, they can cause opponents to faint. We're really worried, afraid they'll attack us, poison our people, or sneak in to steal women. Yan quickly explained everything clearly. Lin Qingyu understood that the poison they mentioned was actually a sleeping drug. In this world, resources are abundant, and many poisons exist. It's not surprising that someone can make a sleeping drug. But how to prevent the effects of the sleeping drug is the most important thing right now. Grandpa Yan, you should ask the tribe members to gather some materials according to my instructions. I will prepare an antidote that can quickly wake up those who are unconscious. If someone falls into a deep sleep, just wave this medicine under their nose, and they will wake up quickly. This is a good idea, and Yan quickly ordered people to start working on it. I think the tribe needs some long-range weapons. Do you remember the bow and arrow I used before, Chief Bear? I can teach you how to make bows and arrows. Have the tribe cut more bamboo and make some weapons, just in case. Chief Bear knew about bows and arrows. He had seen how powerful they could be. He had long wanted to have a set himself. However, Lin Qingyu didn't agree to give him one, and he didn't want to force it. Now that the other side had promised, he didn't dare delay. He immediately asked the tribe members to gather the materials needed. Soon the entire tribe was busy. With things to do, they no longer worried as much as before. They just wanted to work harder, thinking it would help protect the tribe. And it was true. Lin Qingyu quickly taught the tribe how to make bows and arrows. The materials for the antidote had also been delivered, and she immediately started making it. This antidote was almost universal. Anyone who was unconscious could wake up quickly after taking it. But there was a downside. It smelled terrible. The smell was so bad that no one could stand it. Even after waking up, they would feel nauseous for a while. When the first batch of antidote was ready, Yan was the first to try it. He almost vomited his dinner. He took a break for a while, then ate some sour fruit, and finally felt better. This antidote is really powerful, he said. Is there a gentler one? Yan asked hesitantly. There is, but it doesn't have the same ingredients, and it's not as effective as this one. Lin Qingyu spread her hands, showing she felt powerless. It's better to have something than nothing. Thus, the bear tribe entered a state of high alert. Lin Qingyu and Zhang Jingguo noticed that the portal to the other world seemed more stable than before. They had been here for a while, and there were no signs of it summoning them back. They even tried to summon the portal from the wardrobe to return to the real world, and both attempts succeeded. This was something new and unusual. They wondered if, in the future, they could come and go between worlds without waiting for the right time, entering and leaving whenever they wanted. If that were true, it would be very convenient. The only problem was that the portal remained inside the wardrobe and couldn't be taken out. If they wanted to go out, they couldn't enter the other world. Originally, the bear tribe was just on guard and didn't plan to attack the wandering tribe. But the wandering tribe didn't have that awareness and thought the bear tribe was afraid of them, so they became more aggressive. Don't hold back anymore, just attack. Lin Qingyu and the members of the bear tribe hid behind a big tree, watching the group discuss their plan to capture the women of the bear tribe. They also planned to use a strange sedative to put everyone from the bear tribe to sleep. Once they were unconscious, the group intended to steal all the supplies, including the women. This disgusting behavior made Lin Qingyu very angry. She raised her bow and aimed at the leader from afar. If you let him go, he will just think you are afraid of him. Better to eliminate him completely so he won't threaten nearby tribes. The bear tribe was the largest around. If they didn't stand up, smaller tribes nearby would suffer too. Lin Qingyu didn't want to waste time with these people. She had too many things to do, and the members of the bear tribe were busy as well. Who had the time to worry about being attacked every day? Instead of waiting for the enemy to strike, it was better to act first. Seeing Lin Qingyu move, the tribe leader also took action. The nearby tribesmen quickly prepared themselves. Everyone carried longbows, with quivers full of arrows on their backs. Once the fight started, it would be a fierce battle with no mercy. There would be casualties on both sides, but they had no other choice. Acting proactively still keeps some control. If we wait for the tribe members to be stunned, life and death depend on others' decisions. These wandering people are not kind-hearted. They are more cruel than normal tribes. The women they steal are often mistreated, and they have many children. These children are not cared for well. The strong and healthy ones are kept and raised as new tribe members. The weaker ones are abandoned, as they don't care whether the children live or die. They don't even know who the children belong to. Their indifference is deep in their bones, and cruelty is their weapon. When Lin Qingyu fired the first arrow, the others followed one after another. Screams of pain rang out, and after all the arrows were shot, the nearby members of the bear tribe, armed and ready, rushed over. How was the inspection? Don't let anyone escape. The members of the bear tribe saw Lin Qingyu's coldness for the first time. Their healer was no longer gentle. When facing enemies, they could be ruthless and deliver deadly strikes. They didn't lower their weapons even when the enemies begged for mercy. They weren't moved by weakness or surrender. Indeed, those favored by the gods are different. They always stay calm and make the best choices. The bear tribe members looked at Lin Qingyu and Zhang Jingguo with admiration, thinking they should learn more from capable people so they could better lead their tribe in the future. We've checked and no one escaped, but among them there are some women and children. What should we do with them? Honestly, the bear tribe members felt soft-hearted. They could fight fiercely against enemies, but they couldn't bring themselves to harm women and children. Take me to see them. Usually the offspring of such bad people are also bad. She wanted to see for herself whether they could still be saved. Doctor, High Priest, the people are here. Soon, the women and children were brought over. Lin Qingyu looked at them. The women had hollow eyes but a faint hope. The children, when young, are innocent, but as they grow older, they show hatred and cruelty in their eyes. Are these all your children? Are you willing to continue raising them? Lin Qingyu asked the group of women. At first, these women didn't dare to speak, but eventually, one stepped forward and the others followed. Their children are still young. I am willing to raise them, said the first woman, holding a small baby in her arms. Sir, my children are grown up. Their father has long since kept me from seeing them. They don't care about me as their mother, so I don't want to raise them, said another woman. Most of these women had given up their parental rights. Their children are mostly old enough to live on their own. When children reach a certain age, they are taken away from the women and taught directly by the men. Children who have been trained by those scoundrels are not good. They are not treated as people. Even when facing their own mothers and sisters, they can be cruel. These people have no humanity at all. Leader Xiong, come over here. Lin Qingyu called the leader of the Xiong tribe and shared her suggestion with him. I understand. I will handle it, he replied. Xiong didn't expect Lin Qingyu to make such a decision, but he thought it was for the best. He didn't want to kill innocent people unnecessarily. The women and children were quickly settled. As for the teenagers, Xiong had already taken them away. They would never return, to prevent trouble for the tribe. Thank you so much for your help this time, someone said. Xiong is a good kid, but he's too soft-hearted. If it weren't for your help, he might have caused trouble for the tribe again, because of his kindness. A few years ago, the Xiong tribe also encountered a group of wandering people. Unlike others, this group came from the cold winter and had escaped from another tribe that attacked them. Leader Xiong was kind-hearted. He not only took them in but also gave them enough food to survive the winter. However, these people didn't show gratitude. After winter, they betrayed the Xiong tribe by giving information to other big tribes. The bear tribe suffered heavy losses in that battle, with many members killed or injured. Even the elderly, women, and children hiding in the back were affected. The elders sacrificed themselves to protect the women and children, and the most deaths occurred among them. The father of the bear tribe leader was among those who died in that fight. This is the deepest pain in the heart of the bear tribe leader. Now, faced with a similar problem, he feels very conflicted. He knows he shouldn't be soft-hearted, but he just can't bring himself to act. Grandpa Yen, there's no need to be formal. Now that I am with Jiangua, I am also part of the bear tribe. Thinking about the tribe's future is also our responsibility. If something happens to the bear tribe, we won't be able to live peacefully either. After resolving the issue with the wandering team, they both felt relieved and returned to the real world. At that moment, she received an unexpected letter. Husband, my cousin wrote that my mom might be sold by my dad. I want to go back and ask my mom to divorce my dad so she can be with us. The original woman's mother was very beautiful, but also very weak. She endured a lot for her children. She thought that once her children grew up, everything would be better. But unexpectedly, her son joined the army early to escape his family. He didn't say where he went and never came back. Her daughter was also forced to leave home and disappeared without a trace, with no idea where she went. Without children to support him, Lin Sanju became more and more reckless. Every time he lost money, he would hit his wife. And each time, the beating was worse. Sun Yan's family couldn't help either. Her brothers were simple farmers and couldn't control Lin Sanju at all. Someone wanted to stand up for his sister, but every time, it ended badly. In the end, not only did he fail to help his sister, but he also caused trouble for himself. Over time, Sun Yan realized her family couldn't help her, and she stopped telling them when she was beaten. Recently, because of losing money gambling, her husband's violence became more severe. Finally, he even wanted to sell his wife to get money to continue gambling. Wife, I'll go with you. With me here, I won't let our mother be harmed. After hearing about his wife's situation, Zhang Jingguo felt very sympathetic. He also despised his father-in-law. Once a person gets addicted to gambling, their life is basically over. Such a father-in-law, not only does his wife refuse to acknowledge him, but even he, as her son-in-law, doesn't want to be involved. My wife's decisions are always right. I could see that even in another world. The wife I married has a broader view, sees further ahead, and makes decisions more decisively than I do. I don't mind being her support. After all, she's stronger than me. Having one voice at home is enough. I just follow her lead and save some brainpower. Because the situation was urgent, we didn't delay. The next day, I got the necessary proof, and we set out in the afternoon. This train trip felt very different from the last one. Lin Qingyu was a bit worried. afraid that the original mother might really be in trouble and that she would lose points. Earning points isn't easy, and she didn't want to waste them here. Sun Yan was locked in a storage room. She hadn't eaten for 3 days and was starving. She had already given up hope, feeling hopeless. She thought that if she was sold to someone else, it would be better to just die. Dying would end her pain and free her from this suffering. The Sun family had heard the news, but hadn't come to visit yet. They were afraid of Lin Sanju, the troublemaker. But her sister couldn't just ignore her, so she was caught in a difficult situation. "Wife, what do you think we should do? Should we go straight to your family?" Zhang Jingguo looked at his wife. Though she seemed emotionless now, like she didn't care about anything, he didn't know what storm was raging inside her. He just wanted to rescue his mother-in-law quickly and let his wife feel at ease. In City R, he might need to be more careful, but back in his hometown, he had a way to protect his mother-in-law. He wasn't like his wife's uncles, who were useless. On his turf, no one could touch the people he protected. If Lin Sanju was sensible, that would be good. If not, his wife wouldn't even recognize him as her father, and he wouldn't hold back as a son-in-law. He would fight if needed and deal with things directly. If you don't handle such people firmly, they're like maggots in a cesspit, disgusting and impossible to ignore. If you don't clean them out thoroughly, they'll keep coming back. "Let's go to my uncle's house first." Since her cousin had written her a letter, it meant her uncle's family couldn't solve the problem. Even if they couldn't fix it, they still wanted to help Sun Yan. As long as she can take her mother far away and start a new life, the aunt's family would be happy to see it happen. As for Lin Sanju, since Sun Yan is no longer around, who would pay attention to him? The Sun family is annoyed by Lin Sanju's constant trouble and doesn't want their home to be chaotic because of him. But if Sun Yan could free herself, they wouldn't mind a little fuss. Once Lin Sanju realizes that causing trouble is useless, he will stop coming around. They rented a rickshaw and quickly arrived at the Sun family home. Sun's older cousin knew they were coming and waited at home. The other members of the Sun family went to work and didn't know yet that Lin Qingyu had returned. "Xiaoyu, you're finally back. Your dad is getting worse. He's even trying to sell Aunt to pay off debts. Although buying and selling people is illegal nowadays, some people still ignore the law and do things their way. They claim it's about balancing accounts between husband and wife, and if caught, they pretend the woman is working to pay off debts. But in reality, these people are not kind-hearted. They're capable of doing all sorts of disgusting things. I understand. I want my mom to divorce my dad, but he won't agree without a reason. I need your help." Lin Qingyu explained her plan, and her cousin quickly went to find the Sun family members. Soon, everyone from the Sun family gathered. "Uncle, I brought some things back. Please look and share with the relatives. After that, I hope you can help me rescue my mom. Right now, my dad has broken the law, and we can use this as an excuse for her to divorce him. What I need from you is to persuade my mom not to be blinded by love. If we work hard to give her a chance to divorce, but she still refuses because she cares for my dad, it will be very troublesome." This was Lin Qingyu's biggest worry. Although her mother seemed weak and easy to deceive, she kept delaying the divorce for various reasons. Sometimes her mother was stubborn and afraid to try new things. She was timid and cautious, stuck in her ways. For example, she often thought about what to do after the divorce, but never made up her mind. "Xiaoyu, don't worry. I'll have your aunt watch over your mother. If she makes another mistake this time, we won't interfere with her anymore. I'll ask your aunt to keep an eye on her and not give her many chances to speak, so she doesn't back out again. After everything is done, you should take your mother and leave directly. Don't come back." Although Uncle's son feels sad for his niece, given the situation at Lin Sanju's house, the girl and niece probably shouldn't return in the future. As long as they are doing well, he, as her brother and uncle, can rest easy. Also, judging by her son-in-law's appearance, he seems capable. Their kind of timid relatives probably wouldn't want to acknowledge him. Uncle Sun is rarely clear-headed. He's too gentle and kind to everyone. "Thank you, Uncle." After discussing everything, Uncle Sun went to find some relatives from the family. At first, they didn't want to get involved, but seeing there was something to gain, they all came. Nowadays, life is hard for everyone. There's never enough food or drink, especially rural children who tend to eat a lot because they don't get enough nutrients. Every year, each family barely makes it to the next harvest. No family can eat well all year round. Lin Qingyu was generous. Besides rice, she and Zhang Jingguo also brought some small goods. These items are rare for villagers, and no one wanted to miss out. Soon, a large group of people gathered at Sun's house. Men, women, and children, all happy because they received good things. Even the children had 2 candies, pretty hair ribbons, or cool toys. Although toys in this era are mostly made of wood, like spinning tops, slingshots, wooden swords, and guns, they are cherished memories for boys. Even when they grow old, they will remember those days fondly. Most girls had hair ribbons or flowers, and a few had cloth-made lucky dolls. In short, everyone was very happy. After delivering the items home, everyone set off to Lin Sanju's house. Someone went ahead to the police station and called the officers there. According to information from the Sun family, Sun Yan is definitely in a very bad state right now. The only way to control Lin Sanju is to make a big fuss about it. Otherwise, that troublemaker has many ways to prevent people from being taken away. When they arrived at the Lin family, the house was very quiet, with no sound at all. At this time, Lin Sanju should not be at home. But just in case, the Sun family still blocked both the front and back exits of the house. Jingyu and others stormed into the house and kicked open the storage room door. This room was originally where her brother lived. After her brother left, the room was left empty and was eventually used to store miscellaneous items. There was a person lying on the ground inside, and it was unclear whether they were alive or dead. Sun Daejiu immediately rushed over to check on his sister. When he learned she was still alive, he finally relaxed. But seeing her unconscious state made Sun Daejiu feel very guilty. God, why are you so cruel to my sister? If I had known it was like this, I should have come earlier. Who would have thought that Lin Sanju would be so ruthless this time? Sun Daejiu wiped his tears and quickly picked up Sun Yan. He hurried outside, intending to take his sister to the hospital. Jingyu immediately followed and held onto Sun Sanju. First, give my mom some water. Don't let her starve to death. She took a military-style water bottle from her bag, opened the lid, and lowered Sun Yan slightly so she could feed her some water. This water was special. She had soaked it with ginseng. Even just a sip could keep a person alive, and since Sun Yan was not completely unconscious and had already drunk several sips, it was very helpful. I never thought my dad not only wanted to starve my mom into submission, but also planned to sell her to others to settle debts. Anyway, Lin Qingyu knew she wouldn't stay in this place, so there was no need to hide anything. People like Lin Sanju should just be restrained or removed to prevent them from causing trouble. So, she tried to speak more seriously to get the attention of the police officers.
What?
Someone actually died from starvation, and he's involved in human trafficking. The police officers immediately raised their voices after hearing Lin Qingyu's words. Such things happening under their watch made them very angry. But looking at the woman in Sun's arms, it seemed she hadn't fully passed away yet. Take her to the hospital first, let the doctor try to save her. Everyone else, come with me to the police station to give statements. If what you say is true, we will deal with Lin Sanju seriously. The police officers thought Lin Qingyu looked overwhelmed because she was scared, so she blurted everything out without thinking. Otherwise, no daughter would accuse her own father. Moreover, the Sun family had already told them the rough details on the way here. They had already prepared mentally. Coming here was just routine questioning. Someone was already trying to catch Lin Sanju. If Sun Yan suffered any harm, Lin Sanju would also face consequences. Even if nothing happened, he couldn't escape jail. Such matters are usually ignored unless the people report them. Now that someone had filed a report, they wouldn't just stand by. Besides Sun's older brother and Lin Qingyu, everyone else went to the police station. They took Sun Yan to the hospital for treatment. Fortunately, apart from some skin injuries, the worst was hunger. The doctor gave her some nutritional injections, and she quickly regained consciousness. Sun's older brother held her and cried, repeatedly telling her to cut ties with Lin Sanju for good. Sun Yan's previously lifeless eyes suddenly lit up when she saw Lin Qingyu. Daughter, daughter.
Mom is sorry.
Sorry, brother. Mom was wrong. If I had listened to you and divorced your dad earlier, maybe I could have seen you and your brother again. Girl, Siuyu, my Siuyu. I thought I was going to die this time, but I didn't expect you to still care about me. Sun Yan was truly regretful. Originally, the main person had advised her to divorce Lin Sanju and go to the countryside with her. Sun Yan was worried about involving her daughter, so she refused. If she had firmly supported her daughter back then and decisively divorced him, would so many things have happened later? Getting beaten 3 times a day was not enough. At the worst, she was beaten from morning till night. Although Lin Sanju didn't use deadly force or target important areas, the pain in her body never really stopped. During this time, she was hungry and in pain, with no strength to resist, like a pile of mud, letting Lin Sanju do whatever he wanted. All right, Mom, don't cry first. Your son-in-law has gone to buy porridge for you. It should be back soon. Eat something now to gather your strength. Only then will you have the energy to divorce Dad. Mom, I told you beforehand, if you don't listen this time, I won't take care of you anymore. I will be like my brother, and from now on, I won't step into our city again. Hearing her daughter's words, Sun Yan was truly scared. She had finally endured until her children grew up. Wasn't all her life for these 2 kids? She wouldn't make the same mistake again, nor be weak anymore. This time, she would firmly stand with her daughter and cut ties with Lin Sanju. Soon, Zhang Jingguo returned, carrying 2 lunchboxes. Honey, the food is here. He placed the boxes on the bedside table and opened them one by one. Inside was pumpkin porridge and a few buns. Given her condition, Sun Yan couldn't eat greasy or hard food, so she could only drink the porridge first. The buns were bought for Uncle Sun and the others. Lin Qingyu hadn't eaten much on the way, and Zhang Jingguo knew she was worried and couldn't eat much. Now that her mother-in-law had been rescued, his wife should be able to eat a little more. The more she ate, the better. He cared about his wife deeply. Siuyu, are you married? Sun Yan looked at her suddenly appearing son-in-law, unsure how to react. Seeing her like this, her son-in-law might look down on her daughter. Moreover, her son-in-law is very handsome, not much worse than a wealthy young master. Her daughter has married into a good family, which gives her a better future. Her daughter is better than her. Sun Yan didn't blame Lin Qingyu and didn't even tell her about the marriage. She knew that if her daughter wrote home, Lin Sanju would definitely cause trouble at her son-in-law's house. At that time, the family might not even accept her. Her daughter is independent and will have a good life in the future. Mom, get up and have some porridge. She gave buns to her daughter-in-law and her eldest brother-in-law. Zhang Jingguo sat on the bed, planning to feed his mother-in-law himself. Son-in-law, I can do it myself. You must be tired after this trip. You should rest nearby. Sun Yan struggled to sit up, but her hands were weak, and she couldn't hold the lunchbox. It's okay, Mom. You're my daughter-in-law's mother, so you're my mother too. My daughter-in-law also wants to bring you to live with us, so you can stay with us in the future. Just let me feed you. Son-in-law and daughter-in-law are like family. Seeing his mother-in-law's condition, Zhang Jingguo understood her worries. There are many days ahead, and she will realize how kind he is. He didn't let Sun Yan eat alone but fed her spoon by spoon. After a few bites of pumpkin porridge, Sun Yan finally felt stronger. She took the lunchbox and ate quickly. She was really very hungry. Earlier, because she was starved and hadn't food, she didn't feel much. But once she ate, her whole body was energized, and her stomach's hunger made her eat quickly. Fortunately, the pumpkin porridge was mainly made of pumpkin with millet, which are easy to digest. Even if she ate a bit hurriedly, it didn't affect her much. After Sun Yan finished eating and lay down, she heard Lin Sanju's shameless voice at the door. Soon, 3 officers from the security bureau came in, escorting Lin Sanju. Ms. Sun Yan, after our investigation, we found that Lin Sanju indeed detained you illegally, assaulted you without reason, and attempted to sell you. Is there anything else you would like to add? When Sun Yan heard Lin Sanju's voice, she was so frightened, she started trembling. Qingyu Lin had to walk over, hold her in her arms, while Jian Guozhang stood in front of the mother and daughter. Sun's eldest uncle also rarely showed strength, standing beside her son-in-law. The two of them protected her, surrounding Sun Yan in the middle, which gave her some sense of safety. Comrade, I want to divorce him. Sun Yan's mind was like glue. As soon as she saw Lin Sanju, her legs went weak. But she kept in mind her daughter's words. If she didn't fight back this time, no one would help her anymore. So, in her mind, she kept repeating the words, I want a divorce. When the officers from the security bureau asked her questions, she didn't hear what they said clearly. She just shouted her demand. Her voice was very loud, so much so that even the patients in the next room heard her. Many people gathered outside, watching from afar. Comrade, I don't want to be with him anymore. He's a monster. I want a divorce. Please, comrade, let me divorce him. Sun Yan seemed possessed, crying out repeatedly. Her mind was on the verge of breaking down. If she hadn't felt her daughter's warm body nearby, she might have truly gone crazy. What's wrong with your mom? The officer from the security bureau turned to Qing Yulin. He had seen her before and recognized her as the victim's daughter. Comrade, you saw what happened. My mom has been tortured by my dad to this point. If they stay together, she might not survive. Please give us a certificate so my mom can divorce my dad. After the divorce, I will take responsibility for caring for my mom. As for my dad's retirement issues, my brother is there, so I don't need to worry about it. Mentioning her brother was just to make outsiders think they weren't bad people. As for whether Big Brother will support Lin Sanju, Lin Qingyu couldn't be bothered to care. But she knew that her brother was unlikely to appear in front of her father, unless her father could find her brother's workplace and pressure his boss. But who would betray her brother? Her uncle's family wouldn't, and she wouldn't either. Actually, the original owner knew where her brother was, because before he left, he only told her this secret. Later, her brother contacted Uncle Sun's family, asking them to take better care of her. He had long been disappointed in their mother. He never asked about her. Her brother and the original owner shared a common trait. They were both very selfish. Otherwise, the original owner wouldn't have ignored her mother after living a good life. If Lin Qingyu hadn't come, Sun Yan might not have survived this ordeal. I want a divorce. I want a divorce. I want a divorce. I want a divorce. Sun Yan's mind was a bit foggy. Zhang Jingguo noticed something was wrong and quickly called a doctor. After examining her, the doctor told the police officers what he saw. Comrade, this is the situation. This lady has suffered a huge. If her wishes aren't granted, she probably won't last more than 2 days. Hearing that Sun Yan really couldn't hold on, the police officers didn't hesitate and immediately wrote a certificate. With this certificate, even if Sun Yan and Lin Sanju weren't present, they could still be issued divorce papers. The matter was handed over to Uncle Sun to handle, while the police officers asked Lin Qingyu to come for her mother before inquiring about other details. Honestly, the process wasn't complicated. No matter how much Lin Sanju yelled, everyone who knew his situation still felt very sympathetic toward Sun Yan. No one thought it was wrong for Lin Qingyu, as a daughter, to encourage her parents to divorce. She truly couldn't go on. Sun Yan was genuinely pitiful, and if they didn't divorce, she might die. How could people not feel sorry for her? Everyone's words and actions made Lin Sanju so angry he sat on the ground, throwing a tantrum. He kept punching his chest as if trying to hit himself to death. Using such methods, Lin Sanju made Uncle Sun's family helpless. This person not only hit himself with his fists, but also once threatened to commit suicide at Uncle Sun's house. Blood flowed all over the yard, though the wounds were not deep or life-threatening. However, his reckless actions were hard for anyone to handle. If Lin Sanju really died at Uncle Sun's house, they would have no way to explain it. Uncle Sun was also very strict with him because of this. But where is this? It's a hospital. Who is the person next to him? A police officer from the security bureau. The police officer would not let him cause trouble and quickly restrained him. Comrade, you should take him away quickly. I know this Lin Sanju. In the past, he used this trick to prevent Sun Yanju's family from helping her. He's a troublemaker and a harmful person to society. I hope you punish him more severely. Outside the ward, Many people recognized Lin Sanju and recounted his deeds one after another. They all spoke badly of him, condemning him as a villain. The police officers saw his face full of disgust, and some even stepped forward to kick him to the ground. These days, police officers are allowed to use force when necessary. Especially when they believe they are right, there's usually no trouble afterward. "Comrade, please take him away first," one officer said. "My mother's condition is serious. As long as he's here, my mother will feel worse," another added. "I'm really worried she might break down. If she does, how will we live in the future?" Seeing that Lin Qingyu spoke clearly and convincingly, the police officers also understood Sun Yan's situation and agreed to her request. After Lin Sanju was taken away, many people came to comfort Lin Qingyu and her mother. When they learned she planned to live with her mother at her in-laws' house, everyone admired her and gave her a big thumbs up. In this era, not many daughters are willing to take care of their parents. Everyone praised Lin Qingyu as a good person. They also kept praising Zhang Jingguo, saying he was responsible and caring. They said Lin Qingyu married the right person. People did this because they were worried Zhang Jingguo might dislike Sun Yan, so they tried to flatter him. Fortunately, Zhang Jingguo never disliked her. This was good, as it also helped keep her good reputation. "Girl, come quickly and see. I've already got the divorce certificate for you." Uncle Sun quickly finished the paperwork and ran back with the divorce certificate. He handed the small notebook to Sun Yan, feeling relieved inside. "Finally, my sister is free from suffering. If it weren't for his own past mistakes, she wouldn't have endured so much pain with her 2 children. Big brother, thank you." Sun Yan held the divorce certificate, tears falling from her eyes. She no longer had to suffer from Lin Sanju's bullying. She could finally leave that man and start a new life. For a moment, Sun Yan felt a sudden sense of relief. Even her pain seemed to hurt less. "Sister, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for not being good enough, which caused you to suffer for so many years. I just passed by the office and the doctor told me you can leave the hospital now. Let's go home first and we'll talk there." Uncle Sun started packing his things. There wasn't much to pack, just the supplements bought by Zhang Jingguo, put into a woven bag. The 4 of them quickly left the hospital and headed to Uncle Sun's house. Other relatives still gathered at Uncle Sun's house, wanting to see what would happen next. After returning from the police station, they didn't go to the hospital, but went straight to Uncle Sun's house. When they saw the 4 coming back, they immediately gathered around. "Sun Sanren, how did it go?" Everyone greeted Uncle Sun, also remembering to greet Zhang Jingguo. After all, he was the son-in-law and had just arrived, so they couldn't treat him poorly. "It's all settled. My sister divorced that man, and Lin Sanju was also arrested. I heard he might be sentenced, but the details still need to be confirmed." Uncle Sun told his wife to take his sister and niece inside first. He stayed in the yard to deal with the relatives. Later, he somehow managed to send everyone away. When Lin Qingyu came out again, she found no one else in the yard. Lin Qingyu sat beside Uncle Sun and hesitated before speaking. "Say whatever you want to say. This time, it's thanks to your clear judgment. Otherwise, your mother would still be suffering from that scoundrel Lin." Uncle Sun took a puff of dry tobacco, gazing into the distance with unfocused eyes. Even he didn't know what he was thinking, let alone others. But at this moment, as he smoked and thought about his sister, he felt very happy because the problem was finally solved. All the frustration he had been holding in for so many years could now be released. "Uncle, I came to talk to you. Honestly, I just got married not long ago and my family is really busy. I don't know how long it will take for news from my dad. Should I keep waiting or just leave now?" Lin Qingyu was troubled by this question. Normally, this was her biological father's matter, and as his daughter, she should wait until everything was settled before leaving. But she couldn't let go of her life in the other world. Jiang Jian's portal was fixed inside the wardrobe and couldn't be moved. They couldn't go to the other world from outside. She also wondered how Grandpa Yen and the bear tribe leader were doing. As the weather slowly cooled, they needed to prepare for winter on the ancient continent. They had found a lot of food but hadn't had a chance to tell anyone.
Sigh, it was all so worrying.
"If you want to leave, just go. If your dad gets news, I'll ask your cousin to write to you. Uncle Sun knew that his daughter and her cousin had always been very close. This time, her cousin's return was also thanks to his daughter. Leaving might be for the best, so they wouldn't have to deal with those annoying people. The Lin family wasn't just about Lin Sanju. Their relatives weren't exactly nice people. If they found out that this was all caused by Lin Qingyu, they would definitely come looking for trouble. And it wouldn't just be her reputation at risk. They might even hurt her during the fight. But, Uncle, what will you do if I leave? We all know how things are with the Lin family. I'm worried they might do something bad to you. Lin Qingyu shared her worries. If it was just about Lin Sanju, she could leave without hesitation, since she never planned to acknowledge him as her father. No matter how many years he was sentenced, she never intended to save him. It is best to sentence him to life imprisonment directly, to prevent him from causing trouble again in the future. You don't need to worry about that. The reason they could come to the door before was because Lin Sanju was your father and he was my sister's husband. Now that your mother has divorced your father, they have no reason to come to our village anymore. I'll go back later to bring some things to the captain. People from the Lin family will come, and the captain will protect us. Grandpa's son shared his plan, which is the best solution for now. You're right, Uncle. But I caused this trouble, so I can't let you go. Wait for me, I'll call my partner, and we'll go together to see the captain. Lin Qingyu told Sun Yan, and then took Zhang Jingguo to the captain's house with Grandpa's son. The captain still looked like the kind old man I remember, but don't be fooled by his gentle appearance. He has his own plans. In older people's words, he's a smiling tiger. Lin Qingyu didn't underestimate this old man at all. Grandpa's son, long time no see. Lin Qingyu carried some things and went inside, quickly greeting everyone. Xiao Yu, I heard from the villagers that you've returned. People say you're going to bring your mother to live with your family now. Xiao Yu, I've watched you grow up. I told the villagers you'd do well, but they didn't believe me. Now look, which girl in the village is more promising than you? The captain is good at talking. When he saw the things Lin Qingyu and Zhang Jingguo carried, he understood their purpose. But Grandpa's son is from their village, and even if they didn't bring anything, he would still protect them. What are the Lin family people to us? They used to bully Grandpa's son, but he didn't want to cause trouble, so he didn't fight back. Now that the two families are no longer connected, if they dare to come and cause trouble again, he will lead the villagers to drive them out. Grandpa's son is honest, but he's not a good person. So, this is Xiao Yu's partner, right? Oh, look at that, he's quite handsome. I think the son of the county chief isn't as good-looking as Xiao Zhang. Zhang Zhengguo's appearance is always impressive wherever he goes. He was too picky with his partner, which is why it took 2 more years. If Zhang Jingguo had been a bit more casual, he would have married and had children long ago. It's impossible for him to be kind to Lin Qingyu. Sun Sanren, if the Lin family dares to trouble you in the future, just come to me. No one can bully my family on Sun Village's land. After getting the approval from the team leader, the 3 of them left the team leader's house and headed to Uncle Sun's home. Of course, they quietly sent the items away beforehand. Uncle Sun also relaxed, feeling reassured with the team leader's words. He wasn't afraid of retaliation from the Lin family. The team leader's words, you heard them. Hurry up and take your mother and your man home. If you want to contact your brother, do so. If not, forget it. That kid is really heartless. After all these years, he hasn't come back to take your mother away. Uncle Sun felt some anger towards his niece. A young girl could do so much, yet her brother, who was in the army, had allowed his mother to be bullied for years without intervening.
He was quite upset about that.
I understand, Uncle, Lin Qingyu replied. Once I settle my mother, I will write to my older brother. As for whether he still cares about my mother or me, that will be up to his conscience. Lin Qingyu didn't want to talk more about this topic. She stayed at Uncle Sun's house for one night and bought a train ticket to go back the next day. Sun Yan's injuries hadn't fully healed, but her face looked better because she had eaten well. To sell her daughter-in-law for a good price, Sun Yan didn't show any signs of her injuries on her face. All her wounds were on her body, and she was covered up with long sleeves and pants, hiding her injuries well. She didn't want to cause trouble for her daughter and son-in-law. If she walked outside covered in injuries, she might attract the attention of the security team, and some malicious people could use the situation to blame her daughter and son-in-law. Although Sun Yan was weak, She wasn't completely naive. Fortunately, nothing happened on the way home, and they arrived safely. Zhang Yud and Ma Dajiao had already known about their son and daughter-in-law's plans, so they tidied up the house early. When Sun Yin arrived, she was warmly welcomed by the Zhang family. "Mom, from now on, you can live in this room. Next door is my parents' house. The door is usually not locked, so my mother-in-law can come over easily to cook. My mother-in-law is a very kind person, and my father-in-law is a primary school teacher. I'm sure you'll get along well." Lin Qingyu arranged a room for Sun Yan, fully furnished with a bed and wardrobe, clearly bought by Zhang Yud and Ma Dajiao. After all, this room had been empty before, filled with various clutter from Ma Dajiao. Now, the room was clean and well-equipped, showing that the elderly couple had put in effort. "Girl, do you think your in-laws will mind if I live with you?" Sun Yan felt conflicted inside. She didn't want to be a burden to her daughter. Isn't it true that a married daughter should take care of her parents? If possible, she wanted to go with her son to join the army. No matter the era, she believed her son was the main person responsible for caring for the elderly. Raising children to support parents in old age is not just a saying. But for now, she couldn't contact her son, so she had to stay with her daughter. Besides, she really had nowhere else to go. "Mom, do you miss my brother? In a few days, I will write to him and tell him about our situation. But you can't go to my brother's place for now." Hearing her daughter, Sun Yan was a bit confused. Her son had been in the army for many years, so he should have the right to bring his family along.
Why not?
"Mom, let me tell you the truth. I'm already pregnant. Even if you want to leave, you need to help me take care of the baby for 2 years." Lin Qingyu didn't think her decision was wrong. As a mother, helping her daughter raise a child was only natural. Her son and daughter were her children, and she couldn't only help her son and ignore her daughter. Of course, if her daughter didn't need to care for the elderly, she wouldn't have the right to ask. But since Lin Qingyu planned to care for Sun Yan, she felt justified. In other times, helping children raise a family could be hard work. But in this era, it was really not a difficult task. Sun Yan only needed to help Lin Qingyu with caring for the baby, cooking, and tidying up the house. You don't need to go to the fields to work or worry about daily life. In this proud age of hard work, not having to work and still eating well is already a kind of happiness. Moreover, Ma Dajiao is helping out. Her mother-in-law is a very diligent person, so Sun Yan never has a chance to get tired. Mainly, Lin Qingyu and Zhang Jingguo also need to go to another world, so the children must be looked after by our own people, which makes us feel at ease. With Sun Yan around, Ma Dajiao can relax a bit too. They take turns watching the children, so one person can do household chores. Don't call Lin Qingyu selfish. Someone like Sun Yan, if sent out, would just be bullied again. It's better to keep her close and watch over her. In their old Zhang family, anyone who dares to bully Sun Yan will be stopped first by Zhang Jingguo. The mother and daughter whispered to each other, and Lin Qingyu also explained the family situation clearly. That night, the couple went to another world. A few days later, the bear tribe was still busy. They dug up some lotus roots, most of which remained in the pond. The tribe also discovered a new food, mountain walnuts. Originally, things like mountain walnuts, with their hard and bitter shells, were not edible. Even if someone found them, they would be classified as inedible. But surprisingly, some tribe members bored used stones to the walnuts. They first removed the outer shell, revealing the nut inside. They thought the walnuts looked nice, a bit like 2 big balls, so they took some back to the tribe. Later, they accidentally dropped some near the fire, and roasting them caused a small accident. When the walnuts were roasted, they released a strong aroma. Children then pulled out the roasted walnuts, cracked them with stones, and ate the nut inside. Thus, the bear tribe discovered a new food. Compared to lotus roots, they found walnuts easier to store. As long as the shell isn't broken, the nut inside doesn't spoil easily. Plus, walnuts smell good, and children love eating them. Learning about how they discovered walnuts, Lin Qingyu and Zhang Jingguo felt quite emotional. But they still told the bear tribe people that pine cones also contain pine nuts, which are a tasty snack. Both walnuts and pine nuts can be pressed to make oil. With cooking oil, It became much easier to cook in winter. The couple continued exploring their tribal land, searching every inch and gathering all edible things they found. Later, they discovered a large sugarcane forest near the edge of the tribe. Lin Xingyu excitedly told the villagers to cut down all the sugarcane and bring it back. With so much sugarcane, they could make cane sugar. This would help improve the lives of the tribe members and also give them something to sell in the real world. When they finally returned to the real world, Zhang Jingguo was pulled aside by his mother, Ma Dajiao, and they started to talk quietly. "Wife, such a big thing happened.
Why didn't you tell me?"
Zhang Jingguo entered the room, saw his wife folding clothes, and asked a few steps forward. Lin Xingyu turned around in confusion and saw Zhang Jingguo with a sad face, eyes filled with tears. What had happened? Why was he saying this? What did he want? For a moment, Lin Xingyu couldn't understand what was going on. "Wife, say something. This big thing, how could you hide it from me for so long? Don't you know? If my mom hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known either." Zhang Jingguo felt wronged after a long time, but seeing his wife's lack of reaction made him feel even worse. His wife was pregnant, and he was going to be a father. He thought this was more important than anything. But his wife had kept it a secret from him. If it weren't for his mother mentioning it in the morning, their family wouldn't have known. Even if she wanted to go to the other world with him, she could have told him about the pregnancy. That way, he could have paid more attention to her and made sure she didn't do anything too strenuous to protect the baby. But what did his wife do? She not only kept such an important thing from him, but also decided to hide it. Zhang Jingguo was angry but couldn't yell at his wife. He could only hold it in, and the more he held it, the more he felt wronged. What exactly happened? Lin Xingyu really couldn't remember. She had planned to tell Zhang Jingguo about her pregnancy on his birthday. Her mother didn't hide her words and directly told her mother-in-law everything. This ruined Lin Xingyu's plans and made Zhang Jingguo feel wronged, like a scolded child. "Can you stop crying? You're a grown man, yet you're whining like a girl. Don't make me look down on you. Just say what you need to say. If there's nothing, then go away." He was in a good mood at first, but after Zhang Jingguo's nagging, he lost all his happiness. Now, she just wanted to be alone for a while. Seeing this man annoyed her. "Honey, about your pregnancy, don't you have anything to tell me?" Not only did her wife refuse to admit her mistake, but she also scolded him. Zhang Jingguo felt more wronged. "Did my mom tell on me so quickly?" Lin Xingyu was a bit speechless. But now that her mother knew, she couldn't pretend it was a surprise anymore. It seemed her plan to save money was ruined. She had wanted to use the pregnancy news as a gift to her husband, so she wouldn't have to prepare anything else. But her mother betrayed her, and now she had to think of a birthday gift for her husband.
Sigh, she didn't know what he liked. It was so frustrating.
Lin Xingyu didn't plan to explain. She simply folded the clothes and placed them in the nearby cabinet. Their house has 2 wardrobes. One leads to a different world, and the other is for daily clothes. Zhang Jingguo saw his wife just say, "Oh," and then stop talking. He felt a tightness in his chest, like he couldn't breathe properly. Usually, her pregnancy should be happy news, but now he couldn't feel happy at all. But since his wife was pregnant, he couldn't get angry with her. Finally, he couldn't hold it in anymore and changed his clothes to leave the house. His wife was pregnant, so he needed to buy some nourishing food to help her recover. He heard the supply store sold milk powder, so he thought she could drink more to produce enough milk for the baby. He also planned to buy things like malt extract and sesame paste. When Lin Xingyu saw her husband leave, she finally relaxed. She went to her mother, who was washing clothes in the yard, and sat on a small stool beside her. "I told you not to tell them, but you still let it slip," Lin Xingyu pouted and asked helplessly. "You're pregnant with such big news. How can you hide it from your family? Moreover, you and your husband just got married. If you act recklessly, what if your husband accidentally hurts you or the baby?" Sun Yin knows that some young people don't control themselves after marriage, and as a result, they lose their babies. She doesn't want her daughter to suffer that pain. "Oh, Mom, I was planning to give this news as a birthday gift to Zhang Jingguo." But now you've told everyone early, so what kind of gift should I prepare to make him happy? Lin Qingyu's face didn't look better. Instead, she looked helpless. So that's how it is. Why didn't she tell her earlier? If she had told her sooner, she wouldn't have shared her daughter's pregnancy news with her mother-in-law. In the end, it's her own fault for talking too much. Her little couple's happiness was spoiled because of her. Sun Yan felt a bit embarrassed but forced herself to stay calm and didn't turn away. All right, let's just leave it at that. Mom, I'm going to town to buy some meat. Please cook some braised pork for lunch as a thank you gift. Although Sun Yan is gentle in personality, her cooking skills are really good. Even if she's clumsy, she's much better than others. Since Sun Yan came, Lin Qingyu hasn't enjoyed her mother-in-law's cooking as much. After all, it's easier to talk openly with her own mother than with her mother-in-law. Your husband took the bike. Are you going to walk? Sun Yan looked at her daughter. Although she isn't showing yet, pregnant women shouldn't be running around all day. It's just that her son-in-law is kind and spoils her daughter. If it were someone else, the daughter-in-law wouldn't just stay at home without helping. She really thinks her daughter is lucky. But sometimes, she feels her daughter doesn't realize her good fortune and keeps bossing her husband around. As a mother-in-law, she finds it a bit hard to watch. But I really want to eat braised pork. If I wait too long, it will be gone. I'm leaving now, and I should still make it in time, Lin Qingyu said and headed outside. Just then, she met Ma Dajiao, who was about to come in. Mom, where are you coming from? Because the basket was covered with a headscarf, it was hard to see what was inside. But Lin Qingyu thought it must be something good. Look, my sister-in-law heard you're pregnant, so she specially sent some things from home. I'll first take you to your new house, then later go to town to buy some meat for you to help you recover. Most of the family's chickens had already been slaughtered, leaving only 2 old hens that still laid eggs. Ma Dajiao didn't want to kill them, planning to keep them for eggs for her daughter-in-law. So she wanted to go to town to buy some meat. Mom, I want to go with you. I just told my mom I want to buy meat and make braised pork for us. She wasn't very happy about it, but you are so kind, Mom. Lin Qingyu sweetly pouted and flattered, making Ma Dajiao happy inside. But she still told her not to say that, because only a mother truly loves her children. Sun Yan was just worried she might get tired. Mom, Gungwa took the bicycle. How can we go to town? Walking is also an option, but it would be a bit tiring. Still, for food, Lin Qingyu could hold on. For pregnant women, when they crave something, not being able to eat it immediately is very uncomfortable. This discomfort is even worse than menstrual pain. Menstrual pain can be severe enough to feel like dying, but it can still be endured. Only the intense craving during pregnancy is impossible to ignore, no matter what. If her in-laws think that her daughter is careless with money and doesn't know how to manage a household, it could cause trouble at home. Where did you get the money? Siuyu, life isn't like that. We need to save where we can. You're about to become a mother. You can't keep spending money recklessly. Sun Yan feels it's hard to talk to her mother-in-law. As a mother herself, she must correct her daughter's behavior. But Lin Qingyu doesn't want to listen to her nagging. Living with elders is troublesome. Does she not know her own life? Is she not aware if she can spend money or if she has enough? She can choose to suffer first and enjoy later, or enjoy now and suffer later. It's her choice. As long as Zhang Jingguo has no objections, no one else can control her. But to shut her mother up completely, Lin Qingyu still went back home. Soon, she took out a thick stack of documents and placed them in front of Sun Yan. Mom, take a look yourself. I didn't spend Zhang Jingguo's money. All of mine are earned by myself. These are the manuscripts I wrote over the past few months. After being accepted, I received confirmation, and every payment receipt is here. Look for yourself. Can your daughter support you? Hearing her daughter-in-law's words, Ma Dajiao also came over curiously. She knew her daughter-in-law was good at writing and had heard a little about her submitting articles to different places. But she didn't expect that her daughter-in-law had quietly earned money from this. She carefully looked at the transfer receipts on the bank statements. There was quite a lot. At least, more than what she and her husband earned in a year. Her daughter-in-law really is tight-lipped. She didn't tell them about her pregnancy, nor about earning money from writing. But Ma Dajiao silently took out some newspapers. They had published her daughter-in-law's articles, and there were a few magazines too. Ma Dajiao doesn't read much and can't recognize her daughter-in-law's articles at a glance. She plans to show these to Zhang Yud, hoping her husband will be happy too. Girl, can you really make money like this? Looking at the bank transfer slips and newspapers, Sun Yan rubbed her eyes, trying not to let tears fall. She used to think that the girl was just joking, but she didn't expect the other person to really earn money. She still earns money by writing. If this news gets out, not only will she be proud, but her status in the village will also rise. Whose daughter-in-law has such skills? Her daughter is truly talented. Writing articles is nothing. I plan to make a few comic books, but there's no rush now. I'll wait until winter when the weather gets cold. Now you can go to town with me, right? Sun Yan feels truly relieved that her daughter is talented. She was worried about her son-in-law's family not being happy about her taking their daughter-in-law's food and shelter. Now that her daughter is capable, her son-in-law won't mind her modest needs. Moreover, she is eating what belongs to her daughter, and no matter where she goes, she stands tall and proud. I'm going to hang up the clothes now, and we can leave soon. Sun Yan quickly rinsed the washed clothes and hung them on the clothesline. She changed into a new outfit, combed her hair neatly, and took a basket before leaving with her daughter. Ma Dajiao also finished packing her things. She first put her manuscripts away before heading out. Before leaving, she looked back to check that her daughter-in-law's manuscripts were still in the drawer. Only then did she happily lock the door and walk out of the yard. Let's go, dear. I'll take you to ride in a bullock cart. Xiao Yu, you're pregnant now, so be careful when walking. Ma Dajiao was increasingly happy to see her daughter-in-law, and she also smiled more at the villagers. Previously, some villagers had criticized the fact that Lin Qingyu had moved in permanently and that the Zhang family was supporting her. They thought it was not enough that the Zhang family was raising Lin Qingyu. They were also supporting an outsider. Those people just said sour grapes because they couldn't have it. The mother-in-law didn't need their support. Her daughter-in-law could earn money on her own. On the way, Ma Dajiao was happy, but didn't mention her daughter-in-law's writing for money. She planned to keep it a secret for now. She also wanted to discuss it with her husband later. Her husband is a primary school teacher and has many students. Their family is actually related to the village head's family. Their grandfathers are brothers, making their families cousins. At that moment, she made her husband slap her daughter-in-law's article onto the village head's desk. Who in the village would dare to gossip about her daughter-in-law now? Thinking of this, Ma Dajiao couldn't help but smile proudly. The villagers sitting in the same ox cart found her behavior a bit strange. What's wrong with Ma Dajiao today? Old Zheng's family takes care of others' mothers-in-law, so why is she so happy? If it were them, they would have been unhappy long ago. But luckily, the ox cart soon arrived in town, and Lin Qingyu took her two mothers straight to the supply and marketing cooperative. She needed to queue early to buy pork. If she waited too long, she wouldn't get good meat. As they approached the meat stall, they saw Zhang Jingguo coming out from inside. He was holding 2 pig trotters, a few ribs, and a large piece of pork. The pork was layered with fat and lean meat, perfect for making braised pork. Mom, daughter-in-law, why are you here? Zhang Jingguo saw them and quickly hung the meat on the cart, then pushed the cart toward them. We came to buy some meat to help Xiao Yu strengthen her body. Since you've bought it, we don't need to queue anymore. Ma Dajiao saw her son and handed him the basket she was holding. He placed the meat hanging on the cart's front into her basket, then hung the basket on the handlebar. Hee, looks like we really thought the same. After talking to his wife in the morning, Zhang Jingguo regretted it. If his wife didn't say anything, that was fine. Anyway, they already knew, so why get upset with her? What if she got angry and affected the baby in her belly? As Lin Qingyu's husband, a strong man, it was embarrassing to fuss over small things like a woman. On the way to town, Zhang Jingguo convinced himself. Now he didn't feel wronged, but instead felt happy inside. He was finally going to be a father. Since they bought the meat, Ma Dajiao took her family to the state-run restaurant. Lin Qingyu ordered a bowl of plain noodles, while the others ate buns and dumplings. After eating and drinking enough, they strolled back home. On the way back, They put all their things on Zhang Jiangguo's bicycle so they wouldn't be envied by the villagers. Also, there was a large cloth bag tied to the back seat of Zhang Jiangguo's bike, but no one knew what was inside. Everyone knew it was something Zhang Jiangguo bought to help Lin Qingyu recover. Zhang Jiangguo wanted to go with his wife, but in the end, Ma Dajiao chased him away. The three women gathered together, leaving only a basket in Sun Yan's hands. It doesn't look good to go back empty-handed. Let's go to the supply and marketing cooperative. Finally, it was Ma Dajiao's idea, and they all went to the cooperative. The two women picked out some cloth, planning to make clothes for their future grandchildren. Old Zhang's family only has Zhang Jiangguo as their son, so they didn't want to give the child used or old things, especially the cloth diapers. Things given by others are often used by many people and can't be washed clean. It's better to prepare new ones for their own little grandson. Although used items become softer after contact with skin, Ma Dajiao would rather wash them herself than give her grandson something uncomfortable. As for Sun Yan, she didn't have much say. She had no money in her pocket and wasn't confident in her words. Even though her daughter gave her 20 yuan before she left, she was reluctant to spend it. After marrying Lin Sanju for so many years, she still didn't know how to spend money properly. She only bought necessary supplies and some needles and thread, then went home with the ox cart. People saw that there was no food in the basket and thought Ma Dajiao was deliberately showing her face to her in-laws. Everyone secretly laughed at them. Later, someone mentioned seeing Zhang Jiangguo in town with many things hanging on his cart. Only then did they realize that Ma Dajiao wasn't stingy about buying good gifts for her in-laws, but that her son had already taken the things home. The tone of the conversation shifted, and people started to complain again. But what does this have to do with the Zhang family? Anyway, they wouldn't hear it. Since the in-laws just arrived, Zhang Yi didn't eat at the school but chose to come home for lunch. When everyone gathered at noon, Ma Dajiao took out all the manuscripts, newspapers, and magazines that Lin Qingyu had written. Zhang Yi saw these things and was so excited that he forgot to eat his braised pork. He immediately started flipping through the papers and couldn't stop. Ma Dajiao, caring for the man, specially picked out some and set them aside. Don't mind us, my old Zhang is like this. Once he sees good articles, he can't stop reading, Ma Dajiao shyly explained and then invited her in-laws to share some food. Our family has double happiness today. Later, I'll take these newspapers to the team leader to show him. Maybe he can help our daughter-in-law get some benefits. Zhang Yi read 2 articles and then stopped. After all, his in-laws were still there, and he didn't want to lose his manners at the dinner table. Dad, take it easy. My wife is just pregnant. You can't let my eldest uncle arrange work for her. Although called uncle, he isn't Zhang Jiangguo's real uncle. His real uncles are still working in the county town. But in terms of family relations, they are all on the same family register, just a few generations apart. I understand. Just eat your meal. You, as a scholar, wouldn't understand these things. Actually, Zhang Jiangguo is quite educated. He graduated from high school. He once worked as an officer in a large factory, but later, for some reasons, he chose to go back home to farm. As for those reasons, Lin Qingyu asked, but he didn't say. Since then, she never asked again. Everyone has their secrets, and Zhang Jiangguo didn't want to share, nor did she insist. But it probably wasn't anything good. He must have experienced some pain, which made Zhang Jiangguo stay away from the factory. Because Lin Qingyu was pregnant, Zhang Jiangguo reduced the times he took her to the other world. As he learned more of the language there, communicating with the tribe members became easier. He no longer needed Lin Qingyu to accompany him every time. And that world was especially good for training people. After a few months, Zhang Jiangguo had become a more powerful figure in the bear tribe than Yan. Everyone respected Yan, but they admired Zhang Jiangguo even more. Under his leadership, before winter arrived, the other world built new houses. These houses could keep out the cold in winter and stay cool in summer. They had doors and windows, so there was no worry about being attacked by wild animals. He led his people to clear many lands, planning to plant crops next year. He also brought people from the bear tribe, discovered minerals, and made iron tools. Their housing and self-defense issues were solved, raising the status of the bear tribe. However, they still need to work on their clothing. because Zhang Jingguo couldn't find cotton in the other world, and cotton in the real world was too expensive for him to buy in large amounts for everyone in the tribe. Fortunately, they had animal skins. Animal skins kept them warm and were just as good as cotton. Lin Qingyu occasionally looked in on them. After learning she was pregnant, the tribe members became more careful and caring towards her. People in ancient times naturally protected women, especially those who were pregnant. Pregnant women were considered treasures in the tribe, and she was a great healer. In early May of the next year, Lin Qingyu gave birth to a baby boy. At the same time, she received a letter from her older brother at the border. He said he would find time to visit them. He felt guilty about what happened to their mother and sister. The letter was very sincere, showing that Lin Qinghan truly regretted what happened. At the end, he wished her sister and brother-in-law a happy life together. After reading the letter, Lin Qingyu handed it to Sun Yan. She didn't have many feelings about this older brother. He was neither good nor bad. People are selfish, including herself. When the baby was 1 month old, Lin Qingyu finally met this older brother. He looked sunburned, probably from spending years by the sea. Most noticeably, he had a deep scar on his face, making him look fierce. He had scars on his face and body. Sun Yan saw her son's pain and took him inside to check. When she came out, her eyes were swollen from crying. Fortunately, this older brother had served in the army and was no longer doing dangerous work. He could stay behind and manage logistics. Though it seemed hopeless for his future, at least he was safe. When his service ended, he could retire and find a stable job, marry a gentle wife, and live happily with his family. He never thought about shifting the responsibility of caring for the elderly onto his sister. If it had been Lin Sanju, he probably wouldn't have cared, even though his mother was gentle and kind to him. He can't pretend not to see anymore. In the blink of an eye, Lin Qingyu had been with Zhang Jingguo for over 10 years. As the children grew up, they caught a good time, each able to attend university. All 3 of Lin Qingyu's children got into college and went far away to pursue their futures. Only she and Zhang Jingguo stayed back in their hometown, caring for their in-laws and never wanting to leave the village to live in a fancy city apartment. Sun Yan was also taken away by Lin Qinghan and moved to the city where he worked. At first, Lin Qingyu was reluctant. Her mother had taken care of her for so long, and her 3 children were almost raised by Sun Yan. But the other side insisted, and Lin Qingyu had no choice but to let her go. Zhang Jingguo, like in his previous life, started a business. His business grew very large, even bigger than before, and he became the richest person in the country again. He was even known worldwide. But his main company was still in their hometown in a 3rd-tier city. Every night, they still returned to live in the countryside. Everyone was puzzled why such wealthy people still loved their hometowns so much. The village also became richer because of them, and no one talked badly about their family anymore. Everyone was respectful and kind. Lin Qingyu looked at her task progress, knowing that as long as she finished her life in this world, her mission would be complete. Changing the original owner's fate, saving Sun Yan, and also changing the ending of her kind-hearted older brother Lin Qinghan. She knew that after completing this mission, she would earn many points. After finishing the main task, she could just enjoy life. You little brat, other people's children are a blessing, but you and your shameless sister are just here to seek revenge. If it weren't for you 2 siblings, would I have fallen so low? Lin Sanju raised a high whip and struck it repeatedly on Lin Qinghan's body. This finally broke Lin Qinghan's last attachment to his father. His obsession was gone. For over 10 years, he and his sister were almost always being beaten by Lin Sanju. Their mother, the weak woman, always just hides and watches while crying. She can't help much and only causes trouble. Many times, it was because their brother and sister helped her that Lin Sanju beat them. Enough of that. Lin Qinghan doesn't want to think about it anymore. He has truly seen through his parents. His father only knows how to gamble, and his mother only knows how to stay at home crying. They never thought about changing anything for their children. Lin Sanju only wants to take money from his son and daughter, using the money they earn doing odd jobs to gamble again and again. As for his mother, she doesn't understand what it means to be a caring mother. Lin Qinghan turns around and signs up to join the army. He wants to go far away from this home. Before leaving, he finds his sister, Lin Qingyu. Little sister, once I settle in the army, I will come to take you with me. Then I will find you a good husband, and we won't have to suffer from that couple anymore. Looking at his young sister's face, Lin Qinghan feels a bit sad, but he has to make this decision. If he could take his family with him, he would have done so. But he can't. Now, he can only protect himself first and think of ways to save his sister later. Big brother, you go ahead. Don't come back anymore. Young Lin Qingyu watches her only family member leave, feeling sad but knowing she can't stop her brother. This home is really not a place for good people. If she had a choice, she would leave and never come back.
But she has no way out.
Her brother can join the army, but she cannot. She can only do small jobs, help people make matchboxes, or work in a coal factory. Only then can she save enough money for school and continue studying. These hardships are nothing compared to her biggest worry. Lin Sanju might find out she has saved some money. If he takes her money, she won't even have the chance to go to school. So, every time she earns money, Lin Qingyu sends it to her uncle's house for safekeeping. Her tuition fees are also paid by her uncle, otherwise, she wouldn't have this opportunity. Lin Sanju doesn't care about anything but his gambling. She was just as helpless as her older brother. When Lin Qinghan left, Lin Qingyu didn't go to see him off. He looked at the busy train station, where no family members were around. His worries and years of suffering were forced down inside him. He resolutely turned his face away and stopped looking at the outside scenery. As the train's whistle sounded, it took away this hopeless and lonely young boy. What Lin Qinghan didn't know was that his sister was watching from nearby. She saw her brother get on the train with her own eyes, saw it leave. She couldn't think clearly for a long time until someone passing by bumped into her, bringing her back to reality. Lin Qinghan left, and he trained and worked hard in the army, doing his best in every task. He just wanted to one day bring his sister out and live together. But during a mission, he was badly injured, which affected his brain. He suddenly forgot many things and many people. He stayed in the hospital for over a month, and after leaving, he had no chance to go back to the battlefield. He could only work in logistics. But Lin Qinghan was already very satisfied. For him, just being alive was enough. However, during his amnesia, he didn't know that his sister was almost sold by their gambling-addicted father to dangerous human traffickers. It was all to get money to continue gambling. During that time, the original girl was truly terrified. She didn't dare to sleep at night, only daring to rest a little after her brother left in the morning. Sun Yan also realized her husband's decision and stayed close to her daughter every day, afraid to leave. Whenever her husband moved at night, she would wake up immediately. Later, mother and daughter discussed and decided that staying like this wasn't a solution. If her daughter stayed at home, she might be married off for a high bride price or sold by Lin Sanju. In the end, they applied to the youth bureau to go to the countryside. Sun Yan thought it was a good idea, at least going to the countryside was a way out. If her daughter was sold by Lin Sanju, she wouldn't end up in a good family. Although life in the countryside was harder, could it be worse than their family suffering? Sun Yan believed that as long as they weren't at home, anywhere else would be better. And so, she personally sent her daughter to the countryside. She let her daughter handle the process of moving to the countryside all by herself, without getting involved at all. This was to prevent Lin Sanju from discovering her daughter's location when he came after her. She knew she was weak and easily frightened, so she thought that not knowing her daughter's whereabouts was the best way to keep her safe. Later, her daughter went to the countryside, and Sun Yan was also beaten more often. In addition to her usual beatings, her son and daughter also suffered. Years later, Lin Qinghan finally remembered his parents and sister at home. He wrote a letter to his uncle, but didn't mention his own situation, only expressing concern for his sister. He had planned to bring his sister to join the army with him, but after receiving a letter from his eldest uncle saying that his sister had already gone to the countryside to be a young worker, he changed his mind. He thought that if his sister was really in trouble, she would have written to him. so he gave up on the idea of bringing her to join the army. Many years later, when the siblings reunited, everything seemed different. His sister no longer clung to him and didn't need him anymore. Fortunately, their mother realized her mistakes and chose to start a new life. Their parents' divorce was perhaps the best news for him. Later, Lin Qinghan was discharged from the army and assigned to a factory as a technician. Within 2 years, he married and brought his mother to live with him, and the family of 3 lived peacefully. Ding, the cheat device has arrived. Cheat device, mechanical expertise. Mechanical expertise, mastery of all mechanical products. Story transmission in progress. The original protagonist married Yi Linghan for many years, but after he left her for his first love, Sun Xiaoxiao, she divorced and was reminded of their suppressed feelings. Yi Linghan ignored his family and faked his death to escape, personally caring for Lu Xiaoxiao, who was suffering after her divorce. The original protagonist was heartbroken, especially when she found out her husband was not truly dead but had gone to find another woman. Seeing them appear repeatedly in her view, showing affection, almost made her heart break. Initially, Yi Linghan had gone to such lengths, but any normal person would have stayed away and lived their own life. However, the original protagonist was love-obsessed. She didn't believe Yi Linghan would really abandon her, so she kept waiting where she was. Until Yi Linghan and Lu Xiaoxiao's children were old enough to play, the original owner was reluctant to leave. Later, Lu Xiaoxiao found out that the original owner had been waiting at Yi Linghan's house, hoping he would change his mind, which made her very angry. She then whispered various things into Yi Linghan's ear, encouraging him to find someone to bully the original owner. Because of those attacks, the original owner broke her leg and injured her hand tendons, making it impossible for her to do heavy work again. Despite this, her mind seemed clouded, and she stubbornly stayed in place. In the end, Lu Xiaoxiao was so amused by this woman that she came directly to confess everything to the original owner. However, the original owner, already knowing the truth, did not give up. She still believed that Yi Linghan and Lu Xiaoxiao's relationship was only temporary, and once he had his fun, he would return to the family. Even when Yi Linghan found out the truth and came back to Lu Xiaoxiao, he saw the 2 women exchanging glances. Confident that the original owner would not leave, Yi Linghan became even more reckless and openly revealed that he had faked his death. The original owner was deeply disappointed and felt great pain. After they finished showing their love and left, the original owner took out some herbicide, by Chao Ku, intended for spraying on the fields. She ended her life at home. Later, Yi Linghan returned and found the original owner dead, but he showed no regret. Instead, he directly cremated her and didn't even keep her ashes. Her soul floated in the air until she watched Yi Linghan and Lu Xiaoxiao live happily ever after, at which point she finally realized the truth. It turned out that her so-called love and the idea of a prodigal son returning were all illusions. Good people don't live long, and bad people don't always get what they deserve. The original owner deeply regretted her choices and, using her remaining spiritual energy and the merits accumulated over several lives, made a deal with the main god. She wanted to change her life and see what kind of life she would have if she weren't so obsessed with love. So, Lin Qingyu came into this world. After accepting the story, she was completely speechless. There were still such foolish women in the world. She patted her forehead, feeling the cold temperature, and hugged herself, shivering deeply. It was so cold. She quickly slipped off the bed, rummaged through the chest, and found a blanket. It was the wedding quilt Yi Linghan and the original owner had used. Since learning that Yi Linghan had passed away, the original owner could no longer bring herself to cover herself with that quilt. Even though she was freezing and trembling, she stubbornly refused to move the quilt. The family's money was almost gone. Besides the house, the original owner had nothing left. Moreover, the house wasn't even hers. The owner's name was always listed as Yi Linghan's. This shabby house she had guarded for her whole life. Lin Qingyu first lay back in bed for a while until she felt warm enough, then she fell asleep. The next morning, She got up early to tidy up. Actually, the original owner had a chance to leave here. She wasn't completely without options. She was a top student in school and was famous as the school beauty in college. But due to some issues, in her final year of university, her group of students couldn't continue their studies. Her teacher wanted to help her continue research, but she refused to follow her teacher's good intentions and went back to her hometown with Yilinghan. Yilinghan became the deputy director of a machinery factory while she worked on the assembly line. She had more choices, but to stay close to Yilinghan all the time, she chose the hardest frontline work. Feeling sorry for the man, so she deserves to be unlucky her whole life, Lin Qingyu threw the towel back into the basin, getting angrier the more she thought about it. She quickly tidied up and left the house without even having breakfast. At this moment, Yilinghan had just faked his death and left to find his beloved Lu Xiaoxiao. They were so close that they had forgotten about her, his wife. But since he claimed to the outside world that he was dead, Lin Qingyu didn't hold back. She first called the post office to ask her former teacher if they still needed help. After getting a positive answer, she took her household registration book to cancel Yilinghan's registration. Weren't you pretending to be dead to be with Lu Xiaoxiao? I might as well let you truly die. Otherwise, she would have to go through the trouble of divorce, which was too complicated. Better to just kill her husband, find a better life, and then find a rich and handsome man later. That's the life she deserved. After walking around, Lin Qingyu was starving. She looked into the kitchen. There wasn't much rice or flour left. But she didn't complain and still cooked a good meal. I made a bowl of noodles by hand, and I added a large spoonful of savory oil which made it taste especially good. She wants to finish all the food at home before leaving. It would be best to sell the house too, so that when Yilinghan wants to come back, he will have nowhere to stay. Hey, Qingyu, are you at home? I called out to you several times outside, but you didn't answer. Just as Lin Qingyu finished eating and was about to wash the dishes, a woman came in. Are you looking for me? She searched her mind for information about the visitor, but couldn't remember right away. She probably doesn't visit often, otherwise, she would know her. Well, about what I told you before, what do you think now? Seeing Lin Qingyu look confused, the woman explained again. I'm telling you, Shaoli is really a good kid. He's still on his first marriage, never even had a serious girlfriend before, and he's a team leader in the workshop with a good salary. Qingyu, you should think carefully. Honestly, you're already remarried, so finding someone for a first marriage is quite good. Moreover, his family is really well off, so he wouldn't have trouble finding a girl. If you miss this chance, there won't be another one. The woman kept talking nonstop, revealing she was acting as a matchmaker. But Lin Qingyu had no intention of staying in this city, so she politely declined the other's kindness. Oh, Qingyu is so pitiful. Her relationship with Yilinghan was so good back then. Who knew that boy was unlucky? He went on a business trip and never came back. After leaving Lin Qingyu's house, the woman ran into some neighbors, and they started talking together. It's strange. Yilinghan died on a business trip, but his body has never been brought back. Only the factory people say Yilinghan is dead. No body, no corpse. No wonder Qingyu doesn't want to give up. Another woman chimed in. Everyone sighed, remembering how enviable Lin Qingyu and Yilinghan's love was. The young couple never even argued, and their love was so deep it made others jealous. Yilinghan is also a caring husband who gives his wife many gifts during festivals and holidays. His wife, however, does not have such a thoughtful mind. Once, they were a loving couple that others admired, but now only she is left alone. Many people feel sorry for her, but some take pleasure in her misfortune. Those with bad hearts even curse her for showing off her love. Showing affection quickly leads to loneliness. She deserves to be a widow. Everyone has different perspectives, so their feelings vary. Yilinghan's body hasn't been brought back yet, which I find strange. Someone mentioned this again. The news of Yilinghan's death has been known for a while, but his body still hasn't arrived. He is truly missing in life and death. Maybe seeing Yilinghan's body will help Qingyu let go. This young girl shouldn't be a widow forever. The mechanical factory already said it was an accident. How could it be wrong? I heard he was hit by a car and fell off a cliff. There's no way he survived. Even if the body isn't found, hope shouldn't be kept. especially after so many months. Someone else added. Yilingan's plan was clever. As long as he forced Lin Qingyu to leave, he could find an excuse to come back to life. He would say someone saved him, and he couldn't return because he was recovering from injuries. At worst, he could even pretend to have amnesia. At this time, Yilinghan still had some feelings for Lin Qingyu. Their past love was real, so he couldn't face her. Later, it was because Lu Xiaoxiao sowed discord, and he didn't even want to look at his wife. Guilt in his heart made him afraid to show himself. As for Lin Qingyu, after sending away her aunt, she packed her clothes. In the end, she found she didn't have many belongings. A large box was almost full. Looking at her now empty home, she cursed inwardly. What's the point of protecting such a poor home? She wasn't someone who couldn't endure hardship, but she couldn't stand love that only brought trouble. Thinking that her remaining days were few, she took out her old books from school to review. As she looked through them, she noticed some insights. No wonder she's so skilled with machinery. I didn't expect that. Now when I read these books again, I have gained new understanding. Although that incident caused a big fuss and made it impossible for the university to continue, the teachers there were either demoted or expelled. But her teacher, as a university professor, managed to protect himself and even led his students to find a way out. It shows how much his skills are valued by the country. Now, Lin Qingyu is confident that if she returns to her teacher, she can quickly achieve something. At that time, her status will rise instantly. There are many handsome men, but he must be loyal to her. Staying with Yilinghan, it's not useless. Doesn't it bother her deep inside? A man who sleeps with other women. A man who has completely betrayed her and is pretending to be with someone else. A man who is afraid to face problems and would rather fake his death. Such trash should be thrown directly into the trash bin, sorted with the refuse. While reading, countless ideas flooded into Lin Qingyu's mind. She recorded these ideas in her notebook, waiting to return to her teacher and then start her research. However, Lin Qingyu wanted to live peacefully, but someone didn't want her to have a good life. Yilinghan was not dead and had bought some trusted people in the factory to lie to Lin Qingyu, helping him fake his death and escape. Right now, he was staying close to Lu Xiaoxiao, caring for her and asking about her well-being. But he was worried that Lin Qingyu at home might cause trouble. If she made a big fuss, he wouldn't be able to go back. So, he sent some good friends to keep bothering Lin Qingyu, trying to deceive her. Recently, a colleague from the factory came to find Lin Qingyu and talked about arranging a funeral for Yilinghan. Does your factory even handle these things? Lin Qingyu looked at him, pretending to be sad, but inside, she didn't feel much pain. She couldn't keep up the act anymore, so she lowered her head, hiding her mocking expression. Sister-in-law, I know you died. I understand you're very upset. But people can't come back to life after they die. Yigo was very kind to us when he was alive, so we want to do our best to hold a funeral for him. Duan Jihai showed his best acting skills, even shedding tears. God knows, to appear more normal, he replayed his most painful memories in his mind. But after producing just one tear, he ran out of tears to cry. So he decided to get straight to the point, finish his words quickly, and leave. He couldn't let his sister-in-law see through him, or Brother Yi would surely blame him. Honestly, Duan Jihai felt a bit uncomfortable. Brother Yi had hurt his sister-in-law so much for another woman. His sister-in-law was a good woman, doing so much for Brother Yi, which made him feel sorry for her. But Brother Yi said that once he helped Lu Xiaoxiao get through her difficulties, he would return to their marriage. He promised to make it up to his sister-in-law later, so he asked them to comfort her first. At least, that was what Yilinghan was thinking now, but in the end, he couldn't turn back and had to stay with Lu Xiaoxiao. Because Lu Xiaoxiao was his first love, the one he couldn't have. After they became close, he couldn't let go anymore. Their feelings grew deeper, unlike what he had with his original partner. His love for his original partner was only about 30% genuine. The rest was all pretense. When Lu Xiaoxiao married someone else, Yilinghan felt there was no real love left, and it didn't matter who she married. He was even insulted by Lu Xiaoxiao's father, who called him a frog dreaming of eating swan meat and accused him of wanting their family's wealth. To prove himself, he actively pursued Lin Qingyu. As a college student, how could he be worthy of Lu Xiaoxiao, a high school girl? During their relationship, he was very considerate of Lin Qingyu. Since he couldn't give her love, he thought it was better to show her more care. But all that care was just superficial. Although he gave gifts during festivals and holidays, they were often funny. Sometimes he would pick wildflowers outside, and other times he would write a silly poem. He didn't buy many real gifts, otherwise her belongings wouldn't fit in just one box. It's not that I didn't want to do it, but before Yilinghan left, he said the factory didn't have enough funds and took all the money from home. I can only get my salary for this month now, but it will take another half month for it to be paid. If you had found Yilinghan back then, how could I have resisted not holding a funeral for him? Wah. My life is so hard. With Linghan gone, the money gone, and the family gone, my life is so tough. Lin Qingyu covered her face and cried softly. Her voice was gentle and lingering, making Duan Jihai feel like his heart was breaking. Such a good woman as his sister-in-law, Brother Yi was really too much. It was one thing for him to go flirt with other women, but he took all the family's money without leaving anything for his sister-in-law. I used to admire Yilinghan, but at this moment, Duan Jihai thought that a man like Brother Yi was really disappointing. Suddenly, Yilinghan's image in Duan Jihai's mind collapsed completely. He didn't agree with Yilinghan's actions from the start, and now he couldn't stand it anymore, helping Yilinghan deceive Lin Qingyu. But he dared not say anything. He still had a family to support. If he exposed the matter, he would lose his job at the factory. Without a job, how could he support his family? Duan Jihai decided that next time, someone else should handle such things. Getting a little benefit from Brother Yi wasn't worth sacrificing his integrity. He felt guilty. Sister-in-law, don't worry about this. After discussing, the brothers at the factory decided to pool some money to send Brother Yi off. We know you're reluctant to part with Brother Yi, but there's nothing we can do. Leave everything to us. When the time comes, just show your face. Duan Jihai thought, since Brother Yi wanted to hold a funeral for himself, he might as well pay for it himself. Surely, Brother Yi wouldn't mind. So he took the initiative and made the decision for Yilinghan. Thank you all so much. Yilinghan is lucky to have good brothers like you, and so am I. Now, I'm the only one left. I'm busy with family matters, so I won't keep you any longer. Lin Qingyu showed gratitude, playing her fragile and helpless role perfectly. Although her tears weren't very sincere, for the people of this era, who were generally simple-minded, it was enough. These rough men had never seen a beautiful woman cry before. The original owner was known as the school beauty, and her beauty was unquestionable. Otherwise, how could Yilinghan possibly choose to marry her? However, the original owner was a love-struck fool who sacrificed her whole life for such a scumbag. It's a big loss, a huge mistake. After sending away Duan Jihai, Lin Qingyu continued studying. They were just petty troublemakers, and she could handle them easily. When she got tired of studying, she made some food to eat, then kept studying, reviewing all the knowledge she had lost over the years. Days passed quickly, and soon someone came to visit again. Brother-in-law, the funeral arrangements are ready. You must come tomorrow. This time it was Duan Jihai. He didn't want to do things for Yilinghan anymore, but he thought that if he helped another brother, it might be disrespectful to his sister-in-law. Yilinghan's people weren't all honest either. Yilinghan initially approached Duan Jihai because he saw this trait in him. Although he didn't love the original owner, he liked her because she was so devoted to him, only thinking about him. He believed that even if he was gone, she would wait for him forever. This gave him a sense of superiority that others couldn't give. A woman, especially a beautiful and talented one, gave up a bright future and better treatment just to stay with him. All just to be by his side. Yilinghan's plan was to smoothly enter Lu Xiaoxiao's workplace, use her new identity from the Lu family, and get the factory director position. The mechanical factory was good, but the director was only a little older than him and had strong backing, so he saw no hope for promotion. It would be best to send Lin Qingyu far away, so no one would remember their past. As for remarriage, Yilinghan never thought about it. He wanted to try Lu Xiaoxiao first. If she was better than Lin Qingyu, he would divorce Lin Qingyu. If, after living together, he found Lu Xiaoxiao not as good as Lin Qingyu, he would secretly be with Lin Qingyu later. This scumbag really had the most beautiful plans. He wanted everything. But he hadn't tamed Lu Xiaoxiao yet, so for now, he could only do this. I know, I will definitely be there. Lin Qingyu continued to pretend to be weak. She really couldn't cry this time. For such a scumbag, acting was even more tiring. After Duan Jihai left, Lin Qingyu knocked on her neighbor's door. She also called all of Yi Linggen's friends and relatives. She wanted to make the funeral a big event and confirm that Yi Linghan was truly dead. Although she had already cancelled Yi Linggen's household registration, everyone still didn't know for sure. Including Yi Linghan himself, no one knew that Lin Qingyu could do such a thing. With the death certificate, she dared to remarry without any obstacles. In previous lives, most of the time, the system arranged her partner. This time, when the opportunity finally arose, she wanted to choose herself. Her goal was the same. Although Lin Qingyu didn't want to be overly romantic, she wanted a partner who loved her deeply. Because then she could enjoy the best marriage. After all, she wouldn't love someone who didn't truly care for her. It's said that wealth and power are the best accessories for marriage. If she could live a rich life, who would want to be poor? Early the next morning, she arrived at the funeral with a large group of people. Some of Yi Linggen's trusted subordinates from the machinery factory, who had been arranged by him, looked at the scene and were surprised. Isn't it said that the sister-in-law didn't believe Yi Go is dead? Why is she here now, with so many people? Sniff, sniff, Yi Linghan, you scoundrel. Why did you have to die like this? You're gone. How am I supposed to live? God, why won't you let me go? You're so cruel. Sniff, sniff. Lin Qingyu's performance pushed the atmosphere to the limit. Some people who didn't care before also started to cry. She had prepared all night for this act. Yi Linghan had to die, but she wanted to keep a good reputation. Now, Yi Linghan was only useful for this. Although she might not come back in the future, she had to create more problems for Yi Linghan. That way, when he came back to life, even if he wanted to use her as leverage, others wouldn't agree. Lin Qingyu cried for a while, feeling tired, and then collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, she was prepared. Though her fall was a bit sudden, she wasn't hurt at all. Seeing Lin Qingyu faint from crying, everyone hurried to help her and moved her to the back. Lin Qingyu was laid beside a table, and it didn't look like a funeral for Yi Linghan, but more like some kind of cult ritual. Because she was lying right next to Yi Linggen's memorial hall. The memorial hall was simply decorated, and Yi Linghan didn't want to spend much money, so he only arranged a basic ceremony. If he had been there himself, I wonder what he would have thought? During the funeral, Lin Qingyu cried loudly at first, but then she kept sleeping. Despite this, everyone praised her for her deep feelings. No one thought she was pretending. Until most people had left, some female relatives from Yi Linggen's family came over to help Lin Qingyu sit up. Yi Linggen's wife, wake up. What should we do? Old Yi. They shook her for a long time, but Lin Qingyu showed no response. Everyone was worried and didn't know what to do. Actually, Lin Qingyu was worried she might reveal herself, so she asked the system to block her senses from the outside. She was sleeping peacefully now. Even if she was taken to the hospital, the doctors wouldn't find anything wrong. Plus, with the system's help, the doctors would just say she was overwhelmed with grief and fainted. That way, her good reputation would stay intact. Indeed, Lin Qingyu slept for over 6 hours. When she woke up, she saw that a few ants were still there. They looked at her with concern, worried she might do something foolish if she woke up. Yi Linghan was gone, and if she had another accident, no one from Yi Linggen's family would be left. Auntie, I'm fine. Yi Linghan is no longer here, and I don't want to stay in this city anymore. Whenever I stay alone in this empty house, life feels meaningless. Please help me ask among the relatives if anyone wants to buy the house. I'll sell it cheaply. If Yi Linghan hadn't taken all the money from the family before, I wouldn't have had to sell our house. I hope everyone won't blame me. I really had no choice. Lin Qingyu spoke honestly to the ants. She looked sad and hopeless, as if she had given up on life. The aunts agreed with her decision, and no one noticed anything wrong. Leave this matter to us. Tomorrow we will give you an answer. Under the repeated assurances from the aunts, Lin Qingyu was sent back home. They all advised her to rest well and not to worry about anything. Then, the aunts left one after another, looking back several times, very worried. Ling Han's wife has had a hard time. This young man too. The factory doesn't have enough funds. Can't the manager think of a way? He's just the deputy manager, but he's taken the lead and emptied the family savings. No, I have to go to the clan to talk to the uncles. We must help Ling Han's wife get justice. If he's gone, it's fine, but we must get the money back. The aunts gathered to discuss, then went to talk to their husbands. Soon, the Yi family members gathered at the uncle's house. There's no rush to ask the manager for money. Qingyu wants to leave, right? Let's discuss first. We can pool our money to buy her house. That girl has had a hard time. She loves Ling Han deeply. If we leave her alone, she might even lose her mind. Let's gather some money first, then send Qingyu back to her hometown. By the way, go ask if Qingyu is willing to sell her job. After some discussion, the uncles reached a conclusion. They all agreed that Lin Qingyu was not capable of asking for money herself. At Ling Han's memorial, everyone was crying their hearts out. If she saw the familiar environment at the factory and thought about her husband, she would go crazy. So, they decided to first pool money to buy Lin Qingyu's house. After Qingyu left, these old folks, along with the clan members, would go to the factory to seek justice. Honestly, what they said sounded nice, but they just wanted that money. Ling Han took all the family savings, over 2,000 yuan. In this era, where even a penny could be split in two, 2,000 yuan was a significant amount. No wonder these people were envious. The aunts were also active. At first, they only wanted to help out of kindness, but in the end, they hoped to gain some benefits. The clan pooled 300 yuan for Lin Qingyu, and they took 260 yuan. The remaining 40 yuan was divided among each of them, 8 yuan each. Mostly because Lin Qingyu's home and Ling Han's home were in good locations. The house has many rooms and a large yard. Anyone who buys it with this money won't lose out. Even if no one wants it now, selling it later could earn a few extra dollars. Everyone would be happy to make this deal. Then a few women mentioned buying jobs. If they hadn't brought it up, Lin Qingyu almost forgot she still had a job opportunity. Maybe because she just arrived in this world, she forgot its special rules. In this time, jobs can be traded. Although it's not allowed openly, secretly everyone does it. In the end, Lin Qingyu sold her job for 300 yuan. She didn't expect the job to be worth more than the house. But none of that mattered now. She just wanted to finish everything quickly. The women worried she might change her mind, since 300 yuan isn't a lot for a job. So, they quickly went back to report and soon gathered enough money to give to Lin Qingyu. Ladies, since everything here is settled, after I finish the paperwork tomorrow, I'll leave the day after tomorrow. Thank you for taking care of me these days. It would have been great if Ling Han hadn't died. Sadly, everything can't go back to how it was. Seeing Lin Qingyu look sad, the women didn't want to bother her more. They worried that staying longer might make their conscience hurt. The men of the Yi family were too harsh, bullying a lonely widow. But as people who gained from this, they didn't dare speak up. No one wanted to give up the benefits they might get later. After the women left, they felt worse and worse inside. Finally, they decided to buy some small gifts, planning to send them off when Lin Qingyu left. Each woman spent about 8 yuan on a little gift, which was fair. They weren't stingy about the money. Some gathered eggs from their homes and boiled tea eggs for her to take on the road. Others fried red dates and peanuts in a pot, making them fragrant, and packed a bag for her. The more generous ones bought candies and snacks from the supply store. Although the gift was small, it represented their heartfelt kindness. On the second day of the transfer, these aunts did not show up. It wasn't until the early morning of the third day that they waited outside Lin Qingyu's house. When Lin Qingyu opened the door, she was almost startled. Could it be that her actions had been exposed? It shouldn't be. She had kept everything very secret, and these people should know. At least before she left, this matter would definitely stay hidden. Qingyu, since you're leaving today, We prepared some things for you to take along. Although these items aren't worth much, they are our little tokens of love. You must take them. The aunts were worried Lin Qingyu might dislike the gifts, so they said this. How could I dislike them? Here, besides Ling Han, only you all treat me the best. I'm so grateful. How could I dislike anything? Lin Qingyu lowered her head and blinked hard. Thinking about some sad things in her heart, her eyes turned red. Then she looked up sincerely and said, Please don't cry. If you do, it will hurt our feelings. The aunts really couldn't stand to see Lin Qingyu cry again. So they spoke first, not wanting to make a big scene. What if she started crying and they softened their hearts? The remaining money was meant for household expenses, not to be spent all at once. I won't cry. Don't bother seeing me off. I can go to the train station alone. Lin Qingyu accepted the gifts and carried them in a large bag. Now she was alone. No house, no car, no savings, and no job. But she believed this was only temporary. Soon, she would have a better life. She was confident in that. Let us see you off. Look at how much you're carrying. It must be so tiring to walk there. While talking, the aunts took the things from Lin Qingyu's hands. Each helped carry a little, sharing her burden. Seeing their genuine kindness, she no longer refused. They quickly arrived at the train station. Several aunts personally saw Lin Qingyu onto the train. After watching the train leave, they went home together. Finally, we've sent him away. Let's hurry back and tell the uncles. We can start acting now. There was never any real sincerity between Lin Qingyu and these women. They had always been using each other. The aunts wanted to send Lin Qingyu away and then follow the relatives to recover the 2,000 yuan. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyu used these women to get rid of things that were hard for her to handle. At the same time, she also took back the 2,000 yuan that Ling Han had taken. That money was shared property between them. How could she let the mistress get it easily? A man who cheats should go to. Lin Qingyu didn't leave him a single cent. He wanted to be with his true love, right? Now that he's out of money, will his true love still want to talk to him? Yilingen's pockets probably only had a few dozen yuan left. Because it was kept close to her body, Lin Qingyu didn't dare to take it. She spent the whole day on the train, traveling safely without any trouble. No one came to cause trouble, no pickpockets or kidnappers. At the busy train station, Lin Qingyu was a stranger to everyone. But she didn't feel anxious or worried. Instead, she was excited. She called a rickshaw and headed to the research institute. Comrade, hello. This is a sensitive research area. Unauthorized people are not allowed inside. At the gate of the research institute, she was stopped by 2 soldiers. It wasn't until Lin Qingyu mentioned her teacher's name that they let her in to call someone. However, the person who came to meet her wasn't her teacher, academician Li, but a young man. At first glance, he looked quite impressive. But upon closer look, he was actually the senior brother she had worked with on research before. He was also a student of academician Li, 2 classes ahead of her, and had been working with Li on research projects. But this senior was too aloof. When she was in school, she didn't dare to talk to him much. Now, when they met again, he still looked cold and distant. Perhaps after years had passed, besides his cool demeanor, he also carried a sense of maturity. In short, men like Sun Jingqi are the most charming. Most girls have no resistance to men like him. However, his cold aura makes him seem distant. While he is attractive, people don't dare to get too close. It's easy to feel insecure around him, thinking he's too aloof to approach. Senior Sun, long time no see. Sun Jingqi looked at the young girl in front of him and remembered how she used to follow him around during experiments. Back then, she was still quite shy. Every time she saw him, she would blush. He had a good impression of her from the start, and their teacher once tried to matchmake them. But later, she got a boyfriend, and the matter was dropped. There was no dramatic secret crush or love story between them. Nor was there a story of a boy secretly liking a girl and being willing to wait forever for her. Sun Jingqi simply found it troublesome. In school, he once dreamed of being with her. But when she got a boyfriend, he lost interest and stopped thinking about it. Later, the girls he met either cared about wealth or were infatuated with his looks. And that was not all. The most annoying part was that they wanted him to earn money and spend all his time with them. They also seemed to understand what he was thinking. But he wasn't a mind reader. How could he know so much? They wanted his salary and constantly watched him. He was either at the research institute or in the lab. What tricks could he possibly have? Why would they keep a close eye on him? It's not his fault he looks good. Women are really too troublesome. He just wanted to find someone simple, to live a simple life together. Ideally, they would each do their own thing when there's no work, not be too clingy, trust him, and let him handle his own life. His only requirements for a partner were these. Sadly, every woman he met was too greedy, and he didn't like any of them. Junior sister Lin, long time no see. The teacher is doing an experiment now and doesn't have time, so she asked me to come pick you up. Let's go. I'll take you to your place first. Sun Jingqi took the luggage from Lin Qingyu and led her inside. This time, no one stopped her, and the two of them smoothly arrived at the girls' dormitory. Sun Jingqi carried her luggage into the room. This is your room. If you need anything, ask the dormitory manager. First, get settled in. Later, I will take you to handle the paperwork. After saying that, Sun Jingqi left the girls' dormitory. He was very busy, so busy that he hardly had time to introduce the research institute to Lin Qingyu. When the teacher mentioned it to him, he didn't know why, but he put aside his work and accepted this task. Maybe it was because of fond memories from his youth. After the people left, Lin Qingyu quickly tidied up her room. She also went to greet the dormitory manager and picked up a new set of toiletries. As important research staff, their food, clothing, and accommodation are all free, managed by dedicated staff. If they need anything, just say the word, and someone will deliver it quickly. The benefits and treatment are unmatched by any other industry. May I apply for a laboratory? On her second day at the research institute, Lin Qingyu approached the lab manager. But you need to report your research project. There are many people applying for labs every day, so Sun Jizhou was used to it. Okay, no problem. She quickly took the form, looked at the details, and filled it out promptly. When Sun Jizhou saw Lin Qingyu's application, he was surprised. He hesitated, unsure how to speak. Is there a problem? Lin Qingyu noticed his strange expression and asked curiously. Could it be that her research project had some issues? Or perhaps she had clashed with a big expert on a project. No problem. I'll arrange a lab for you. Just focus on your research. Sun Jizhou thought for a moment, but didn't share his opinion. Although he felt that Lin Qingyu's project might not succeed, if it really did, it would be a great help to the current Manhwa. In the following days, Lin Qingyu threw himself into the laboratory, ignoring everything outside the window. He had no idea that things at Yilingan's side had already gotten out of control. Director, what do you mean? You're telling me the factory isn't short on money, but why did Yilinghan take all the family's money before going on a business trip? Yilingan's wife didn't even have enough money for his funeral. It was only with help from your factory staff that they managed to send Yilinghan off. Now you're acting clueless, trying to fool us. The Yi family members surrounded the factory director's office, demanding an explanation. I don't know where you heard that Yilinghan took money from his family to help the factory. Our factory is big. How could we be short of funds? Even if employees needed to contribute, I, as the director, haven't asked for that. Why would the deputy director need to pay? The director was also very angry. Yilinghan often caused trouble for him. They had long been at odds. He couldn't stand Yilingan's pretentious attitude. He didn't have much skill, but he had a lot of authority. He was rarely seen working, but when it was time to seize power, he ran faster than anyone. And about Yilingan's business trip, the director continued. The factory hasn't had any trips recently, and Yilinghan didn't go on a trip either. He took a long leave instead. I heard his mother was very ill, and he needed to go home to take care of her. Everyone looked at the director as he spoke more and more absurdly, their faces full of anger. The factory was trying to shift blame, even coming up with such excuses. And Yilingan's funeral. Wasn't it also arranged with help from the factory staff? Now he said that wasn't true, what a lie. Director, what are you talking about? Your factory workers like Duan Jihai, Liu Yongtao, Wang Xiaoer, and Zhang Li were all involved. Why don't you call them out so we can face each other? Yilingan's fake death event was kept very small and secret. Only a few people in the factory knew, and they all wore the same pants as Yi Ling-han. How did this get leaked? In the end, when they heard the Yi family members shouting, they realized that Yi Ji's relatives had become greedy and wanted to get that money. What kind of thing is this? They had prepared for so long, tricked the sister-in-law, but couldn't fool these difficult relatives. Of course, Yi Ling-han didn't expect this to happen. In his past life, the main character was heartbroken and didn't care about outside matters, only immersed in pain. Later, he accidentally learned the truth and endured the pain, never telling outsiders what Yi Ling-han had done. In this life, Lin Qingyu deliberately made the matter bigger. She called over all the relatives who hadn't appeared before, including several uncles, to attend the funeral. She also intentionally mentioned the over 2,000 yuan Yi Ling-han took before leaving. This sparked the greed of these people. They made the matter even bigger, so Yi Ling-han could no longer hide. Tell us what really happened. If you can't give a reasonable explanation, you might as well give up your job at the factory. The factory director was truly angry this time. His reputation was completely ruined by these people. And what exactly is Yi Ling-han up to? Usually, he just liked to pretend, but now he's even playing dead. Does he think he can really get away with it and be expelled from the factory? Seeing the director was really angry, Duan Jihai and the others didn't dare hide anything. If they offended Yi Ge, they couldn't stay in the factory. If they offended the director, they might not find a place in any factory. They could clearly tell which was more important. Director, that's what happened. Yi Ge wanted to go accompany Lu Xiaoxiao, so he deliberately lied to comrade Lin Qingyu, saying he was going on a business trip. He also took all the money from home. But it seems Lu Xiaoxiao had some trouble and Yi Ge couldn't come back, so he used the fake death method to make Lin Qingyu not suspicious. After hearing these explanations, the directors had almost exploded. What are these people doing? They are doing something illegal, and they really have no sense at all. Also, Yi Ling-han, have you ever thought about what would happen if your fake death became real? You would never be able to regain your identity. Comrade Lin Qingyu knows about this. He is a model employee at the factory. He works quickly and is skilled in many mechanical areas. Although Yi Ling-han is the deputy factory director, most of the problem-solving is done by Lin Qingyu. He once told a few friends about Yi Ling-han and his wife. They all envied Yi Ling-han for marrying such a good wife. Who knew that this guy would not cherish her and look for his past love? What does Lu Xiaoxiao's divorce have to do with him? Even if he regrets and wants to pursue the girl he once liked, he should do it properly, after divorcing Lin Qingyu. Now, a simple matter has been messed up by him, and these fools still believe him. Lin Qingyu has also resigned and gone far away. Yi Ling-han has ruined a good family. How can a person be so confused? He is very curious about Lu Xiaoxiao. What kind of special woman is she to make a rational man become ungrateful? Go call Yi Ling-han over. If he doesn't come back, I will report everything he did. He won't be able to keep his position as deputy factory director. The factory director slammed the table and spoke to Sun Duanjie and others. Yes, we'll go call Brother Yi now. Seeing the situation change, the Yi family members were all surprised and uncertain. How could young Master Yi do such a thing? His wife almost cried herself to death. Why can't they just talk things out? Instead, he chose to go down this wrong path. Now the house is sold, and his wife is left. How will young Master Yi live from now on? The family gathered together, sighing deeply. They were very curious. What kind of feelings would Yi Ling-han have when he returned and learned all this? Yi Ling-han simply couldn't believe Lin Qingyu would leave, nor did he think she would be willing to sell the home they built together over the years. He cared a lot about his position as deputy factory director, but he believes that when he's not around, Lin Qingyu will definitely help him cover up. So, he is not worried that someone at the factory will have objections. However, he now has a better choice. Lu Xiaoxiao's company is much better than the machinery factory. If he can secure this job, and with Lu Xiaoxiao's father backing him, he can quickly become the official factory director. Anyway, he is using 2 identities. In the future, it wouldn't be wrong for him to take double pay. But he hasn't decided how to tell Lin Qingyu yet. After spending some time together, Yi Ling-han has made his decision. He thinks being with Lu Xiaoxiao will help his career more. These are things Lin Qingyu cannot give him. Now, he just needs to find the right time to tell Lin Qingyu, and then get a divorce. If the other person is sensible, everything can be discussed, and he might give some compensation. But if Lin Qingyu is stubborn and refuses to let go, he won't hesitate to use tricks. When that happens, he can't be blamed if someone gets hurt or worse. Anyone who tries to block his path to success will become his enemy. He wants both beauty and status. He wants it all. That day, Yiling Han had run out of money, but Lu Xiaoxiao asked him to help buy some things, so he went to withdraw more money. He pulled out a brick-shaped container, but the small cloth bag he had put inside was missing. He didn't believe in superstition, so he searched with a stick, but found only some mud and debris. "Where's my money?" Yiling Han was really upset. That was all his savings. When he decided to fake his death based on Lu Xiaoxiao's advice, he was worried Lin Qingyu might take his money, so he took all his savings out. But how long has it been? He hadn't spent much, just over 2,000 yuan, and now it was gone. Yiling Han, still not believing it, pulled out several nearby bricks, but none contained his money. Now he was truly panicked. He had saved that money over many years, and now it was gone. He couldn't accept that. Before he could go ask Lu Xiaoxiao if she took it, he saw Duan Jihai and others rushing over on bicycles to his door. "Brother Yi, something's wrong." Originally feeling very sad, when he heard these words, Yiling Han became angry immediately. "What happened? You all better have some trouble, or don't blame me for being rude." Seeing that Brother Yi was in a bad mood, everyone had to keep it brief. "Brother Yi, here's the situation. Your relatives came to the factory and caused a scene, demanding the factory director return more than 2,000 yuan they say you owe them. Because of this, the director asked about your whereabouts, and we couldn't hold back, so we told him." Hearing this, Yiling Han felt a different kind of emotion. It's like the saying, when it rains, it pours, and that's exactly how he felt now. More than 2,000 yuan disappeared suddenly, and now there's trouble at the factory again. He was overwhelmed and anxious. But now is not the time to hide. He must face the problem. "Do you know what Lin Qingyu is doing?" Yiling Han was suspicious, wondering if something was wrong on Lin Qingyu's side, which might be why the Yi family was involved. In his calculations, the Yi family wasn't part of this matter. "Your relatives said that your sister-in-law sold the family house and has gone to another city. It seems she went back to her hometown. Anyway, we don't know the details." When he heard that Lin Qingyu had sold the house, Yiling Han knew she had really left. He felt relieved but also very sad. He had spent a lot of money to buy that house, saving for a long time. Now hearing that the house was sold cheaply, he felt a bit reluctant. But when he learned that the Yi family bought it, he felt a little relieved. If necessary, he could buy the house back. But his money was gone, and thinking about that gave him a headache. The only thing that comforted him was that he didn't have to face Lin Qingyu. He had hidden many dirty thoughts for years, and his image as a good husband wouldn't collapse in front of Lin Qingyu. This also gave their many years of relationship a perfect ending. He believed that, given Lin Qingyu's feelings for him, she would think of him, miss him, and never forget him for the rest of her life. He thought he would probably grow old alone, never loving anyone else. But when he arrived at the machinery factory, looking at the group of relatives staring at each other and the indifferent factory director in the office, besides these two groups of people, there were a few strangers. However, Yiling Han didn't recognize them and didn't pay much attention to them. "Deputy Factory Director Yi, you're finally back? If you didn't come back soon, your relatives would think I did something to you." He spoke teasingly, with full of mockery in his eyes. In the past, he couldn't find any evidence against Yiling Han, so even though he didn't like him, he couldn't do anything to remove him from the deputy director position. But now, Yiling Han had personally given him the evidence. If he didn't use this opportunity well, he would be wasting a great show. What the factory director said is true. "I'm just on vacation after all. Maybe there was some misunderstanding, which caused this funny situation." Yiling Han forced himself to stay calm. He always believed his professional skills were solid, and the mechanical factory couldn't do without him. Even if he made some small mistakes, they wouldn't be able to do much. As for the factory director, their relationship was usually cold, but he was a decent man who never played tricks behind anyone's back. Yi Linghan wasn't worried about this. But it turned out he was too confident too early. The factory director hadn't acted because he didn't have full confidence. Once he saw an opportunity, he would strike hard and never give his opponent a chance to recover. What a joke about being on vacation. I don't care what you did to me. You should explain yourself to the boss. In the end, Yi Linghan lost his job. He not only lost his deputy director position but also had his household registration cancelled and was fined a large sum before he could restore his identity. Lu Xiaoxiao's father felt ashamed because of this incident and viewed him even more unfavorably. He thought Yi Linghan was not worthy of his daughter. Even if Lu Xiaoxiao remarried, she shouldn't be involved with this poor young man. Since Lu Xiaoxiao didn't fight for the man in the original story, she didn't care about Yi Linghan as much as before. Maybe Lu Xiaoxiao was the kind of person who only wanted what she couldn't have. Once she got it, having not gone through a fierce struggle, she found it boring. Compared to her ex-husband, Yi Linghan was really far behind. At least her ex-husband had power and influence, and could provide her with the best comforts in life. Now, Yi Linghan was just a poor man. At first, he could still spare some money and was very attentive to her, but later he had none. If he hadn't lost those 2,000 yuan, they wouldn't have parted ways so soon. In this world, there are no what-ifs. Because of this pair of untrustworthy men and women, the original owner lost her life and endured countless humiliations. How could Lin Qingyu possibly leave her money for them? Yi Linghan lost his money, his job, and his house, and he also lost people's trust. Suddenly, he became a despised outcast. Because of him, the family lost a lot of money, so they didn't like him much. They could have shared over 2,000 yuan, but now it's gone. Lu Xiaoxiao paid him little attention. Her father, who had promised her a good job, also lost it. During this time, he was very unlucky, facing misfortune everywhere. Even his loyal followers gradually distanced themselves from him, especially Duan Jihai. He saw clearly how Yi Linghan schemed against his wife. If his wife, who had been with him for so many years, could betray him, then what about their friends? In their hearts, they might not even consider each other brothers, just a group of loyal followers. Anyway, Yi Linghan was no longer deputy factory manager and they didn't want to be involved with him. For a while, Yi Linghan was completely broke and desperate. But he didn't give up hope because he believed that with his many years of work experience and being a college graduate, finding a job wouldn't be too hard. However, all the local factories had been warned by the factory director, and no one was willing to hire him. Yi Linghan had to go to another city to find work, taking the hardest and most exhausting job he could find. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyu quickly made progress in her research. She took her preliminary results to report to her teacher. "Is this what you've researched?" Academician Li looked at the documents and a series of experimental data in his hands. The more he looked, the more surprised he became. He had thought that, after years of hardship, this student might have lost some of her sharpness. But as soon as she arrived at the research institute, she brought him a big surprise. If this thing can really be made, it will be a huge leap forward for their country. Although everything seems peaceful at home now, other countries are watching closely, each wanting to take a bite. When the people of the Dragon Country go abroad, they are looked down upon and can be bullied. They only dare to endure silently and have no courage to speak out loudly. But looking at the report in his hand, Academician Li feels more confident. All the experimental data is now complete, and I've also built a model. Only the final test remains, then it can be officially put into production. With her expertise in machinery, she is constantly inspired. Many of the things she previously hadn't learned seem to come naturally. As soon as she thinks of them, she can start working immediately. Great. Really impressive for someone so young. I was right about you, from the start. If it weren't for that kid named Yi, I wouldn't have delayed you for so many years, and I wouldn't have held back the development of our country. Perhaps this is the highest praise Academician Li has given in all these years. Before Lin Qingyu arrived, he mostly praised Sun Jingqi. But from today on, another student he mentions often is her. "Let's go, brothers. Let's see what my student has made." A group of people, full of energy, arrived at Lin Qingyu's private research lab. When they opened the door, They saw a plane on the ground. Calling it a plane is a bit of a stretch because, judging by this model, it looks like a fighter jet. And it's the fastest kind. Actually, this fighter jet was inspired by a weapon from a previous interstellar world. Although the finished product might be much worse than the original, it's enough for this world. It won't be the world's #1 fighter jet, but it won't be worse than others. Lin Qingyu is confident about that. She's seen good things before and can make better ones. But after understanding this world, she made her choices. Even though the eras she arrives in are similar, each world has its own features and differences. She can't disrupt the world's order. Otherwise, if she suddenly used interstellar weapons or spaceships, the world would fall into chaos. Other countries should just give up. Although it's possible, the Quick Travel Bureau has its own rules, and she can't do that. Even though it's just a model, it looks really feasible. A few senior professors gathered around the fighter jet, carefully analyzing it. Dear seniors, although this is just a model, it can be operated in real life. As long as someone moves the equipment to an open space, I can install the power source and we can test drive it. Because it's a model, the person who pilots it must be small in size. If someone larger tried, they wouldn't fit inside. Then what are we waiting for? Xiao Sunday, where are you? Someone go call Sun Jizhou in, Old Li shouted to the people outside. They were eager to see how well this fighter jet could be operated. Soon, Sun Jizhou was called over. He was just helping someone prepare testing equipment when he heard Old Li calling, and he hurried over as fast as he could. Following him was Sun Jingqi. Actually, Sun Jizhou is an elder relative of Sun Jingqi. Although he's just a small administrator in the research institute besides the older folks, he probably holds the highest position. Jingqi, you came just in time. Come and see your junior sister's research results. Xiao Sun, quickly have someone move this model to the testing area. We need to run some experiments. The institute has a large, fully enclosed testing area where outside signals can't reach. All kinds of experiments, flying in the sky, running on land, swimming in water, can be done here. Most of the later experimental data is collected here. Lin Qingyu was visiting this place for the first time and was amazed. The country's strength is truly the most powerful in the world.